Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 251 Amazing Rewards. What's the matter? Gu Yang looked at the person in front of him and asked calmly. Gu Yi cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the secret guards have already found out about King Yun. Explain. Gu Yang's expression changed and he asked urgently. It has been several years since Gu Xiu left Kyushu. Gu Qingfeng asked the court to inquire about Gu Xiu's whereabouts 2 years ago. At first, Gu Yang didn't pay too much attention to it. He just thought that Gu Xiu might have been away from home for a while and Gu Qingfeng missed him a little. But when the secret guards made in-depth inquiries and found no trace of Gu Xiu, Gu Yang knew that something was not simple. After all, the Shenwu dynasty seemed to be staying in a corner in recent years and had no intention of getting involved in the ancient world. However, secretly, the Shenwu dynasty had secretly sent many people deep into the eastern region to establish an intelligence network. For things like asking for information about a person, even if his whereabouts cannot be accurately found, there is no way there will be no trace at all. Now that there is news about Gu Xiu, it is impossible for Gu Yang not to care. Gu Yi said, a few years ago, King Yun appeared in Huangji Mountain in the southern region, which was the former site of Huangji Holy Land. Later, Huangji Holy Land declined and was destroyed by many forces. Not long after King Yun appeared in Huangji Mountain, he was besieged by other monks. It was suspected that he had the inheritance of the former Huangji sage. 2 years ago, a war broke out outside Tianxing city. King Yun was surrounded and suppressed by several powerful men in the Dao Palace realm. Later, I heard that the remnant soul of the great emperor appeared and borrowed the body of King Yun, so that he could escape. Not long after King Yun entered an ancient teleportation formation, there was no trace of him again. As Gu Yi's words fell, the entire imperial study room was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Gu Yang's majestic face looked cold and stern, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Can we find out what are the forces that are attacking King Yun? There are no fewer than 100 forces that have taken action against King Yun, and the 3 leading ones are the ancient wasteland Holy Land, the Zhou family of the Southern Territory, and the Wang family of the Southern Territory. This is the information of all forces, Your Majesty, please take a look. Gu Yi had already compiled all the information and presented it in front of Gu Yang. The latter looked at it for a long time, his expression becoming more and more indifferent. Ancient Wasteland Holy Land, Southern Territory Zhou family. Humph, you really think that people from my Shenwu dynasty are easy to bully? Among the hundreds of forces that participated in the siege of Gu Yang, there were many large forces with powerful Taoist palaces. For example, the Zhou family and the Wang family in the southern region were all considered saintly families. And it's not like the Shangguan family, which only had one saint. Whether it is the Zhou family or the Wang family, several saints have emerged in the past years. As for the ancient Holy Land, it is an ancient force that has existed for 600,000 years. 100,000 years ago, an invincible Holy King emerged from the ancient wasteland Holy Land and swept across the southern territory. The momentum of the ancient wasteland Holy Land was also pushed to its peak. But since the death of the Holy King, the strength of the ancient wasteland Holy Land has dropped a lot. But a camel is so skinny that it is bigger than a horse. Today's ancient wilderness Holy Land's heritage cannot be underestimated. After all, the Holy King has only been incarnate for a mere 100,000 years, and his foundation has not been truly exhausted. Moreover, in the next 100,000 years, several strong men in the ancient Holy Land will gradually emerge from the saint realm. 10,000 years ago. There is also a top being in the ancient wilderness Holy Land who has stepped into the half-step of the great saint. If that half-step great sage could attain the great sage realm, he could restore the glory of the ancient Holy Land. Unfortunately, the opponent failed to break through in the end. Ancient Wasteland Holy Land. This force cannot be underestimated. Gu Yang's expression was solemn. Compared with the heritage of the ancient Holy Land, the current Qingyu dynasty was definitely inferior by a tiny bit. The difference between the two sides lies in the accumulation of time. The ancient Holy Land has a history of 600,000 years, and many powerful men have emerged over the endless years. Each of them can leave a legacy for the Holy Land. Over the years, the ancient Holy Land has become extremely terrifying. In fact, there are many existences like the ancient Wild Holy Land throughout the ancient Wild World. Some forces have even existed for millions of years, and their foundations are unfathomable and almost impossible to shake. In addition, what concerned Gu Yang the most was the remnant soul of the great emperor. He didn't know whether Gu Xiu had been taken away from him. If he had been taken away from him, the consequences would be quite serious. Originally, Gu Yang wanted to tell Gu Qingfeng about this immediately, but thinking that the other party was now in seclusion, he was obviously trying to reach a higher realm, so he suppressed the impulse in his heart. The more important point is that Gu Xiu is missing now, and even if he informs him, nothing will change. Let the secret guards search for King Yun's whereabouts with all their strength, and report any news to me as soon as possible. In addition, my father is in retreat, and the secret guards are not allowed to go and disturb him. Gu Yang ordered in a deep voice. When Gu Yi heard this, he bowed down and accepted the order. Subsequently, Gu Yang just announced that he would be in seclusion. If the matters in the court were not particularly urgent, many ministers would be jointly responsible for handling them for the time being. If it was really difficult to make a decision, he would step in to solve it. The great Qingyu dynasty seems to have returned to peace now. The king is in seclusion. The imperial court operates in an orderly manner. The patrol guards patrolled the Kyushu, and almost all monks who violated the laws of the imperial court were directly suppressed by the patrol guards. It's worth saying. Now the commander of the patrol guard, Nan Yueshan, has an astonishing talent. After just a few years of breaking through to the top of the Grand Master realm, he relied on the resources of the imperial court to directly break through the barriers of the Grand Master realm and was promoted to a monk in the divine transformation realm. It can be said, Nanyu Mountain's breakthrough can be regarded as the first true divine transformation monk in Kyushu besides Gu Qingfeng. Strictly speaking, the secret guards controlled by Gu Qingfeng are not considered local monks in Kyushu. Breakthrough from Nanyu Mountain. The strength of the patrol guards has greatly increased. There are two different concepts between having a god-transforming monk in charge and not having a god-transforming monk in charge. Coupled with the fact that Nanyu Shan has a treasure rewarded by the imperial court and a well-trained kung fu, in terms of true strength, the opponent is comparable to the second and third level monks of the divine transformation realm. So, the reputation of the patrol guards is also growing day by day. This day, the country was shocked. An extremely terrifying sword intent rose into the sky, like the sun shining brightly on the world. The monks in the entire Guangyang mansion instinctively looked up at the sky, with a look of shock on everyone's face. With such terrifying sword intent, there are such powerful people in Kyushu. The monk who had a divine transformation was trembling in his heart, and his whole body of energy and blood was trembling instinctively, as if he was being targeted by something terrible. This kind of sword intent is as terrifying as the abyss, as if a breath leaked out it can easily kill him. It's hard to imagine. What kind of strong man can master such terrifying power? However, when some of the monks who fought in Tianxiang Pass witnessed such sword intent, they couldn't help but think of that scene. There is no doubt about it. In the entire Guangyang mansion, there is only one strong person with such sword intent. Bad sword Gu Qingfeng. That person's strength has become even more terrifying. Some monks looked horrified. Since Gu Qingfeng became famous in the ancient world, his past deeds have been unearthed. Gu Qingfeng's original title of martial saint was naturally impossible to be recognized by the monks in the ancient world. After all, throughout the ages, there have been countless strong men in the ancient world. No matter how amazing Gu Qingfeng's strength is, he is still not respected as a martial saint. So, the title of Ba Dao means that he has re-entered everyone's sight. Combined with the terrifying sword skills that Gu Qingfeng showed at the beginning, the opponent is naturally worthy of the honorific title of Ba Dao. Father has a breakthrough. Gu Yang, who was in seclusion to attack the divine transformation realm, was suddenly stimulated by the sword's intention, and the barrier he had originally stepped through was instantly broken. Boom! Qi and blood transform. The terrifying energy and blood power is evolving towards the state of divine transformation, and every drop of blood seems to be filled with supreme divine power. After a long time, this force just subsided. Gu Yang felt the changes in his body and suddenly smiled. This is the power of the divine transformation realm. It is indeed not comparable to the great master. Before he broke through the divine transformation realm, he could suppress the ordinary divine transformation realm with his strength. Now after breaking through, the ordinary divine transformation realm is no longer his opponent. And after breaking through the divine transformation, Gu Yang also discovered that the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty seemed to have become much more solidified. This is a virtuous cycle. The increase in the luck of the Shenwu dynasty can benefit Gu Yang as the king and speed up his cultivation. However, if Gu Yang breaks through, it can also enhance the luck of the dynasty. After all, as a king of a dynasty, Gu Yang's own existence was quite important to the Shenwu dynasty. So, now that the fortune of the dynasty has changed, Gu Yang is not surprised. But if it is to transform into a dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty still has a long way to go. For any dynasty, it is not enough for a few top strong men to be born. Only when the subjects of a country improve their strength can they truly enter the ranks of the dynasty. So, among the forces that are also controlled by the Yudao Palace, the dynasty is actually much more powerful than some sects and holy places. Now that he had a breakthrough, Gu Yang was in a good mood. Then he walked out of the secret room and looked in the direction of Gu Jiazhuang. The sword's intention soared into the sky, like the sun shining across the sky. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't made a breakthrough this time and stimulated Gu Yang with his powerful sword intent, it would have taken some time for him to break through to the realm of divine transformation. That's what cultivation is like. Paying attention to talent also pays attention to opportunities. With this breakthrough, my father's strength will definitely improve, but I don't know how far he has gone. Gu Yang murmured to himself. He had never had a clue about Gu Qingfeng's strength. Every time I thought I could see his strength clearly, I found that this was just the tip of the iceberg of my father. Such unfathomable strength not only made Gu Yang feel in awe, but also made him feel a great sense of security. The Shenwu dynasty could not reach this point without the support of Gu Qingfeng. After a long time, the sword intention gradually weakened. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes. His gaze was like two magic knives cutting through the void. The large knife-sharpening hall was shaking violently, and many magic soldiers bowed their heads in submission like living creatures. Moment. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath and showed a rare smile on his face. The ancient heavenly sword is completed. This time of retreat has been quite rewarding. The breakthrough of the ancient heavenly sword means that Gu Qingfeng can make another breakthrough in his own realm, and it saves 2,000 improvement points. You should know that 2,000 improvement points are not a small amount. If used for realm breakthrough, it can allow him to enter the peak realm of the 10th level of Dao Palace realm. Then, Gu Qingfeng skillfully opened the information panel, and what came into his eyes was the information that made him feel very happy. Your offspring Gu Yang was stimulated by the sword intent of the ancient sky sword, and his cultivation broke through to the first level of the God transformation realm. Reward improvement points *700. Reward God blood pill *100. Reward God nourishing pill *100. Reward death soldiers, superior genius, *3000. Reward great saint soldier divine emperor cauldron. 3,000 death soldiers. Great saint soldier. Gu Qingfeng did not expect that this time Gu Yang's breakthrough really allowed him to get another batch of death soldiers. Moreover, this batch of death soldiers, like the previous batch of death soldiers, are all among the ranks of superior geniuses. Now that Zhu borders the ancient world, the upper limit of top-level talents has been completely opened. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, talents of this level can at least enter the divine transformation realm. As for whether they can break through the Dao Palace realm and the higher saint realm, it depends on their own opportunities. After all, it is difficult to cultivate to that level by relying solely on talent, and it is more about opportunities. There are many examples in the ancient world where people with average talents eventually become top-level masters because of various opportunities. So, talent only determines the lower limit, but it definitely cannot affect the upper limit. But no matter what, the 3,000 top-level talent warriors have greatly supplemented the manpower that Gu Qingfeng originally lacked. Such a group of people scattered in the ancient world, even if only 1/10 of them can break through the Dao Palace realm, is an extremely terrifying force. Moreover, who can guarantee that there are no strong people who can prove the Dao and become saints among these people? As long as the number of warriors is large enough, there will be a time to create surprises. However, compared with the 3,000 warriors, what really made Gu Qingfeng pay attention was the additional reward given by the information panel this time. Great Saint Soldier. As Gu Qingfeng thought about it, he saw an ancient tripod appear in front of him. The ancient tripod seemed to be made of bronze, with divine light and Taoist rhyme permeating on it, as if evolving the myriad aspects of heaven and earth, and the terrifying pressure permeated, as if suppressing the eternal void. This is the Divine Emperor Tripod. Gu Qingfeng dripped blood to recognize the master and left his soul mark. There was no obstruction during the whole process, and the Divine Emperor Tripod did not struggle at all, as if it was willing to submit. After recognizing the master, Gu Qingfeng held the Divine Emperor Tripod and could feel the terrifying power contained in this treasure. With such power, Yunli Tripod, as a saint weapon, is much more powerful. This is the Great Saint Soldier. Before getting the Great Saint Soldier, Gu Qingfeng could not really understand the power of such a treasure. Until now. Controlling the Divine Emperor Tripod, Gu Qingfeng finally understood the horror of such a treasure. With the Great Saint Soldier in hand, he had a feeling that even if a true saint was born, he could easily kill him. Then, Gu Qingfeng put the Divine Emperor Cauldron into the Danshan Dao Palace. When the Divine Emperor Cauldron appeared in the Danshan, the Cloud Thunder Cauldron, a saintly soldier, trembled slightly, as if it was afraid. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel. P.S. There are a lot of things to do in the house decoration these days, so the update is a bit late, and the update time will return to normal in the next 2 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 252, Semi-Saint Cultivation. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 56/6000. Realm, 6th level of Dao Palace Realm. Martial Arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Fist Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, 4th level in Dao Gong Chapter, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Dachan, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng Zhenjing, not yet started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, not yet started, Tianfeng Shenshu, not yet started. Promotion points, 3,424. The improvement points are over 3,400. The ancient heavenly sword is completed. No hesitation. Gu Qingfeng directly improved the ancient heavenly sword to perfection. A large number of memories emerged, and the inheritance of this supreme saint was finally fully revealed before Gu Qingfeng's eyes. In an instant, a terrifying and ancient sword intent had just risen and then disappeared. Gu Qingfeng's aura was reserved, but his eyes, like stars, seemed to be conceived with infinite sword energy. If any monk dared to look at him, he would be injured by the sword energy. But This saber energy did not last long before Gu Qingfeng restrained it. With the completion of the ancient heavenly sword, Gu Qingfeng immediately upgraded the Shenyang Sutra. Spending 500 promotion points, the Shenyang Sutra breaks through to the 7th level of the Dao Palace chapter. After spending 500 promotion points, Shenyang Sutra broke through to the 8th level of Tao Palace realm. A short time. Gu Qingfeng raised the Shenyang Sutra by 2 levels, directly breaking through from the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm to the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm. As his cultivation level increased, the Dao Palace Yuanshen in Danshan also grew to 72 inches. 72 inches of Dao Palace Yuanshen. This is the limit that Gu Qingfeng Dao Palace can accommodate at the 8th level. He had a premonition. This level of soul is not your limit. If you can break through to a higher level, you can further grow your soul. The power at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm is twice as powerful as when I was at the 6th level of the Dao Palace realm. Coupled with the perfection of the ancient heavenly sword, I don't know how far my current strength has grown. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. But there is one thing. He can be sure. If he faced the holy soldiers of the Shangguan family again, Gu Qingfeng could easily suppress them. That is to say, his current strength is at least stronger than that of ordinary saints. If the great sage soldiers are used, Gu Qingfeng still doesn't know whether they can compete with the real great sage. After all, Gu Qingfeng has never really come into contact with the powerful people in the great sage realm so far. But just looking at the terrifying aura of the great holy soldier, Gu Qingfeng felt that it would be difficult for him to be an opponent if he really wanted to fight. But this is normal. He is now at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm, and has not even entered the Saint realm, let alone the Great Saint realm. Just then, Gu Qingfeng found that the improvement points on his attribute panel had been adjusted again. The original improvement point of more than 400 points has directly exceeded 1000 points. Your heir Gu Xian swallowed heavenly materials and earthly treasures in a secret realm, and his cultivation level broke through to the lower level of the Grand Master realm. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Xian swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth in the secret realm, and his cultivation reached the peak of the Grand Master. Reward improvement points *200. Your heir Gu Shengqing took the secret medicine to temper his body, his qualifications have been enhanced, and his cultivation has passively broken through to the first level of the skin refining realm. Reward improvement point *1. Your heir Gu Shenxi took the secret medicine to temper his body, his qualifications have been enhanced, and his cultivation has passively broken through to the first level of the skin refining realm. Reward improvement point *1. Your heir Gu Shengqing. Your heir Gu Shenxi took secret medicine to temper his body, his qualifications have been enhanced, and his cultivation has passively broken through to the first level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *20. Your heir Gu Shennan killed the ferocious beast *69. Your heir Gu Shennan realized his identity during the battle, and his cultivation level broke through to the middle level of the marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points *50. Your heir Gu Shengxing has reached the lower level of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Shengan has reached the lower level of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. A series of breakthroughs. Gu Qingfeng was caught off guard. Immediately, there was a smile on his face. The advantage of the Gu family's growing bloodline has become more and more obvious. I thought that it would still take a lot of time to accumulate the 9th level of Dao Palace in the future, but I didn't expect that this time it would be so beneficial. It was as if the descendants had made an appointment to break through together, which caused a brief surge in Gu Qingfeng's improvement points. This moment, Gu Qingfeng didn't hesitate and just piled all the improvement points on his own cultivation level. In an instant, his cultivation level skyrocketed again. The cultivation level that was originally at the 8th level of the Dao Palace realm broke through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm in one breath. The terrifying energy and blood surged in the body like a raging ocean. The entire sharpening hall was shrouded in a terrifying force of blood. The divine soldiers trembled, and the 10,000 soul flags erupted into billowing black mist. There seemed to be something strange and shrill wails. The power of qi and blood is a great tonic for Wei, but if the qi and blood is too strong, it can be extremely poisonous. Today, after Qingfeng broke through to the 10th level of the Dao Palace realm, the power of qi and blood unconsciously radiated out, and the strangeness in the 10,000 soul banners quickly melted away. Even with the 10,000 souls banner as a shield, it couldn't stop the infiltration of such power. In just a few breaths, the weirdness in the 10,000 souls banner was about to disappear. At this moment, Qingfeng took back all the blood and energy that had escaped into his body. The remaining weirdness in the 10,000 souls banner was now hiding in a corner, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at the outside world. At this moment, Qingfeng ignored these, but focused his attention on himself. The 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. It means that he has reached the peak at this level. The so-called semi-saint is actually only the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. It's just that the foundation of the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm is rich, which is different from the general 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, so it can be called a semi-saint. Now that I have broken through the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, I can also be regarded as a cultivator in the semi-saint realm. Qingfeng looked inside the Danshan Dao Palace and saw that the Yuan Shen had grown to 81 inches. The 81-inch Yuan Shen coiled in the Dao Palace, vaguely seeming to echo with the blood and qi of the flesh, but there was an indescribable barrier between them, as if hindering the fusion of the two. Seeing this, Qingfeng's expression moved slightly, and suddenly some enlightenment came to his mind. This is why it is difficult for saints to appear in the world in the Dharma ending age. To prove the Tao and become a saint, it is necessary to merge the Yuan Shen of the Dao Palace with the flesh, and the two will become one. Then the blood and mind will increase greatly, and the power of heaven and earth can be controlled. Only a strong man at this level can be called a saint. What is a saint? Qingfeng is clear. After all, he got the Nirvana Dao Sutra that directly pointed to the peak of the great saint, which described how to prove the Tao and become a saint, as well as the mystery of the saint realm. But different techniques have some differences in proving the Tao and becoming a saint. For example, the sainthood of the Nirvana Dao Sutra must have the Qingfeng divine body to truly succeed in cultivation, otherwise it will be difficult to move forward. However, Qingfeng didn't care too much about the requirements and restrictions of the Nirvana Sutra. After all, the Nirvana Sutra has its own restrictions, and he, Qingfeng, also has his own advantages. So, looking at the remaining improvement points, Qingfeng didn't hesitate, and all of them were spent on the Nirvana Sutra. Consume one improvement point, and the first level of the Nirvana Sutra will be successfully cultivated. Consume 2 improvement points, and the second level of the Nirvana Sutra will be successfully cultivated. Consume. Soon, Qingfeng's aura was permeated, and all the memories about the Nirvana Sutra emerged in his mind. In that long memory, he practiced the Nirvana Sutra hard but couldn't get it, as if he didn't have the heavenly phoenix divine body, and it was impossible to really practice this method successfully. But Qingfeng relied on his own enlightenment, and forcibly practiced the Nirvana Sutra in several times the time, and then improved step by step. This long time may be 100 years, or 1,000 years, but even Qingfeng couldn't remember how long it was. When this memory faded, he had unknowingly cultivated the Nirvana Dao Sutra to the second level of the Grand Master chapter. Name, Qingfeng. Age, 56/6000. Realm, Dao Palace Realm 9th level. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, Perfect, Ancient Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, Perfect, Wind Separation Sutra, not yet started, Nirvana Deo Sutra, 2nd level of Grand Master Chapter, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art, not yet started. Improvement points, 72. Grand Master Chapter 2nd level, although I have entered the Divine Transformation realm, it has also made some subtle improvements in my strength. If I really break through the Nirvana Deo Sutra to the Saint realm, I am very curious whether the suppression of heaven and earth in the Dharma ending age can be broken. Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel and fell into deep thought for a while. After entering the 9th level of the Deo Palace realm and touching the so-called semi-saint realm, Gu Qingfeng finally understood why there were no saints born in this era. The Dharma ending age. Heaven and earth have their own suppression. No matter how amazing a person is, it is difficult to suppress heaven and earth and achieve the saint realm. However, the attribute panel is obviously not included. Gu Qingfeng believes that if he is given enough promotion points, he may be able to achieve the Deo and become a saint in the Dharma ending age. But to become a saint, a lot of promotion points are required. When the Shenyang Sutra was perfected, Gu Qingfeng also tried to break the limit, and found that it required a full 20,000 promotion points. If the limit is broken by 10 times, it means that each level of the Saint realm requires 2,000 promotion points. This consumption is 4 times that of the Deo Palace realm. In addition, the Nirvana Deo Sutra is now only at the Grand Master realm. If you want to upgrade this technique to the Deo Palace realm, at least several thousand promotion points are required. Then the impact of the Saint realm. Gu Qingfeng conservatively estimated that he needed to get about 10,000 promotion points before he could truly break through successfully. 10,000 improvement points are of course not a small amount. Gu Qingfeng's actual improvement points so far only add up to more than 10,000 points. Then, Gu Qingfeng turned his attention back to himself. The changes brought by the Grand Master Nirvana Deo Sutra to him now are naturally limited. But even so, it can be seen that the Nirvana Deo Sutra is much more powerful than the Shenyang Sutra. After all, the former is, after all, a technique that aims directly at the peak of the great sage. The foundation laid by each level is not comparable to that of ordinary techniques. Of course, this is not to say that the Divine Yang Sutra is too weak, but that the Nirvana Deo Sutra is too strong. Then, Gu Qingfeng spent several days to study his current state clearly, and then reached out to grab the 10,000 souls banner. The strange aura in the 10,000 souls banner has now dropped to the freezing point. When Gu Qingfeng's mind fell into it, he found that there were only a few strange things left. The remaining strange things were all dissolved by the blood and qi power just now. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression moved slightly, and then in the blink of an eye, a weak drop of blood and qi fell into the 10,000 souls banner. In an instant, the 10,000 souls banner vibrated. Several strange things seemed to have seen some peerless delicacy, and they actually overwhelmed the fear in their hearts and rushed towards the drop of blood and qi. In an instant, several weirdos divided up all the blood and qi. In less than a moment, the aura of several weirdos became more and more condensed, and they had broken through to the master level. If it was based on the original division of Juzhu, it should be called a pagoda-level weirdo. However, Juzhu's division of weirdos only stopped at Yamaluo, that is, the Grand Master. So, instead of calling the master-level weirdos pagoda, Gu Qingfeng would rather use the conventional title. Although the 3 master-level weirdos are not up to the standard, if they can be trained properly, they may be a great help in the future. In addition, even I can't see through this Wanhun banner now, I'm afraid its origin is not simple. Gu Qingfeng looked at the Wanhun banner in his hand. As his cultivation broke through and his horizons became broader, he could find that this treasure was not as simple as he had originally imagined. At least from Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation, he couldn't see any clues about the Wanhun banner. Not only that, Gu Qingfeng tried to fall into the 10,000 souls banner with his own power, but failed to destroy this treasure. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng became more and more certain that the 10,000 souls banner was definitely unusual. After all, with his current cultivation of a semi-saint and his terrifying strength far beyond that of a semi-saint, even if the saintly soldiers could break it, they could not do anything to a 10,000 souls banner. From this, it can be seen that this treasure is not simple. Thinking of the ancient secrets of Zhu, Gu Qingfeng had reason to suspect that the 10,000 souls banner might also have some unusual origins. After studying the 10,000 souls banner, Gu Qingfeng threw it into the Tianyun ring. This treasure. He planned to carry it with him. Maybe someday, the 10,000 souls banner will play a role. As for leaving it in the grinding knife hall, it would completely let the treasure be covered in dust. After all, the 10,000 souls banner is different from other divine weapons. Other divine weapons can withstand the tempering of the sword intent here, but the 10,000 souls banner is obviously not suitable. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng stood up and came out of retreat. The door of the grinding knife hall, which had been closed for more than a year, opened, and then Gu Qingfeng's divine consciousness spread, instantly covering the entire Gu family village. Then, Gu Qingfeng took a step forward, and his figure disappeared in front of the grinding knife hall. End of this chapter. Chapter 253. How can I, a member of the Gu family, allow myself to be bullied? Congratulations to the owner of the village for your great achievement. The moment he saw Gu Qingfeng, Gu Pen bowed his head, his face full of smiles and flattering words from Gong Wei. Gu Peng also saw the sight of the sword shining in the sky in front of him. Obviously, Gu Qingfeng's strength made another breakthrough. The owner of his own village was able to kill a saint with his spiritual thoughts back then. Now that he has made breakthroughs in cultivation, he still doesn't know where his strength has reached. But there is one thing Gu Peng understood in his heart. That is, the stronger Gu Qingfeng is, the more stable Gu family village will be. After staying in Gujiazhuang for decades, Gu Peng completely regarded himself as a member of the Gu family even though he did not have the blood of the Gu family. So, Gu Peng naturally hopes that Gujiazhuang will prosper day by day. You haven't made much progress in your cultivation over the years. Could it be that you are slacking off? Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows when he looked at Gu Peng. Nothing about the other party could be hidden from his eyes. Hear the words. Gu Peng smiled bitterly, the qualifications of my subordinates are dull. If it were not for the opportunity given by the village master, even a master might not be able to break through. It is already a blessing to be a grand master now. As for going further, I'm afraid there is no possibility. Gu Peng naturally knew his situation very well. His qualifications were quite average, but he was able to break through to the Grand Master level only because of the pills he took. It has been many years since Gu Peng reached the pinnacle of Grand Master, but he has never been able to break through to the realm of divine transformation. It is for this reason. Without great opportunities, he would have stayed at this level throughout his life. But to be honest, Gu Peng is quite satisfied with this. After all, with a complete system of cultivation now, a Grand Master realm monk can actually live for 4,000 years. For Gu Peng, this was something completely unimaginable. 4,000 years of life. For mortals, it is equivalent to immortality. Of course, if you can go one step further and achieve the state of divine transformation, you can have a lifespan of 5,000 years. But Gu Peng didn't dare to think about this realm for the time being. After all, 4,000 years is a long time. As of now, Gu Peng is less than 100 years old. Looking at the person who had been with him for many years, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, and then with a flick of his finger, he incorporated a drop of blood into Gu Peng's body. This is a drop of my blood. You can refine it slowly by yourself. I believe it will not be a problem for you to break through the realm of divine transformation. Gu Peng looked startled, then bowed his head and bowed. Thank you, owner. The drop of blood fell into his body and was sealed by Gu Qingfeng using special means, but even so, Gu Peng could feel the terrifying power contained in it. If I can consume the power of this drop of blood bit by bit, then breaking through the realm of divine transformation will definitely not be a problem. See this? Gu Qingfeng didn't say much. These methods of helping people make breakthroughs are actually a bit counterproductive, and can easily lead to an unstable foundation. It will be even more difficult to make breakthroughs in the future. But in Gu Qingfeng's view, these hidden dangers are the same to Gu Peng whether they exist or not. After all, given the other party's qualifications, it would be difficult to break through to the realm of divine transformation even in the next few thousand years. Breakthroughs at this level cannot be achieved simply by relying on time. Otherwise, judging from the long lifespan of the Grand Master, it should be common for all monks in the ancient world to be in the realm of divine transformation. In fact, breakthroughs at this level also require talent and opportunity. So, since Gu Peng had no hope of breaking through to the divine transformation realm, having a chance to break through now is naturally not a bad thing. The only pity is that Gu Yang's breakthrough this time did not trigger the direct ascending pill of the divine transformation realm. Otherwise, it would have allowed Gu Peng to directly step into the 9th level of the divine transformation realm without worrying about the stability of his foundation. Subsequently, after Gu Peng left, Gu Qingfeng came to the back hill of Gujiazhuang and released all the 3,000 newly acquired dead soldiers. These 3,000 people were all 16-year-old boys and girls. Gu Qingfeng did not have any special arrangements for these 3,000 people. After giving them the identity of a secret guard, he allowed them to move freely. If you are willing to stay in Gujiazhuang to practice, you can stay. If you are not willing, you can go anywhere to find your own opportunities. But Gu Qingfeng was here before. It is also a technique that directly points to the Dao Palace realm and is all passed down to these people. Having a skill close to you is a good thing after all. Looking at the people who had completely dispersed, Gu Qingfeng thought to himself, I wonder how many of these people will be able to reach the Dao Palace realm, and how many of them will be able to become saints in the future. 3,000 people are 3,000 hopes. But there are bound to be some people here who will not make it to the end. The ancient world is dangerous and full of all kinds of accidents all the time. Even those in the Dao Palace realm will fall into trouble, let alone ordinary people. But these things are not something Gu Qingfeng can interfere with. He has done everything he should do. The rest is up to these people. Half a day later, someone from the imperial court. Gu Yi said respectfully to Gu Qingfeng, my subordinates pay homage to your majesty. Your majesty would like to invite your majesty to go to the palace to discuss important matters. That's fine. Gu Qingfeng also happened to want to take a look at Gu Yang. After all, he had not yet met Gu Yang since he had broken through to the divine transformation realm. In addition, he wanted to meet the 2 granddaughters. Now, although Gu Sheng'an and Gu Shengxing are not in Gujiazhuang, they still have their own mansions in the capital. However, because their 2 granddaughters are too young, they stay in the palace. It is said that they are relatives across generations, and Gu Qingfeng also likes those 2 granddaughters. Very good. Gu Qingfeng entered the palace and, under the guidance of the eunuch, came to the imperial study room. I've met my father. Gu Yang has been waiting for a long time. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other person, then nodded, yes, you are full of energy and blood, and your foundation is solid. It seems that your foundation has been polished well this time to break through the divine transformation realm. I owe my father's guidance, otherwise it would not be so easy for me to break through. Gu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The child's cultivation is completely worthless in front of his father. He didn't lie in what he said. Over the years, Gu Yang would often ask Gu Qingfeng for advice on cultivation issues, which is why he was able to break through the realm of divine transformation so quickly. If it weren't for Gu Qingfeng's guidance, Gu Yang wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. After all, it has only been a few years since Gu Yang reached the pinnacle of Grand Master. It takes several years to break through, but not everyone can do it. If you enter some ancient secret realms and obtain resource inheritance, then it is normal for your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. But for someone like Gu Yang who has been staying in the palace, although there is no shortage of normal cultivation resources, it is impossible to achieve a breakthrough so quickly. There are many so-called geniuses and monsters in the ancient world. When these beings were at the peak of their masters, they often took 10 or even 10 years to break through. So, divine transformation is also a watershed moment. Only monks who have reached this level can be called strong in the ancient world. Now that Gu Yang had made a breakthrough in a short period of time, and his energy and blood were stable, it was enough to show that the opponent had a solid foundation, which could not be matched by anyone. This time, Gu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Dare I ask if my father has become a saint now?" Sanctification. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. There is no sanctification in this age. Can't be sanctified. Gu Yang looked stunned. Gu Qingfeng said, "When you truly reach the peak of the Dao Palace realm, you will naturally understand that in the age of the end of the Dharma, the rules of heaven and earth suppress you, and ordinary people cannot become saints. Otherwise, there would be no saints extinct in today's ancient world. If I had to say it, I should be considered a semi-saint now. But, although he has not become a saint, I believe that suppressing ordinary saints is not a problem." Gu Qingfeng put his hands behind his back and smiled. If Gu Qingfeng was not confident of competing with the great sage when he was at the 8th level of the Dao Palace, then now that he has entered the 9th level of the Dao Palace and aspired to the semi-saint realm, even if the great sage is born, he will have the confidence to compete with him. Half-saint. Gu Yang was startled and then understood. He had also heard about why saints disappeared in this Dharma-ending era, but he did not understand the details in depth. Now after hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Gu Yang understood why no saint was born in this era. Subsequently, Gu Yang took a deep breath and said with a serious look, "The reason why the child asked his father to come this time is because the secret guard has collected information about the third brother." Oh! Gu Qingfeng's expression changed. Gu Xiu? He glanced at the attribute panel and saw that Gu Xiu was still in dire straits in the demon world. He didn't know when the secret guard had reached out to the demon world. Although it is true that there is a secret guard trapped in the demon world, but the other party has not come out so far. It is impossible to send news across the two worlds by relying on the Jade Talisman. This is the information collected by the secret guards. Please take a look at it, father. Gu Yang handed the prepared things to Gu Qingfeng's hands. After the latter's eyes fell for a moment, his expression darkened. The third brother has now entered the ancient teleportation array and there is no news. The remaining soul of the emperor and the great saint is not known to be harmful to the third brother, but these things can only be confirmed by finding the third brother. However, all forces in the southern region participated in the encirclement and suppression of the third brother, and the Shenwu dynasty could not just sit idly by and watch this matter. But because this matter involves so much, the child doesn't dare to make the decision alone, so we can only wait until his father comes out of isolation before making a decision. Looking at Gu Qingfeng's gloomy face, Gu Yang said, "If he had only one person, he would have already gone to the southern territory by now. Even if he could not deal with the top forces in the southern territory, he would still be devastated. But Gu Yang is not the same now. Behind him is the Shenwu dynasty and tens of billions of people in Kyushu. Under such circumstances, Gu Yang did not dare to make the decision without authorization. After learning that Gu Qingfeng was released from confinement, he immediately invited the other party to negotiate. A long while. Gu Qingfeng put down the things in his hands and said calmly, "You don't have to worry about the remnant soul of the great emperor. This person will not be detrimental to Xiu'er, but is Xiu'er's own opportunity." Hear the words. Gu Yang's face relaxed. As long as there is no problem with the remnant soul of the Supreme Saint, then everything will be fine. Gu Yang had no doubts about Gu Qingfeng's words. He knew that since his father dared to say this, he must be sure of it. But these Southern Territory forces who participated in the encirclement and suppression of Xiu can't just let it go. How can I, the Gu family, be bullied by others? When Gu Qingfeng said the last word, his eyes were filled with cold light. If it was a battle between the same realm, then he had nothing to say. However, the southern region forces such as the ancient Holy Land, even the Dao Palace realm strongmen took action to deal with Gu Xiu. If it weren't for the secret help of the great sage Huangji, I'm afraid that the grass on Gu Xiu's grave would be 3 feet high. As an old father, how could Gu Qingfeng remain indifferent? Before, he didn't know where Gu Xiu was, so he kept his troops in place, but now that he knew that the southern region forces were the culprit, Gu Qingfeng naturally couldn't have no reaction at all. Gu Yang said, "Father, what do you plan to do? If you want to send troops to the southern region, the Shenwu dynasty will do its best. I will solve the southern region's affairs. The Shenwu dynasty has too shallow a foundation now. It will be difficult to achieve anything if it really sends troops to the southern region. In addition, if it loses some of its strength, it will take longer to be promoted to the imperial dynasty. And now that the world is just beginning to settle, it is easy to cause unrest among the people if a war is rashly started." Gu Qingfeng shook his head and refused. He could feel that the fortune of the Shenwu dynasty was changing. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be a sure thing to be promoted to an imperial dynasty after some time. The promotion of a dynasty was of great significance. If it could be promoted to an imperial dynasty, it would be able to gather a huge amount of fortune. If a faction had strong fortune, it would benefit all the people. Whether it was the opportunity to cultivate or to breed geniuses, it would be much easier than that of ordinary factions. This was another reason why many cultivators were trying their best to join a large faction. However, the fortune of a sect could not be compared with the fortune of a dynasty. But at the same time, it was not easy to consolidate the fortune of a dynasty. After all, there were many people in the dynasty, and any natural disasters or man-made disasters would make the people uneasy and the fortune would be turbulent. It could be said that it was much more difficult to manage a dynasty than to manage a sect Holy Land. Of course, there was another factor, that was not all forces could get the method to gather fortune. To establish a dynasty or even an imperial dynasty, there must be a corresponding means to gather the fortune of all the people. Just like the immortal foundry that Gu Yang had obtained before, it was such a means. So, seeing that the Shenwu dynasty was about to be promoted to an imperial dynasty, Gu Qingfeng would naturally not let Gu Yang lose his luck at will. He had a hunch. If the Shenwu dynasty was promoted to an imperial dynasty, then he might also get the reward on the information panel. And then, the Shenwu dynasty was too weak now. The strong men in the divine transformation realm were just a few big cats and small cats, and there was no cultivator in the Dao Palace realm except Gu Qingfeng himself. With such a foundation, even if they really sent troops to the southern region, what would happen? It would only add casualties. Just right. Now that Gu Qingfeng's cultivation had broken through, he also wanted to move around to see how much his strength would change after he was promoted to a semi-saint. End of this chapter. Chapter 254 Lord Fu. Which force does father plan to attack first? Gu Yang asked. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Which party is the most powerful? The ancient wasteland Holy Land was founded 600,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago, a powerful saint king who surpassed the great sage emerged. In terms of strength, he should be the strongest in the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Then let's go to the ancient Holy Land. Gu Qingfeng's tone was understatement. Gu Yang looked serious. The ancient wasteland Holy Land has the foundation of a holy king. If we really take action against the ancient wasteland Holy Land, will my father be sure? Of the many forces taking action in the southern territory, the ancient wasteland Holy Land is the strongest. As long as the problem of the ancient wasteland Holy Land is solved, there will be no subsequent troubles. If it were to attack other forces, it would be difficult to act as a deterrent. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. The ancient wasteland Holy Land was the strongest, so naturally he had to use the strongest one to attack. The ancient wasteland Holy Land was solved. What happens next will be simple. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's persistence, Gu Yang no longer objected. Okay, I will handle the matters in the southern territory. You just need to stay in Kyushu. After Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the imperial study room. From beginning to end, Gu Yang didn't notice how Gu Qingfeng disappeared, as if the other party was just a false illusion. See this? Gu Yang felt more and more in awe of Gu Qingfeng in his heart. Subsequently, he summoned Nanya Mountain and asked the patrol guards to intensify their patrols of the 9 provinces. He also asked Gu Yi to come and ordered the secret guards to pay close attention to the news in the southern region. Gu Yang knew very well that if Gu Qingfeng took action personally this time, it would definitely cause huge waves. The existence of the Shenyu dynasty itself is extremely sensitive. I don't know how many eyes are staring at this place. Now that Gu Qingfeng has come forward, it is naturally impossible that there will be no movement at all. Say something ugly. If something unexpected happened to Gu Qingfeng, the Shenyu dynasty would be destined to be in turmoil, or even destroyed in an instant. Changhong Streamer. Cutting through the sky. After breaking through the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm and reaching the Semi-Saint realm, Gu Qingfeng could fly in the air much faster than before. In the eyes of other monks, they only saw a long rainbow in the sky that disappeared like a stream of light, making it almost impossible to catch its figure. Bang! When Gu Qingfeng entered the ancient Beast Mountain range, a giant bird and ferocious beast rushed towards him, but in the next breath, his body exploded, turning into a rain of blood and falling down. A ferocious beast comparable to the Dao Palace realm died on the spot. This scene. When some monks who had experienced in the ancient Beast Mountain range saw it, their pupils shrank suddenly. Hiss, what is that? A ferocious beast in the Dao Palace realm was killed instantly. A great terror. There is a great terror in the ancient Beast Mountain range. Retreat, retreat quickly. These monks all looked frightened and retreated from the ancient Beast Mountain range. Joke. A Dao Palace level ferocious beast was instantly killed by a single face-to-face, and they couldn't even see who it was that was responsible for the attack. This shows that the existence of the attack must be enough to crush the ordinary Dao Palace realm, and it is even possible that it has entered the semi-saint level. What's more, they didn't know whether it was a human being or a vicious beast. If it were a semi-sacred beast, then everyone would die. So, they didn't dare to stay. And on the other side, Gu Qingfeng has left the ancient Beast Mountain range. The moment he stepped into the Eastern Territory, he immediately felt an even more majestic spiritual energy from heaven and earth rushing towards him. Such aura of heaven and earth is many times richer than that of Kyushu. No wonder there are so many powerful people in the Eastern region. Such an environment is truly unique. Gu Qingfeng felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, and his blood seemed to be boiling faintly when he breathed. Even today's Kyushu and the Eastern region are incomparable. But, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Eastern region is rich, none of it flows to Kyushu. It's as if the ancient Beast Mountain range is a barrier, isolating all the spiritual energy from the Eastern region. But Gu Qingfeng did not delve into this matter. The lack of spiritual energy in the world of Kyushu is not a big problem, it will be gradually improved in the future. Just right. This time we can use people from the ancient Holy Land to strengthen the spiritual energy of Kyushu. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold, and he immediately stopped a monk at random and asked about the location of the nearby city. The monk who was stopped initially didn't want to answer, but when Gu Qingfeng showed some strength, the other party gave a straightforward answer and gave thoughtful guidance. To this, Qingfeng threw down a sacred bloodstone and left. This divine bloodstone weighs at least 2 kilograms. I didn't expect that just answering a question would be of such benefit. I wonder where that strong man came from. The monk looked at the sacred bloodstone in his hand as if he had found a treasure, and hurriedly put it into his storage bag. The bloodstone is precious. 2 kilograms of divine bloodstone is quite a lot for an average person. At the same time, he was also secretly glad that he knew what was right and answered Qingfeng's questions truthfully. Otherwise, not to mention getting the sacred bloodstone, he was afraid that his life would be at stake here. After all, the status and strength of a person who can easily take out 2 kilograms of divine bloodstones cannot be simple. In the spiritual world, it is not uncommon for the strong to kill the weak. The so-called order. In fact, it doesn't exist at all. Or rather, strength is order. Along the way, Qingfeng did not turn into a rainbow again. He was also a little curious about his first time in the East region. Half a day later, Qingfeng flicked his finger, and a cultivator's head exploded, blood gushed out, and then there was no sound. At the same time, there were already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground. The chaos in the East region is even worse than that of Zhuzhou. Qingfeng shook his head slightly. It is undeniable. The East region is indeed a place of great cultivation, and there are countless powerful cultivators, but as the saying goes, people with sharp weapons will naturally kill. There are too many cultivators, and there is no corresponding order and restraint, so they naturally do whatever they want. Killing. Fighting. It is very common. For example, Qingfeng encountered many cultivators who robbed and killed him along the way, but he solved them all. At the same time, Qingfeng also understood why Qidian and others were attacked so frequently by cultivators after entering the East region. It is not ordinary for ordinary casual cultivators to survive in the cultivation world. Only those cultivators from powerful forces, who have the support of powerful people behind them, can live a more comfortable life. Then, Qingfeng walked away slowly. A moment after he left, other cultivators arrived. Looking at the many corpses on the ground, the faces of these cultivators were full of shock. Hiss, killing a cultivator of the divine transformation realm in a snap of a finger, I'm afraid this is a great man who is aspiring to the Dao Palace realm. Such a strong man should not be provoked. All the cultivators silently labeled Qingfeng as someone who should not be provoked. The powerful people in the Dao Palace realm are at the level of the headmaster in some holy places. They are in charge of the life and death of many cultivators. How can ordinary people provoke them at will? To be honest, the reason why they become robbery cultivators is generally that they are not strong and have low talent. If they are strong enough, they can completely establish a sect and harvest other cultivators openly. Why do they need to do everything by themselves and risk death at any time to become robbery cultivators? If the talent is strong enough, you can also join various major sects and get protection. In short, unless it is absolutely necessary, who would be willing to become a robbery cultivator? Of course, it is not ruled out that some people like to be robbery cultivators by nature, but they are always a minority. Taizhou Holy Land. The ninth peak. Fu He, who was in retreat, suddenly opened his eyes and took out the communication jade talisman from the storage ring. After a moment, his face was shocked. That person has come to the East region. Immediately, Fu He came out of retreat. In the hall of the ninth peak, Fu He bowed to the person above and said, "Father, there is news that the person from the Shenwu dynasty has entered the East region and stepped into Taizhou city. How many times have I said that you should call me the peak master in the ninth peak?" Fu Shenjun's eyes moved slightly, as if there was a burst of divine light, and a great pressure came over him, causing Fu He's body to tremble. Although he has entered the Dao Palace realm, the one in front of him is a strong man of the ninth level of the Dao Palace realm. He is not only the master of the ninth peak, but also the strongest existence in the entire Fu family. I know, father. Fu He replied indifferently. Seeing this, Fu Shenjun shook his head slightly. Are you talking about that tyrant's sword? Yes, a disciple has sent news that Gu Qingfeng appeared in Taixu city, but I don't know what his purpose is here. Fu He's face was also serious at this time, and he spoke. Fu Shenjun's expression did not change. I heard that tyrant sword once smashed the yin-yang mirror of Shangguan world and killed the saints' divine thoughts. Although he has not entered the realm of saints, his strength is enough to match that of saints. Such a strong man, I would like to meet him. In addition, I heard that the Qingfeng divine body is the offspring of that person. Now that he comes, is he here for the Qingfeng divine body? Fu Shenjun changed the subject and asked again. Fu Shenjun is naturally familiar with the Qingfeng divine body of the ninth peak. After all, a divine body. It is rare in the entire ancient world. Although Gu Xian's phoenix body is not a complete phoenix body, even a broken body is not ordinary. Now that the great era of great contention is about to come, if Taixu Holy Land wants to regain its glory, it must have a top genius to take charge. So, in recent years, Fu Shenjun has also asked people to collect phoenix blood essence to perfect the phoenix body. It's a pity. Phoenix blood essence is precious. Naturally, it is not so easy to collect. Until now, Taixu Holy Land has no news of phoenix blood essence. Gu Xian is training and is not in Taixu Holy Land. Fu He shook his head. Fu Shenjun said, since the phoenix body is not here, let me go to see it. Fu Shenjun was also very curious about Gu Qingfeng. After all, he wanted to see a saint. Taixu city. With Taixu Holy Land maintaining order here, it's not that chaotic. Gu Qingfeng looked at the prosperous city in front of him, which seemed like two different worlds from the outside. It can be seen. The deterrence of Taixu Holy Land here is enough to maintain the order of the city. Just then, suddenly, a strong pressure appeared in the void, causing many cultivators to change their faces. When they saw the person coming, their faces changed immediately. This is the master of the ninth peak. It is rumored that this person is a great man who is aspiring to the ninth level of the Dao Palace realm. I didn't expect that this person would come here in person. Many cultivators recognized Lord Fu's identity the moment they saw him. The 9 peaks of Taixu Holy Land, each of which has a great power in the Dao Palace realm, are extremely powerful. In the territory of Taixu Holy Land, who would not know such an existence? However, the 9 peak masters have always stayed in Taixu Holy Land and rarely appeared in front of the saints. Now seeing Lord Fu's appearance, many people are naturally surprised. At this moment, Lord Fu ignored others, but landed in front of Gu Qingfeng and bowed. I am Lord Fu, meet you, fellow Daoist Gu. It turns out to be Lord Fu. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. It was his first time meeting Lord Fu, but he would not feel unfamiliar with his appearance. After all, Gu Xian worshipped in Taixu Holy Land, so how could Gu Qingfeng not know anything about Taixu Holy Land? Gu Qingfeng already had information about Taixu Holy Land. This is not the place to talk. Why don't you ask Brother Gu to go to another place to talk? Okay. Gu Qingfeng did not refuse. The two figures, one in front and one behind, both turned into rainbow light and disappeared. After Fu Shenjun left, other cultivators dared to speak out. Who is this person who can make Master Fu so polite? Although there are many strong men with the surname Gu in the East region, I have never heard of anyone who is worthy of being treated like this by the Master of the 9th Peak. Some cultivators recalled what they had just seen and heard, with a look of doubt on their faces. Suddenly, someone said, the strong men with the surname Gu in the East region may not be worthy of being personally received by the Master of the 9th Peak, but what if they are not from the East region? Don't forget, there are people with the surname Gu in Zhuzhou. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into a brief silence. Soon, the expressions of most cultivators changed drastically. Zhu has the surname Gu. There is no doubt that it is the Shenyu dynasty. Only one person is qualified to have the 9th peak master come in person. That is the strongest man in Zhu, Gu Qingfeng, who is known as the supreme strong man who can be on par with the saints in the ancient world. Since the battle a few years ago, the 3 words Gu Qingfeng have been a great threat to the eastern region. In this era when saints do not come out, someone can forcibly blow up a holy weapon and kill the saint's divine mind, which is shocking. But all along, Gu Qingfeng has been staying in Zhu and has no intention of setting foot in the eastern region. All these cultivators have instinctively forgotten his existence. But now, after hearing the reminders of other cultivators, they suddenly reacted. Yes, if the person from Zhu is here in person, it is understandable that Master Fu Feng is here. I didn't expect this person to have entered the East region. I heard that the Phoenix divine body in Taizhou Holy Land came from the Gu family. This person's appearance here is probably related to that Phoenix divine body. When mentioning the existence of Gu Qingfeng, all the cultivators were in awe. Who dares to be presumptuous with a person who is comparable to a saint? Soon, the news that the strongest person in Zhu, Tyrant Sword Gu Qingfeng, was suspected to have appeared in Taizhou city soon spread. All the forces that learned of this news were secretly shocked, and they all sent people to Taizhou city to find out the truth of this news. End of this chapter. Chapter 255, Holy Land Foundation. In the city lord's mansion, Fu Shenjun and Gu Qingfeng sat down respectively. The city lord who was originally responsible for managing Taizhou city was actually an elder of Taizhou Holy Land, and now he only sat at the bottom. No way! Fu Shenjun is a 9th level powerhouse in the Dao Palace realm and the master of the 9th peak. His status is respected and he is only under the Holy Lord of the Taizhou Holy Land. As for the other person, although the other party was not from Taizhou Holy Land, he was an unparalleled powerhouse who was suspected to be comparable to a saint. To this, a mere ordinary elder of Taizhou Holy Land is naturally nothing. I've heard of fellow Daoist Gu's reputation for a long time, but now that I saw him, I realized that the rumors were true. Fu Shenjun smiled slightly and was quite polite to Gu Qingfeng in his words. Before meeting Gu Qingfeng, he still had some doubts about the strength of the strongest man in Kyushu. But after actually seeing Gu Qingfeng, Fu Shenjun understood that the rumors were true. In his eyes, the current Gu Qingfeng was as unpredictable as an abyss, as if his seemingly ordinary body contained terrifying power that could destroy the world. Fu Shenjun is very sure. If he fights against this person, he will definitely be defeated. For this result, it not only shocked Fu Shenjun, but also felt that it was reasonable. After all, the person in front of him has a record of defeating holy soldiers. Fellow Daoist Fu is serious. Gu Qingfeng also looked polite. Fellow Daoist Fu is so advanced in cultivation that he is only a hair away from the rumored semi-saint realm. When the great competition comes one day, you will have a place among the saints in the world. At this point, Gu Qingfeng didn't lie. With his current eyesight, he can naturally see that the Fu Shenjun in front of him has accumulated a strong foundation, and his energy and blood are much stronger than those at the 9th level of the ordinary Taoist palace. What's more, according to Gu Qingfeng's understanding, this one is not too old either. At least, it won't be a problem until the age of great competition comes. With his talent and foundation, if he really reaches that era, the hope of attaining enlightenment and becoming a saint is not small. Gu Qingfeng's words put a smile on Fu Shenjun's face. This way, I have accepted the good words of fellow Taoist Gu. This time, fellow Taoist Gu came to Taizhou city. Could it be that he wanted to meet Gu Xian? This is one of them. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, but he could tell from the information panel that Gu Xian was not in Taizhou Holy Land now. Sure enough, When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, Fu Shenjun looked regretful. Gu Xian and other Taizhou Holy Land disciples are training in the secret realm, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to come out in a short time. If possible, fellow Taoist Gu can follow me to the 9th peak of Taizhou Holy Land to stay temporarily and wait for Gu Xian's return. Faced with such a strong man, Fu Shenjun naturally hoped to win him over to Taizhou Holy Land. Although Gu Qingfeng was a strong man in Kyushu, and his descendants established the Shenyu dynasty. But who also stipulates that the other party cannot join other forces. Many geniuses from small forces will find ways to join other big forces. This is normal. Certainly. It is impossible for Gu Qingfeng to worship in Taizhou Holy Land. After all, with this person's cultivation level, no one in Taizhou Holy Land is qualified to guide him. But if he becomes a guest of Taizhou Holy Land, or an elder, then it can be regarded as a relationship. However, facing Fu Shenjun's invitation, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Thank you Daoist fellow Fu for your kindness, but Gu still has other things to do during this trip. I'm afraid he won't be able to go to Taizhou Holy Land. Hear the words. Fu Shenjun's expression changed slightly. I don't know what's wrong with Taoist friend Gu. Although Taizhou Holy Land does not have a strong foundation, it still has some foundation in the eastern region. If necessary, Taizhou Holy Land can also lend a helping hand. This is a grudge between my Gu family and the forces in the southern territory. It wouldn't be nice if Taizhou Holy Land is involved. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and refused. However, when he mentioned the forces in the southern territory, Fu Shenjun's expression changed again and again. The 9th peak master did not expect that the Gu family would be involved with the forces in the southern territory. As if he saw Fu Shenjun's doubts, Gu Qingfeng didn't hide anything and said directly. Gu has a third son who failed to live up to expectations. He was besieged and killed by many forces in the southern region. Later, he entered the ancient teleportation array and his whereabouts are unknown. As a father, I naturally cannot sit idly by and ignore it. How brave, what force dares to attack the heirs of fellow Daoist Gu? Fu Shenjun looked cold and stern, and seemed to be furious about this incident. Gu Qingfeng said, there are many forces taking action, among which the ancient wasteland Holy Land is the enemy, so Gu came here this time to use Taizhou City's teleportation array to visit the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Ancient wasteland Holy Land. When he heard this name, Fu Shenjun's expression became much more solemn. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Fellow Daoist Gu is planning to take action against the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Nature. The ancient wasteland Holy Land has a rich foundation. A strong man who stepped out of the Holy King realm 100,000 years ago. Although that Saint King has undoubtedly died, there is still a foundation left behind. This is not to look down on fellow Taoists, but the foundation of these ancient holy places is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If fellow Daoist Gu really wants to take action, he needs to think twice before taking action. After Fu Shenjun learned that Gu Qingfeng was going to take action against the ancient wasteland Holy Land, he lost his anger just now, his face straightened, and he expressed his opinion. Gu Qingfeng asked, does fellow Daoist Fu know something? Hearing these words, Fu Shenjun pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Forget it, Gu Xian is my true disciple of the 9th peak, and fellow Daoist Gu is also half a 9th peak person. I have some secrets and there is no need to hide them. Speaking of which, Fu Shenjun looked at Gu Qingfeng with serious eyes. Do you think, fellow Daoist Gu, that ancient holy places such as our Taizhou Holy Land, which have been passed down for tens of millions of years, rely on something to guarantee the immortality of their inheritance? Please also ask fellow Daoist Fu for advice. Gu Qingfeng's expression also became much more serious. He understands. I might be able to know some secrets next. Although the secret guards have penetrated into the ancient world, the information that can really be learned is only on the surface. It is not that simple to find out the true secrets. Fu Shenjun said, all ancient forces that have been passed down for many years actually have their own background. Just like our Taizhou Holy Land, there are actually saints existing in the world. Saint. Gu Qingfeng's complexion changed slightly. As far as Gu knows, there shouldn't be any saints born in this era. Fellow deist Gu is right. It is true that no saints can be born in this era, but what if these saints are not the strong men of this era? Fu Shenjun asked back, making Gu Qingfeng fall into deep thought. Immediately, Fu Shenjun said again, any ancient holy land actually has the means of self-sealing. But any strong person who has not yet reached the end of his life can seal himself and wait for the opportunity. Normally speaking, those who are strong enough to be sealed are at least saint-level beings. But there are also some unparalleled geniuses and monsters. Because the timing of their birth is wrong, their forces will also spend a huge price to seal them up and wait for the Great War to come, and then fight again. However, this method of sealing also has disadvantages, that is, once it is sealed, it is difficult to take action again. If you forcefully wake up and take action, you will have to pay a higher price if you want to seal yourself again. There are saints sleeping in our Taizhou Holy Land. As a holy land with an older heritage, the ancient wasteland Holy Land must have more saints sleeping. Maybe even a great saint can emerge. Fellow deist Gu's strength is indeed impressive, but if he were to face the great sage, he might not be able to escape unscathed. So, if you take action against the ancient wasteland Holy Land, fellow deist Gu needs to think twice before taking action. Fu Shenjun naturally did not want Gu Qingfeng to fall into the hands of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. After all, this would not be of any benefit to the Taizhou Holy Land. The living Gu Qingfeng is more important than the dead Gu Qingfeng. Now that the great age of great struggle is coming, if Taizhou Holy Land wants to return to its peak, it must attract all the forces that can be attracted. Otherwise, if it really gets to that point, Taizhou Holy Land may not necessarily be able to reap benefits. Even though the Taizhou Holy Land has an ancient heritage and has saints sleeping in it, saints are not uncommon in the age of great struggle. There are even evildoers who can step into the great saint realm and even the higher saint king realm. So, Fu Shenjun naturally did not want Gu Qingfeng to go to the ancient wilderness Holy Land to die. Good. Just to die. What Gu Qingfeng is doing now is tantamount to self-destruction in Fu Shenjun's opinion. Just out of consideration for the other person's face, he said it more tactfully. Thank you Dai Fu for your kindness. However, Gu has already considered this matter in his mind. Although Gu Xiu is not living up to expectations, he is Gu's heir after all. How can he allow others to bully him? When this matter is over, Gu will come to Taizhou Holy Land to visit fellow deist Fu. Gu Qingfeng had no intention of backing down from Fu Shenjun's kindness, but from the other party's words, he finally got an idea of the strength of the ancient wilderness Holy Land. Seeing Gu Qingfeng's persistence, Fu Shenjun couldn't continue to persuade him. The two talked for a while, and then Gu Qingfeng stood up and left. After Gu Qingfeng left, Fu Shenjun returned to Taizhou Holy Land and directly met with the Holy Master of Taizhou Holy Land. After Fu Shenjun told everything, Holy Lord Taizhou Yan Lingyun raised his eyebrows slightly. When Master Fu met the tyrant's sword, what did he think of his strength? Unfathomable. Fu Shenjun only used 4 words to describe it. The end. He added again. If that person doesn't die, when the Great War comes, he will definitely not just stop at the saint level. For Peak Master Fu to comment like this, it seems that this person is indeed not a simple person. Yan Lingyun nodded slightly. He did not doubt Fu Shenjun's vision. Since he could make this person say the words unfathomable, his strength was evident. Subsequently, Yan Lingyun said, "It's a pity that the foundation of our Taizhou Holy Land is not as good as that of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, especially when the demons caused trouble and caused heavy losses to the Holy Land. Although the Holy Land is now self-sealed by saints, that is also the final foundation of the Holy Land. Moreover, the lifespan of such sleeping saints is not long. If they are forcibly awakened, they may not be able to last until the coming of the Great War. Yan Lingyun understood what Fu Shenjun was thinking. He just wanted to let Taizhou Holy Land come forward to at least save Gu Qingfeng's life. But as Yan Lingyun is the lord of the Holy Land, the issues he considers are more comprehensive. Undeniable. The Gu family has an heir who has worshipped in Taizhou Holy Land, and the relationship between the two parties is relatively close. Coupled with Gu Qingfeng's strength and potential, it is worth investing in Taizhou Holy Land. But if it affects the foundation of the Holy Land, then it needs to be carefully considered. To this, Shen Junfu was also very clear. His purpose of coming here was just to inform Yan Lingyun of this matter, and then wait for the other party to make a decision. After a while, Yan Lingyun said, "But the saint cannot wake up, so I will take the Taizhou Ancient Mirror to the south region, and you can go with me." Taizhou Ancient Mirror. When Shen Junfu heard this, his mind was shocked. The Taizhou Ancient Mirror is the treasure of the Taizhou Holy Land. The Great Saint weapon left by the Great Saint in the past cannot be used easily. Now Yan Lingyun is willing to use the Great Saint weapon. Obviously he is optimistic about Gu Qingfeng's future. The mountains are towering, as if supporting the world, and the peaks are stacked, the jade buildings are looming, and sometimes you can see spirit beasts and birds gathering, and you can see the monks turning into rainbow light and disappearing. Here. It is the ancient wasteland Holy Land. The ancient power in the southern region of the wasteland realm. This day, the void suddenly collapsed and shattered, and a terrifying hand fell down to suppress the ancient wasteland Holy Land, as if it wanted to completely wipe out the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land. At the same time, a divine light burst out in the ancient wasteland Holy Land, turning into an elliptical light shield that protected the entire Holy Land. When the palm hit the light shield suddenly shook violently, and then in the shocked eyes of many cultivators, dense cracks emerged, and in an instant they occupied everything. Boom! When the cracks reached a certain critical point, the light shield shattered. Who dares to come to my ancient wasteland Holy Land to cause trouble? As the light shield shattered, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras suddenly burst out from the ancient wasteland Holy Land, and powerful men tore through the void and appeared. When they looked at the sky, there was anger and shock in their eyes. The protective formation of the ancient wasteland Holy Land is a saint-level existence. It is difficult for a strong person who is not a saint to shake this formation at all. Now that the formation has been broken in an instant, these strong people are shocked. At this moment, the void is broken. A figure in green clothes slowly walks out of it. Who are you? Why do you come to my ancient wasteland Holy Land to make trouble? The ancient wasteland Saint Lord Qijun looked at the cultivator in front of him. His face was extremely cold, but he did not take action immediately. It was because the person in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling, and the other party broke the Holy Land formation at a glance, which made Qijun secretly fearful. Gu Qingfeng put his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I am Gu Qingfeng." When he heard this name, Qijun's face showed a trace of doubt, and then he thought of something, and his eyes looking at Gu Qingfeng became more and more solemn. "You are Gu Qingfeng. We, the ancient wasteland Holy Land, have no grudges against the Shenmu dynasty. Why do you suddenly come here and destroy our ancient wasteland Holy Land formation? If you can't give an answer, I'm afraid this matter will not end well." End of this chapter. Chapter 256. It's just a great saint soldier, who doesn't have one. No grudges. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent and looked at the Holy Lord of the ancient wilderness in front of him. A terrifying coercion burst out from him, crushing him down. "My son Gu Xiu, you covet the inheritance of the great sage in him, and you don't care about your dignity at all, and send many strong men to encircle and suppress him, so that his life and death are unknown to this day. With such cause and effect, you tell me that there is no grudge? As soon as this statement came out, Qidian's expression suddenly changed. He is naturally clear about the inheritance of the great sage. The ancient wasteland Holy Land sent strong men to pursue them, naturally with the instructions of Lord Qi. But he never thought that the remnant of the Holy Land would be the heir of the person in front of him. Suddenly, Qidian understood that this matter was difficult to resolve. If the person in front of him was just an ordinary Dao Palace level person, or even a semi-saint, Qidian would not betray him. But the person in front of me is an existence comparable to a saint. This way, Qidian could not turn a blind eye. Immediately, Qidian's expression changed a little, and he raised his hands to Qingfeng and said, I don't know much about this matter, there must be some misunderstanding. If possible, the ancient wasteland Holy Land is willing to provide certain compensation. Compensation? Qingfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's very simple. As long as the person who has taken action against my son commits suicide, then this matter can be revealed by me. Impossible, please change your request. Before Qingfeng could finish his words, Qidian flatly refused. Joke. If the ancient wasteland Holy Land is really going to do this, how can it have the face to face other forces in the southern territory? Since we can't discuss it properly, there's nothing left to say. I also want to learn about the details of the ancient Holy Land. Qingfeng took one step forward, and the terrifying sword intent shot straight into the sky. He saw two divine lights bursting out in his eyes, the void in front of him suddenly burst open, and Qidian's expression suddenly changed. Boom! Qidian immediately activated his energy and blood, and the vast power of blood and energy swept through everything. He punched out and collided with the two divine lights. Sumurum! Qi and blood collapse. Qidian's arm exploded, and a powerful force flooded him, causing him to fly out instantly. This scene. The expressions of everyone in the ancient wasteland Holy Land became stiff. What did they see? As a semi-saint, the Holy Lord of the ancient wilderness could not withstand the others' gazes, and was directly hit hard in one encounter. However, before these powerful people in the ancient Holy Land could be shocked, they saw Qingfeng raise his hand and suppress it with a palm. The majestic energy and blood power of the 9th level of the Dao Palace shattered the space, instantly making the two powerful Dao Palace. The victim's body exploded and he fell directly on the spot. Kill him! You all work together to take action. At this time, the other powerful men from the ancient wilderness Holy Land realized what they were doing, and with angry expressions on their faces, they all started to kill Qingfeng. To this, Qingfeng's expression was indifferent, as if the many powerful men in the ancient Holy Land were not worth mentioning in his eyes. He didn't even use the evil-destroying sword. Every blow was accompanied by the death of a Taoist palace-level powerful person. It takes less than a moment. A total of 7 or 8 Taoist palace-level powers have fallen in the ancient Holy Land, and their remains are scattered from the sky in a rain of blood. Is this person's strength really so terrifying? There are so many Dao Palace realm elders in the Holy Land, but none of them are his Yihe enemies. Many of the disciples in the ancient wasteland Holy Land below are now looking up into the void, with horrified expressions on their faces. What did they see? In the past, the Taoist Palace realm power, which was so high above others and seemed invincible, was now being killed wantonly by the opponent, leaving no room for resistance. Qingfeng's strength made these disciples of the ancient wasteland feel desperate. In the void. Nowadays, many powerful people have noticed the movement in the ancient Holy Land and have turned their attention here. When they saw this scene, they were also horrified in their hearts. Who is this person? How dare he come to the ancient Holy Land to massacre? To kill a Taoist palace-level master with his bare hands, could it be that he is a saint? Many Dao Palace realm experts looked shocked, and their eyes when looking at Qingfeng were a little more frightened without realizing it. The end of the Dharma era. The saint will not come out. Taoist palace is respected. Therefore, monks in the Dao Palace realm can also be called powerful. Many of the leaders of ancient forces are just strong men of this level. It can be said, the status of any Taoist palace realm is extraordinary, and the strength is enough to reach the top of the ancient world. But now such powerful people are being suppressed at will. Even the powerful people in the semi-sacred realm may not be able to achieve such strength. Soon, someone recognized Gu Qingfeng's identity. It's him, Bad Sword Gu Qingfeng. What? Is this person Gu Qingfeng? After hearing this name, all the strong men's expressions changed drastically. Tyrant Sword Gu Qingfeng. The strongest man in Kyushu. If it is just the title of the strongest person in Kyushu, it is naturally not enough to spread to the southern territory. But here's the thing. The other party, the most powerful person in Kyushu, is an existence that is suspected to be comparable to a saint. In today's Dharma-ending era, if someone can emerge as strong as a saint, not to mention the southern region, his reputation will be spread throughout the 5 regions of the ancient world. It's just that many strong men outside the eastern region have doubts about Gu Qingfeng's strength. But now, after witnessing Gu Qingfeng's strength, this doubt has completely disappeared. Just kidding. Suppressing the Dao Palace realm with bare hands. The powerful people in the ancient wasteland Holy Land are no match for him. If they don't have the power comparable to that of a saint, how can they achieve this step? And in the void on the other side, Yan Lingyun and Fu Shenjun, who followed closely, looked at the scene in the ancient wasteland Holy Land involuntarily, and each saw astonishment in each other's eyes. It seems that you and I have underestimated this person. There is really someone who can have the power comparable to that of a saint without proving the Tao and becoming a saint. This person's magical powers are amazing. If the saint doesn't come out, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent. Yan Lingyun sighed, and was shocked by Gu Qingfeng's strength. Hearing is one thing. Seeing it with your own eyes is another. However, Yan Lingyun still doesn't think that Gu Qingfeng has the strength to sweep the ancient wasteland Holy Land. After all, the ancient wasteland Holy Land is older than the Taixu Holy Land, and it has accumulated a lot of heritage. This is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can shake. But so far, Yan Lingyun has not exposed himself. He also wants to see where Gu Qingfeng's limit is. Beside him, Fu Shenjun's eyes are burning. The scene of Gu Qingfeng killing people makes him want to fight. But to be honest, Fu Shenjun does not have the confidence to fight against an ancient holy land. Boom! Gu Qingfeng hit him again, and half of the body of the ancient wasteland Saint Qijun was wiped out. He was able to remain immortal with the powerful vitality of the half-saint. But even so, he was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Qijun roared, "Sacrifice the holy soldier!" The voice fell. Then, a divine light broke through the void in the ancient wasteland Holy Land, and a divine sword suddenly appeared. Then Qijun grasped the hilt of the sword, poured all his blood and energy into it, and completely stimulated the power of the holy weapon. Boom! The magnificent holy power filled the world. At this moment, Qijun felt that he was terribly powerful. With the holy weapon in hand, even a saint would have the confidence to fight. Originally, he didn't want to use the holy weapon. After all, even for the ancient wasteland Holy Land, each holy weapon was particularly precious. If there was a problem, it would be a great loss to the Holy Land. But now, Qijun had to use the holy weapon. With the holy weapon in hand, with the cultivation of the semi-saint realm, now Qijun would have the confidence to fight even if the saint came in person. However, facing such a sword containing the power of the saint, Gu Qingfeng did not dodge or avoid. The whole person seemed to have turned into a peerless heavenly sword, coming towards Qijun to kill. Boom! The two streams of light collided, and Gu Qingfeng seemed to have stepped into the ultimate punch, directly hitting the magic sword. Puff! The flesh and blood shattered. Even with Qingfeng's current body, it was difficult to truly block the sharpness of the holy weapon. As the flesh and blood shattered, the golden finger bones inside were exposed. However, Qidian's face did not show any joy, because in his sight, the magic sword cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the next breath, the entire holy weapon was shattered. Bang! The holy weapon was shattered, and the powerful force flooded, causing Qidian to cough up blood and retreat. When he looked at Qingfeng again, his eyes were full of disbelief. It's impossible to break the holy weapon with bare hands. How can your strength be so strong? Qidian was really scared. When he looked at Qingfeng, it was as if he saw something incredible. When Zhu heard the news that Qingfeng had broken the holy weapon, the other party succeeded with the help of another magic weapon. But now, Qingfeng did not use any external force, but directly shattered a holy weapon with his own flesh and blood. Even if a saint came in person, he might not be able to do it. This scene. It also made the strong men of the ancient wasteland Holy Land feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. No. Impossible. It is not possible for even a saint to shatter a holy weapon with bare hands. How can your body be so strong without becoming a saint? It is fake, it must be fake. All the Dao Palace realm masters of the ancient wasteland Holy Land were dumbfounded. They could not believe the scene they saw with their own eyes. There was no way. This scene was too shocking. Fighting against a holy weapon with flesh and blood. What kind of heaven-defying existence is this? Nothing is impossible. Today, the ancient wasteland Holy Land will be destroyed. Qingfeng's face was murderous, and the injury on his fist had recovered in an instant. He punched out, ready to kill Qidian completely on the spot. Seeing this scene, Qidian roared immediately. Great Saint Soldier! Use the Great Saint Soldier immediately! At the moment he spoke, an ancient and vast aura emerged from the ancient wasteland Holy Land, and a blood-stained bronze spear suddenly appeared, emitting supreme holy power, as if to suppress everything in the world. Originally, Qingfeng's punch was directly blocked by the bronze spear. The blow that could shatter the saint soldier fell on the bronze spear, only causing it to tremble violently, but there was no sign of any breakage. At the moment the bronze divine spear appeared, all the elders of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, including Qidian, spit out a mouthful of blood and merged it into this treasure. Moment. The holy power of the bronze war spear surged, as if a majestic body came out of the void. This is the god-killing spear. The moment the bronze war spear appeared, Fu Shenjun's expression suddenly changed. God-killing spear. The most precious treasure in the hands of the god-killing saint in the ancient Holy Land. It is rumored that the god-killing spear once drank a lot of the blood of the Holy King. In the past, the god-killing Holy King even competed with the Holy King. Although he was defeated and died in the end, this great holy soldier was also stained with the blood of the Holy King. This blood of the Holy King has not been worn away after endless years, allowing the power of this great holy soldier to increase by 3 points out of thin air. Fu Shenjun thought about the records about the god-killing spear, and his eyes were full of fear. Such a treasure! Even if the saint comes in person, he will still drink hatred. Now, the only person who can compete with the god-killing spear is the Taixu ancient mirror of the Taixu Holy Land. Both are great holy soldiers. The Taixu ancient mirror is not weaker than the god-killing spear. Yan Lingyun also has a solemn expression now, and the aura on his body is vaguely connected with the Taixu ancient mirror. He is ready to directly mobilize the great saint soldier if necessary and take Qingfeng away first. Other side. In the ancient Holy Land. Today there is an invasion by powerful foreigners. The current Holy Lord of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, Mr. Qi, has asked the god-slaying sage to take action and kill the enemy. Qidian bowed down to the figure. As he spoke, he coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. The aura on his body was like a candle in the wind, and might be extinguished at any time. Allow! Dao Qidian suddenly appeared, and then saw the majestic body holding the god-killing spear and striking at Gu Qingfeng. Click! I saw the sky and the void collapse. Countless spaces shattered into turbulence, seemingly derived from earth, water, fire, and wind. The overwhelming power of the heavenly force swept through the 8 wastelands, making all the monks watching the battle feel a chill in their hearts. Their energy and blood all over their bodies were stagnant, and it was almost difficult to move. This feeling made these monks look horrified. The power of the great sage. So scary. Many people have never truly seen the power of the great sage throughout their lives. Even if it is recorded in classics, it is never as strong as feeling it in person. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng stood motionless in the void, but in their eyes, the other party was already dead. A fully activated great holy weapon is definitely not something that a mere monk who has not stepped into the realm of saints can resist. Say something ugly. Even if the saint comes in person, it is just an extravagant hope to block the attack of the great saint soldier. Only the top saints might have the chance to survive this attack. Just when everyone thought that Gu Qingfeng was bound to die, the latter suddenly moved and looked at the bronze war spear that came into view. The blood that had never dried on it seemed to reflect the scene stained with the blood of the holy king in the past. It's just the great holy soldier, who doesn't have it. Gu Qingfeng smiled, and with his spiritual thoughts, the divine emperor cauldron, which had been staying in the Danshan Taoist palace, suddenly appeared. When Gu Qingfeng poured all his energy and blood into it, the terrifying holy power hidden in the divine emperor cauldron also completely exploded. End of chapter. Chapter 257 Ancient City of Life. This was the first time that Gu Qingfeng had truly activated the power of this great holy weapon after he obtained the divine emperor cauldron. When he truly activated this supreme treasure, what kind of power was hidden in this supreme treasure? Boom! At the moment when the divine emperor cauldron was activated, a majestic figure seemed to emerge in the void, holding an ancient divine cauldron in his hand, suppressing the world like an invincible strongman. The next breath, the divine emperor cauldron collided with the god-killing spear. Boom! The two supreme treasures collided. The power of destroying the world erupted in Sumi. The god-killing spear let out a mournful cry, and was actually suppressed by the divine emperor cauldron directly. The phantom that originally held the divine emperor cauldron now suddenly dissipated. At a glance, the god-killing spear was defeated. There was nothing that could be done about it. Although the god-killing spear is a treasure that is not inferior to the divine emperor cauldron, it is a pity that only the Dao Palace realm cultivators in the ancient wasteland Holy Land can activate it. How can they be compared with Gu Qingfeng? If the two great saint weapons were ownerless, the divine emperor cauldron might not be able to do anything to the god-killing spear. However, now that the god-killing spear is ownerless, the divine emperor cauldron is controlled by Gu Qingfeng, so it is easy to suppress the former. Gu Qingfeng stretched out his big hand, wanting to completely suppress the god-killing spear. The latter also seemed to feel something, shaking violently, and sharp cold rays burst out, as if wanting to resist. But unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, any resistance seems futile. Saint Lord, we are going. Seeing that the god-killing spear was about to be suppressed, the ancient wasteland Holy Land changed its color, and several Dao Palace realm masters were determined, and they directly sacrificed themselves, and the terrifying blood and essence flowed into the god-killing spear. After receiving a large amount of blood essence, the god-killing spear's sharp edge swelled, instantly breaking through Gu Qingfeng's suppression control, and bursting out a powerful force that was no weaker than the divine emperor cauldron just now. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's face was cold. I want to see how many of you can sacrifice. Suppress it for me. The divine emperor cauldron's divine power was so strong that it slammed hard on the god-killing spear, directly suppressing the power of the revived great saint weapon again. Seeing this scene, Qidian's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he regretted it very much. If he had known that Gu Qingfeng's strength would be so terrible, he would never choose to fight him head-on. Even if it would damage the face of the Holy Land, it would not hesitate. After all, after this battle, even if the ancient wasteland Holy Land could repel the opponent, I am afraid it would be broken. A large number of Dao Palace realm masters fell. Let alone the ancient wasteland Holy Land, even other forces that are older and more powerful than the ancient wasteland Holy Land cannot easily bear such a loss. In the final analysis, whether it is the end of the Law Age or the Great Struggle, the Dao Palace realm is the real backbone of a force. Needless to say, in the end of the Law Age, if the saints do not come out, the Dao Palace is respected. If it is in the Great Struggle, the strong men in the Dao Palace realm are equally important. After all, if there are enough strong men at this level, the probability of saints coming out is greater. At this moment, seeing Gu Qingfeng suppress the god-killing spear, Qi understood that when things came to this point, the ancient wasteland Holy Land must use its true foundation, even if it paid a huge price. Immediately, Qi crushed a piece of jade talisman. Then, suddenly, a terrifying aura rose up from the forbidden area of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, and an ancient city rose from the ground and stood in the void. The ancient city was filled with a desolate and ancient atmosphere, and the traces of time on it had never been erased. At the same time, when the ancient city appeared, there was a terrifying breath like the abyss filling the void. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng heard the voice of Fu Shenjun in his ears. Gu Daiyu, this is the ancient city of life, and it is also the place where the ancient strongman sealed himself. Now that the ancient city of life has appeared, I am afraid that the ancient existence in the ancient wasteland Holy Land will be revived. Even if such a strongman has been sealed for many years, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression did not change. He looked at the ancient city of life in front of him, which contained an ancient and decayed atmosphere. Buzz! The ancient city of life shook, and a palm stretched out from there, like the infinite power of the universe and the stars, suppressing Gu Qingfeng. The space collapsed. The sun and the moon were dark. The power of this attack has truly surpassed the level of the Dao Palace realm, and even broke the limit of the saint. Facing this palm, Gu Qingfeng's hair stood on end, and at the same time the blood and qi in his body suddenly boiled up. Fight! Gu Qingfeng shouted angrily, and punched out with his right hand, colliding with that palm. Boom! The shocking fluctuations spread all over the four directions, and then Gu Qingfeng's body was seen shaking, and he could not help but retreat a few steps back. At this moment, a voice of surprise was also heard in the ancient city of life. You can resist this seat's palm without entering the realm of saints. This strength is not bad. Now retreat, I will pretend that nothing happened. The strong man sleeping in the ancient city did not show up, but just talked to Gu Qingfeng across the ancient city of life. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng said coldly, if you want me to leave, it depends on whether you have the ability. What's the ability to hide in the ancient city of life? Come out and fight with me. After the words fell, the evil killing knife came out. This knife. It was Gu Qingfeng who pushed the perfect level of ancient heavenly sword to its extreme. One knife came out. The yin and yang of heaven and earth seemed to be completely separated. I saw the 100-mile void shattered, and the blood-colored sword energy slashed fiercely towards the ancient city of life. I saw the latter had a divine light emerging, trying to block the power of this attack. But unfortunately, in front of the blood-colored sword energy, any obstruction seemed insignificant. In less than a breath, the divine light was annihilated. The blood-colored sword energy slashed fiercely on the ancient city of life, causing this ancient city to shatter. And with the shattering of the ancient city of life, it was as if some terrible seal was unlocked, and the vast ancient breath revived, and Sumi had already swept the entire world. A middle-aged monk in white walked slowly out of the void. His eyes were as deep as stars, and his face seemed small, but his whole body exuded an old and corrupt breath. Every step he took, there was aura under his feet that turned into lotus flowers and spread out, and all kinds of strange phenomena of heaven and earth emerged, and the supreme holy power suppressed the world. You are very good. If you don't die, it will only take time for you to achieve the great saint realm in the future. What a pity! The white-robed cultivator looked at Gu Qingfeng with regret and cold murderous intent. Such a monster! It would be fine if he didn't wake up, but now that he has woken up, he must not be allowed to live. After all, the ancient city of life is broken, and I should do something for the ancient wasteland Holy Land. At this moment, Qidian said respectfully, now there are strong men in the ancient wasteland Holy Land, slaughtering many cultivators in the Holy Land. Please help the great Saint Xuanyu and avenge the fallen cultivators in the Holy Land. Are you the current Holy Lord of the ancient wasteland Holy Land? The white-robed cultivator, that is, the great Saint Xuanyu, frowned slightly when looking at Qidian below. He could naturally see that the other party was now at the end of his strength. Not only was his blood and essence seriously depleted, but his injuries were also serious. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the half-saint, the other party would have been dead long ago. That's right, Junior. Qidian nodded in response. Immediately, Xuanyu Great Sage flicked his finger, and a stream of warm blood flowed into the other party's body, making Qidian feel that his body, which was about to collapse, instantly stabilized. Thank you, Xuanyu Great Sage. Qidian was full of gratitude, and at the same time he was shocked by the means of the Great Sage. He was naturally very clear about his injuries. Even if he had a magic pill in hand, he might not be able to recover. Result: Xuanyu Great Sage only gave him a stream of blood power, which completely stabilized his injuries. Although he didn't fully recover, at least he didn't have to worry about his life. At this time, Xuanyu Great Sage looked at Gu Qingfeng again. Leave your name, you are qualified to be remembered by this seat. Why waste so much time? Gu Qingfeng looked at Xuanyu Great Sage in front of him, his fighting spirit boiling in his chest, and his eyes were cold and murderous. I haven't really fought with the Great Sage yet, so let me see what a strong man in the Great Sage realm is. You will see it. The Great Sage Xuanyu stretched out his hand and the god-killing spear fell into his hand. Remember, the one who killed you today is Xuanyu from the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Before he finished speaking, the Great Sage Xuanyu had already made a move, and the god-killing spear burst out with extremely terrifying power, and the sky-high blood light reflected the sky, and the destructive power hidden in it has now all burst out. This kind of power is completely different from when the ancient wasteland Holy Land activated the god-killing spear. A sense of terror emerged from Gu Qingfeng's heart, but he did not feel any fear. Instead, his inner fighting spirit became more and more intense, as if something in his blood was about to be completely revived. Fight! The Emperor of God Cauldron pressed down the void, and the two great saint weapons burst out with extremely terrifying power. When they collided, the space of thousands of miles was shattered, and the mighty aftermath spread all around. Even the strong men in the Dao Palace realm had to retreat. It's great! Come again! Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly, holding the Emperor of God Cauldron in his left hand and the evil slaying knife in his right hand. He used two treasures at the same time, and exerted the power of the two treasures to the extreme. On the other side, the great Saint Xuanyu had a calm face. Death had come silently under the god-killing spear. The cold light was swallowing and spitting out, and the power of each one could easily kill the powerful men in the Dao Palace, and even the strong men in the Saint Realm. As the two sides fought, such terrifying fluctuations shook the states in the southern region. Many strong men who heard the news looked at the battle in the void. This is the Xuanyu Great Sage from the ancient wasteland Holy Land 30,000 years ago. I didn't expect that he has not fallen yet. Who is the other person? He can actually compete with the Xuanyu Great Sage without losing. Hiss, is this person also a powerful person in the great sage realm? Many cultivators in the southern region recognized the identity of the Xuanyu great sage at first sight. After all, the other party was a powerful person in the great sage realm 30,000 years ago. Even if he has sealed himself and fallen asleep, there are still records of him in many forces. In comparison, they are really confused about Gu Qingfeng. However, soon, other cultivators explained Gu Qingfeng's identity. Suddenly, all the strong men were shocked. Gu Qingfeng of the Shenyu dynasty. A cultivator who has not yet truly achieved sainthood can compete with the great sage. How can they not be shocked? Not only other cultivators were shocked, but the cultivators of both the Taixu Holy Land and the ancient Wasteland Holy Land were all in disbelief when they saw Gu Qingfeng fighting with the Xuanyu great sage. Master Fu Feng, are you sure this person has not entered the realm of saints? Yan Lingyun turned his head to look at Fu Shenjun beside him, his tone full of disbelief. Fu Shenjun heard this and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Whether he has achieved the Dao and become a saint, can't the Saint Lord see it? This time, it was Yan Lingyun's turn to be silent. How could he not see whether he became a saint or not? The strong people in the realm of saints can control the power of heaven and earth. This is the main feature after becoming a saint, and it is also the fundamental reason why saints can surpass the Dao Palace. So any saint, even the weakest saint, can easily suppress the Dao Palace cultivators. But now, Gu Qingfeng has not become a saint, but he can fight back and forth with Xuanyu great saint. Such strength naturally shocked Yan Lingyun. Even if there were heaven-defying prodigies in ancient times, it would be difficult to achieve this step. Looking at Gu Qingfeng who was getting braver and braver, Fu Shenjun seemed to have thought of something. Holy Lord, do you think that fellow Daoist Gu also possesses some kind of divine body? It's possible. Yan Lingyun nodded slightly. If it weren't for the evildoer with the divine body, how could he have achieved this step? But the problem is, even if it is a demon with a divine body, so what? From ancient times to the present, it's not that there haven't been divine bodies born, but I haven't heard of any divine body that can be so heaven-defying that it can compete with saints in the Dao Palace realm. For a moment, the names of many divine bodies flashed through Yan Lingyun's mind, but no divine body could match Gu Qingfeng. There are also divine bodies that become stronger with each battle. The legendary fighting saint body, overlord divine body, etc. are all top divine bodies that become stronger with each battle. But no matter how powerful such a divine body is, it has its limit. So, Yan Lingyun couldn't determine what kind of divine body Gu Qingfeng had. Boom! The divine emperor cauldron shattered the void, and the terrible force hit the god-killing spear fiercely. The recoil force came, causing the mouth of the great sage Xuanyu to break, and his body could not help but take a step back. This was the first time that the great sage Xuanyu had retreated since the battle. The face of this ancient great sage was also shocked. What kind of divine body do you have? I thought it was an ant that could be killed at will, but it turned out that the other party was a fierce tiger. Even with the temperament of the great sage Xuanyu, it was now uncontrollably absurd. Gu Qingfeng had only murderous intent on his face for the shock of the great sage Xuanyu. If this is the strength of the great sage realm, then there is no need for the ancient wasteland Holy Land to exist today. Until now, Gu Qingfeng also felt that a force in his body was reviving, and this force came from the ancient immortal body. Until this battle, the ancient immortal body has not shown too many magical powers. Until this battle, Gu Qingfeng has truly tapped into the potential of the ancient immortal body. As the ancient immortal body revived, Gu Qingfeng swung the most powerful sword in history. The terrifying killing power flooded the world, and the blood-red sword energy shattered the sky and earth, which was reflected in the eyes of the Xuanyu great sage. End of this chapter. Chapter 258 5 Saints will die. This was the thought that came to the mind of great sage Xuanyu. This thought made him feel a little ridiculous. He was a majestic ancient saint, but he felt the aura of death in front of a semi-saint. But great sage Xuanyu understands. This feeling is not wrong. The monks in front of them were extremely powerful. If such beings became saints or even entered the great saint realm, they would definitely become a nightmare in the ancient Holy Land. So, when great sage Xuanyu faced the slashing sword, his eyes became determined, and the terrifying energy and blood flowed into the god-killing spear, pushing the power of this great holy weapon to the extreme. Boom! The collision of the two forces caused the light of heaven and earth to suddenly dim. All the monks opened their eyes wide, trying to see the scene clearly, and some even boldly used their spiritual thoughts to perceive it, but the spiritual thoughts they just extended were shattered in an instant. Suddenly, many monks let out painful screams. The mind was cut off. Such severe pain is naturally not something ordinary people can bear. After a while, light returns. I saw Gu Qingfeng's robe stained with blood, and his chest was pierced by a god-killing spear. Then he looked at the great Saint Xuanyu's white clothes floating in the air, as if he was banished to an immortal. Win! Great sage Xuanyu wins! When all the monks in the ancient wasteland saw this scene, they couldn't help but smile. Win! In the end, great sage Xuanyu won this battle. At the same time, many Holy Land elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For someone as powerful as Gu Qingfeng, it would be a lie if they said they were not afraid. Such a being is already so terrifying before he is enlightened and becomes a saint. If he waits until the day when he becomes enlightened and becomes a saint, it will definitely be even more terrifying. Fortunately, now Gu Qingfeng is dead. This hidden danger will naturally no longer exist. As the Holy Lord of the ancient wasteland, Qi now had a smile on his face, but soon, the smile on his face became stiff. In the void, a line of blood suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of great sage Xuanyu, and then his body split into two halves in full view of the public and fell directly from the void. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng, who seemed to be dead, grabbed the god-killing spear on his chest and pulled it out with force. A large amount of blood spurted out, making a sick smile appear on his face. As expected of a strong man in the great saint realm, he is indeed very difficult to deal with. It's a pity that Gu won this battle after all. The injuries on his body made Gu Qingfeng feel a long-lost fighting spirit. This battle was considered to be his most satisfying battle. Undeniable. The strength of the great sage Xuanyu is indeed terrifying. Such a strong person is the most powerful opponent Gu Qingfeng has ever encountered, bar none. Even the original divine thought of Yunyang Saint was completely inadequate in front of this person. Likewise, this was also the most serious injury Gu Qingfeng suffered. The last time he faced such a crisis was when Gu Qingfeng had just come to this world and fought against Guanzhong in the blood mist. But the difference is, Shang Guanzhong is only the weakest warlock, but the great sage Xuanyu in front of him is a peerless strong man who aspires to the great sage realm. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng threw the god-killing spear into the God-Emperor cauldron and forcibly suppressed the great holy weapon. Then, Gu Qingfeng took many pills again, and his injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pill he swallowed was the divine blood pill, which was mainly used to temper the qi and blood of the monks in the divine transformation realm. It was actually not very effective in healing injuries. But Gu Qingfeng's biggest problem now is that his energy and blood are severely depleted. Swallowing the divine blood pill can be regarded as a disguised recovery of his injuries. Now, everyone looked at the corpse falling from the void, and their faces became dull, as if they had seen something incredible. Dead. A great saint died like this. In today's era when saints are rare, a great saint is truly invincible. Any great saint has the qualifications to create an eternal holy land. Many so-called ancient holy places may not necessarily have the foundation of a great saint. And the more important point is, The strong man who killed the great sage Xuanyu was not another great saint, but a monk who had not yet become a saint. This way, it is even more shocking. In the void, the two people in Taixu Holy Land were now silent. Yan Lingyun silently put away the Taixu ancient mirror. He found out. My worries are a bit unnecessary. The strength of the head of the Gu family can only be described as unbelievable. Fu Shenjun on the side opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Other side. In the void, Gu Qingfeng looked down at the ancient holy land below and said in a cold voice, "It seems that one great sage is not enough to save your ancient holy land. You might as well use all your other cards. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have that chance." As soon as this statement came out, Qi Jun's dull face changed slightly. He suddenly took a deep breath, took a step forward, and bowed to Gu Qingfeng. The ancient wasteland Holy Land admits defeat in this battle. Originally, the ancient wasteland Holy Land could agree to all the requests of the Gu family master. Now I just hope that the Gu family master can show his noble hand and give the ancient wasteland Holy Land a way out. This moment, Qi Jun was extremely regretful. If he had known that Gu Qingfeng's strength would be so terrible, he would never have insisted on anything that was not dignified. He would have handed over Lu Ruofeng and others and settled the matter directly. Result: it was because of the face of the Holy Land that things got worse step by step. Until now, great sage Xuanyu died. The god-killing spear fell into Gu Qingfeng's hands. This battle was a great loss of vitality for the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Even if the great struggle and prosperity came in the future, it might not be able to recover. So, Qi Jun now surrendered very simply. After all, although there are still saints sleeping in the ancient wasteland Holy Land, there is only one powerful person who has entered the great sage realm, the great sage Xuanyu. There is no way. Although there are more than one great sage in the ancient wasteland Holy Land, it is not so easy to refine the ancient city of life. The stronger the cultivation, the higher the requirements for refining the ancient city of life. Looking at Qi Jun, who lowered his eyebrows and looked respectful, Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. "I have given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Now it seems that there is no other foundation in the ancient wasteland Holy Land. In this case, there is no need for the ancient wasteland Holy Land to exist." Wait! Qi Jun's face changed. When he was about to say something, Gu Qingfeng suppressed him with a palm, causing the body of the Holy Lord of the ancient wasteland Holy Land to explode and die on the spot. After killing Qi Jun, Gu Qingfeng took another step forward, and the supreme sword intent turned into a domain that swept the world. All the cultivators affected, whether they were Dao Palace realm or other realms, were instantly killed on the spot. One cultivator after another fell, and the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land became a killing battlefield. "Don't kill me! Go quickly! Spare my life!" Many disciples of the Holy Land wailed in fear. Some knelt down and begged for mercy, hoping that Gu Qingfeng would spare his life, while others saw that the timing was not right and wanted to leave the ancient wasteland Holy Land to escape. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent, and had no intention of holding back at all. Cut the grass and root it out. This is the principle he has always believed in. If he had not completely torn his face with the ancient wasteland Holy Land, Gu Qingfeng might not have slaughtered the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land. But now, strictly speaking, the two sides have already fought to the death. In this case, how could Gu Qingfeng hold back? Only by killing the ancient wasteland Holy Land, he can truly feel at ease. When the power of the perfect level ancient heavenly sword covers the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land, all cultivators have become targets of killing. Some cultivators who tried to leave the Holy Land were strangled by the sword before they could completely step out of the Holy Land. When other cultivators saw this scene, their faces changed, but no one dared to stop it. "You are kidding! The great sage Xuanyu has fallen. In this era, who can be this person's opponent? Unless there are other great saints who are revived, or there are strong people above the great saints who wake up. Otherwise, no one can compete with the head of the Gu family. But the same. Not to mention how many forces can have such a foundation, even if there is such a foundation, they will not reveal it for no reason, just to kill Gu Qingfeng. There is no grudge that will never end, and no one will sacrifice their trump card to seek benefits for others. Looking at Gu Qingfeng's ruthless means, anyone who speaks out to dissuade him may be mistaken for an accomplice of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. So, the best thing to do at this time is to remain silent. Who dares to commit murder in the ancient wasteland Holy Land? The ancient wasteland Holy Land cannot be insulted, the young man is looking for death. Just when Gu Qingfeng was slaughtering the monks of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, several ancient cities of life appeared, and the sleeping ancient saints woke up one by one. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all bloodshot. Saints! Gu Qingfeng looked at the 5 saints who appeared in front of him, and he understood that this was the last foundation of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng took the lead and threw the Divine Emperor Cauldron directly, suppressing a saint. After the latter felt the power of the Divine Emperor Cauldron, his original arrogance disappeared, and he was replaced by a look of horror. Great Saint Soldier! He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The Divine Emperor Cauldron fell down, and the body of a saint exploded, turning into a blood mist that scattered all over the sky. The faces of the remaining saints changed drastically when they saw this. This beast is fierce, quickly use the heavenly desolate seal! A saint roared. At the same time, a terrifying force revived from the hall of the ancient desolate Holy Land. This force was so powerful that it was much stronger than the previous god-killing spear. Young man, don't worry about the sky, wait for me to kill you with the Holy King Soldier. A saint laughed loudly, and the only fear in his heart was now gone. Even if the person in front of him is powerful and has the great Saint Soldier in his hand, it doesn't matter. Now that the Saint King Soldier has revived, it is easy to suppress the opponent. However, Gu Qingfeng did not speak, but responded with the evil slaying blade. The blood-colored sword energy shattered the sky and earth, and directly killed him on the spot in the horrified eyes of the saint. So what if the Saint King Soldier has revived? You have to get it first. Gu Qingfeng sneered. It is undeniable. The Saint King Soldier is indeed extremely powerful. Just from this breath, he could tell that if a saint had the Holy King weapon, he would have to temporarily avoid it. But this problem was easy to solve, as long as the other party was not allowed to get the Holy King weapon. So, Gu Qingfeng made a straightforward move and killed another saint with lightning speed. The remaining 3 saints saw this and immediately understood what the former meant. Quick, get the Holy King weapon, I will stop him. A saint took a step forward and looked at Gu Qingfeng with a look of fearlessness. If you want to destroy my ancient wasteland Holy Land, you must step over my corpse first. Before the words came, the other party had directly burned his blood, spirit, and soul, and pushed his strength to the true extreme. Any strong man who could make the ancient wasteland Holy Land pay a huge price and build the ancient city of life to seal himself was absolutely loyal to the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Even in this situation where death is inevitable, there are saints who are generous and die. However, the idea is good. But in the face of absolute strength, even if you use all your resources, it will be useless. When the Emperor of God Cauldron suppressed it, the saint's arms shook the sky, trying to block the power of the great Saint Soldier. But at the moment when the two touched, the other's arms exploded first, and then the body was annihilated bit by bit. In less than a moment, a saint was killed on the spot. Seeing that the other 2 saints were about to get the Tianhuang seal, Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly, "Please help the 2 of you from Tegzu Holy Land. After this matter is over, I will definitely come to thank you." As soon as these words came out, Yan Lingyun, who was hiding in the void, was stunned, and then his expression became relieved. Although he hid well, how could he hide from the perception of such a strong man? When he heard Gu Qingfeng's words, Yan Lingyun hesitated for less than half a breath and made a decision directly. He stepped out of the void and said loudly, "Don't panic, friend Gu, Yan Lingyun is here." After saying that, Yan Lingyun directly summoned the Taixu ancient mirror, and a terrifying divine light burst out from the mirror, and the Sumi space had already bombarded the Tianhuang seal. Although the power of this attack could not cause any damage to the Tianhuang seal, the powerful attack blasted the Tianhuang seal away. Seeing that a saint in the ancient wasteland Holy Land was about to get the Tianhuang seal, but in the next breath, this treasure would fly 100 miles away. Such a scene! The saint's eyes turned red, staring at Yan Lingyun, wishing to peel off his skin and bones and eat his flesh and blood alive. "Taixu Holy Land! I will wait for you to die." Before the saint finished speaking, an ancient tripod had already bombarded him, causing his head to explode, and half of his body was completely shattered. The last one. After killing the saint, Gu Qingfeng looked at the last figure rushing towards the heavenly desolate seal with an expressionless face. He saw him slashing with a knife, and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly rose. The spiritual energy in the sky gathered and turned into a sword that pierced the sky and fell fiercely towards the saint. No. The saint saw that he was only one step away from the heavenly desolate seal, but this step was like a natural chasm, and he showed a look of despair on his face. The next moment, the flesh exploded. The last saint of the ancient desolate Holy Land also fell on the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 259, The Talents of a Great Emperor. The saints shed blood. The heaven and earth shook. Everyone was silent as they watched the massacre at the ancient wasteland Holy Land. In today's Dharma-ending age, any saint-level strongman is the foundation of the ancient forces. Even in the great struggle, such strong men should not be underestimated. However, these strong men are now being slaughtered by Gu Qingfeng. The so-called saints are just like ants in front of stronger people. Even some cultivators who saw the slaughter at the ancient wasteland Holy Land and felt unbearable did not dare to say a word of disapproval. Just kidding. In this world, the strong are respected. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Of course. If you are not afraid of death and are not afraid of being implicated by the forces behind you, then you can speak for justice. Besides, this matter itself was the ancient wasteland Holy Land that provoked the Gu family first. Although the means of the head of the Gu family were much more cruel, there was nothing to say. Half a day's effort. The entire ancient wasteland Holy Land was a river of blood. As an ancient Holy Land that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, there are no less than 100,000 monks who have worshipped in the ancient wasteland Holy Land. But unfortunately, these disciples, now they have all become the dead souls under Gu Qingfeng's knife. Even though many disciples are also involved in many forces behind them, no one has come forward to stop. When another disciple of the ancient wasteland Holy Land died, Gu Qingfeng's divine consciousness spread, covering the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land. He stopped only after confirming that no one was alive. Hundreds of thousands of corpses piled up. It was like a sea of blood. Gu Qingfeng was like a god who slaughtered living beings. He stepped on the corpses of saints, looked at all directions in the void with arrogant eyes, and said loudly, "Within 10 days, all forces that have attacked my son Gu Xiu must cut off the heads of all those who attacked and send them to the Shenwu dynasty. After 10 days, if there are forces that do not obey, then the ancient wasteland Holy Land will be your end." As soon as these words came out, the void fell into silence. After a long time, one after another, divine thoughts disappeared from the void, with a sense of fleeing in despair. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng didn't care. Anyway, he had given the deadline. If someone didn't respect it, then he didn't mind killing a group of monks. Anyway, killing 100,000 is killing 1 million is killing, just like these forces besieged Guxiu, whoever has the bigger fist is right, Gu Qingfeng naturally won't have any psychological burden. After all, this is the law of survival in this world. If you can't adapt, you will eventually go to destruction. Then, Gu Qingfeng waved his sleeves, and the 10,000 souls banner that he had been carrying with him suddenly appeared at this moment. I saw a black mist emerging from the 10,000 souls banner, spreading in all directions. Many monks of the ancient wasteland Holy Land who had just fallen not long ago, had their unwilling resentment gathered by the 10,000 souls banner, turning into powerful weird heads. At the same time, the original three-headed Master Wei looked at the sea of blood and corpses in front of him, just like seeing a feast, and madly devoured everything he could devour. Blood. Soul. These things are all great tonics for Wei. The rolling blood and qi flowed into the Wanhun banner, and the aura of this treasure that was originally in the hands of the Wanhun sect also surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The black fog lingered, and the strange aura rushed into the sky, covering the sky and the sun, as if some unparalleled demon had been born. Seeing this, many cultivators frowned, and then relaxed. Weird things are actually not rare in the ancient world, and there are even people who specialize in slaughtering creatures to practice some evil methods. However, many forces turned a blind eye to this. After all, as long as it does not affect themselves, not many people will really do that kind of thing to eliminate demons and defend the way. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people will act in this way, but they are very few after all. The ancient wasteland Holy Land was slaughtered before. No matter how stubborn a person is, it is impossible to stop Gu Qingfeng now, let alone scold him. After a long time, all the corpses below the saints turned into white bones. As for the remains of the saints and the great saints Wanyu, Gu Qingfeng collected them with the Cloud Thunder Cauldron. This holy weapon has not played much role since he got it, and now it is completely used as a storage treasure. After all, even if the bodies of saints and great saints have fallen, they are still full of supreme holy power. It is not something that ordinary storage rings can contain. Only other means can really collect and suppress it. Now, the God Emperor Cauldron suppresses the God-killing spear and the Heavenly Wasteland seal, and the Cloud Thunder Cauldron is naturally used to store the corpses. Then, Gu Qingfeng swept his mind again, and in less than a moment, he found the treasure house of the ancient wasteland Holy Land and packed up all the inherited skills and materials in it. For this, the Tianyun ring was completely unable to hold it, so Gu Qingfeng used 13 additional storage rings to collect all the things. After doing these things, Gu Qingfeng stepped into the air and came to Yan Lingyun and Fu Shenjun. Thank you Taixu Holy Land for your help this time, otherwise, it would not be so easy for Gu to destroy Guhuang Holy Land. Although Yan Lingyun only took action once from beginning to end, if it were not for the other party, it would be a big trouble for a saint to get the Tianhuang seal. Hearing this, Yan Lingyun chuckled and said, the head of the Gu family is making serious remarks, and Yan is just doing it with a little effort. In any case, Gu Xian is also a disciple of my Taixu Holy Land. The ancient wasteland Holy Land took action against the Gu family, how could the Taixu Holy Land sit idly by? Nowadays, Yan Lingyun's words are all about bringing the relationship between Taixu Holy Land and Gu Qingfeng closer. This is not to blame for his being a Philistine, it is really because the strength shown by Gu Qingfeng is too amazing. Yan Lingyun knew very well that Gu Qingfeng had not become a saint so far, but he could kill a great saint with force and suppress the saint with every move of his hand. It can be seen from this. How terrifying is the other party's background. This is why Yan Lingyun took the risk. Being on good terms with such a strong man would only bring benefits and no harm to Taixu Holy Land. Anyway, Gu is not an ungrateful person for Taixu Holy Land's help this time. These things can be regarded as thanks for Taixu Holy Land's help this time. Gu Qingfeng took out 2 storage rings and gave them to Yan Lingyun. Seeing this, the latter did not refuse. "Thank you so much, Master Gu." Yan Lingyun's face was full of smiles. The heritage of the ancient wasteland Holy Land is not comparable to that of the Taizhou Holy Land. Now even some of its resources are particularly important to the Taizhou Holy Land. After all, the era of great contention is coming. Taizhou Holy Land must improve its strength as much as possible, so that it can stand out in the future. What's more, the bond between the two parties has been established. Even if we accept the resources of the ancient wasteland Holy Land, it will not have any impact. Gu will take the first step if he still has time. When he gets the chance, he will definitely go to Taizhou Holy Land to express his gratitude. After Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, Yukong left. After he left, Yan Lingyun's mind fell into the two storage rings, and the smile on his face became brighter again. The ancient wasteland Holy Land is worthy of being a holy land with ancient inheritance. There are indeed many resources. With such a batch of resources, our Taizhou Holy Land can cultivate many strong men. Even though Taizhou Holy Land seems to be very glorious in front of others, only Yan Lingyun, as the Holy Master, understands what it means to not be a householder and not to know the price of food and rice. There are many disciples practicing in Taizhou Holy Land, and there are resources everywhere. Although Taizhou Holy Land has properties all over the place, it is always difficult to make ends meet. Fu Shenjun looked at the direction Gu Qingfeng was leaving and asked after a while. "How far does the Holy Lord think this person will go in the end?" "The capital of the great emperor." Yan Lingyun spat out a few words. "Hear the words." Fu Shenjun looked startled, but soon became relieved. "The capital of the emperor. This is a matter of course. Every great emperor from ancient times to the present has stood at the pinnacle of the ancient world. Even if he dies, he can still suppress his power for eternity." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But even if you are a genius with a divine body, you may not be able to step into this realm. But if Gu Qingfeng has the opportunity to ask about the great emperor realm in the future, Fu Shenjun doesn't have the slightest doubt. An existence that can kill a great saint with a semi-saint cultivation level. If such a strong person has no chance to become a great emperor, then who can step into this level? Yan Lingyun said, all the ancient emperors were extremely powerful in their youth, and Gu Qingfeng was the same. Subsequently, Yan Lingyun looked at the ruins of the ancient Holy Land, and he understood that what happened today was destined to shock the entire ancient world. After all, the destruction of an ancient Holy Land is no small matter. Especially the death of the great sage and many saints will cause a lot of turmoil. From this moment on, the reputation of the Shenwu dynasty is destined to be resounding throughout the ancient world, and it is enough to rise to the top ranks in one step. Even though the Shenwu dynasty had little foundation, the other party had a presence comparable to the great sage sitting in charge. In this era when saints are rare, even those forces that are older than the ancient Holy Land do not dare to provoke him even if they have the record of killing the great saint. Great Saint Xuanyu has died. The ancient wasteland Holy Land was destroyed. In the Shenwu dynasty, above the court, Gu Yang immediately received the news from the southern territory, with a look of disbelief on his face. He checked again and again before he was sure that the information he got was correct. Now, Gu Yang was not the only one shocked. In the court, Nan Yueshan and other courtiers were all shocked after hearing the news. The ancient Holy Land has been destroyed, the Supreme Emperor is truly mighty and unparalleled. After this battle, our Shenwu dynasty will emerge. After the officials were shocked, they all started talking to each other, and the excitement on their faces could not be suppressed. They knew exactly what this battle represented. Although the Shenwu dynasty was famous in the past, it was only in the eastern region. Although the reputation of the Shenwu dynasty was also spread in other regions, it never had much influence, and some established forces were indifferent to the Shenwu dynasty. There is nothing we can do about this. The Shenwu dynasty is very strong when it comes to being strong, but it is also very weak when it comes to being weak. The biggest flaw, It lies in the foundation. It has only been 5 years since the previous dynasty fell apart and the Xinyu dynasty was established. 5 years. Even if Qiyang vigorously develops the Xinyu dynasty and establishes martial arts academies in various places, the time is too short after all, and it is difficult to produce many strong men who can stand on the stage. If the entire Xinyu dynasty did not have Qingfeng, it would be a small force that could be destroyed at will by any Taoist palace power. But now it is different. Although the Xinyu dynasty still relies on Qingfeng to support the situation. However, a Dao Palace realm powerhouse who is on par with a saint, and a peerless powerhouse who can kill a great saint, these are two different concepts. Just like many saint families, and even ancient holy places, may have only produced one saint or a great saint from beginning to end, but they can rely on the legacy of such powerhouses to revitalize their forces. To put it bluntly, even if a powerhouse of this level leaves behind a little foundation, it is enough to create a powerful force. The more powerful the Xinyu dynasty is, the more benefits they, as ministers, can naturally get. The world is bustling for profit. Whether it is a family or a sect dynasty, it is essentially the same. Qiyang looked at Nanya Mountain and ordered, the patrol guards should increase the patrol strength of Zhu. All the rioters should be suppressed. In addition, other forces should be warned not to stir up unrest again. Otherwise, the ancient wasteland Holy Land will be their fate. Yes. Nanya Mountain accepted the order. Over the years, many forces have penetrated into the Xinyu dynasty. Although the patrol guards suppressed many unrests, there are still shadows of various forces operating secretly behind them. Qiyang also learned about these things from the secret guards, but he just turned a blind eye. There is no way. The Xinyu dynasty is not qualified to really overturn the table. As long as the impact is not too great or it threatens the normal operation of the court, then Qiyang will temporarily endure it. Although he can ask Qingfeng to take action to uproot these forces, but in that case, the Xinyu dynasty will only offend more forces. In the Battle of Qidian County, more than 100,000 cultivators died in the ancient wasteland realm. The Xinyu dynasty has already offended a group of forces. If he continues to offend other forces, it may not be a good thing. But it is different now. Qingfeng stepped into the ancient wilderness alone and swept across the entire ancient wilderness Holy Land. The blood of the ancient great saint was enough to give Qiyang enough confidence to face other forces. He believed. Even some forces with more terrifying background than the ancient Holy Land may not dare to turn against the Xinyu dynasty now. After all, a great saint fell in the ancient wilderness Holy Land. Unless there is an ancient great saint stronger than the Xuanyu great saint who revives, or even a strong man above the great saint realm is born, there will be a chance to suppress Qingfeng. But the problem is that if a strong man of this level wakes up, it is not a good thing for the force he belongs to before entering the stage of the great struggle. More importantly, the awakening of the ancient strong man will affect the whole body. That is why Qiyang now has the confidence to turn the table directly. The news of this battle came out. Before the arrival of the great struggle, the Xinyu dynasty should be as stable as Mount Tai. As for when the great struggle and prosperity really comes, Qiyang is not afraid either. If the Xinyu dynasty is really given 1 or 2,000 years to grow, then the Xinyu dynasty may not be any worse than other ancient forces. End of this chapter. Chapter 260 Spiritual Vein Promotion. Father. In the imperial study, Qiyang looked at the person in front of him, his face full of reverence and passion, totally different from the calmness in the court. No way. If you ask who Qiyang admires the most in his life, then it must be Qingfeng. The ancient wasteland Holy Land has been destroyed. I believe that other forces that attacked Xiu'er will soon come to the Xinyu dynasty to apologize. However, Xiu'er has entered the demon world from the ancient teleportation array. There is no way to bring him out for the time being. Qingfeng said. Demon world. When Qiyang heard this, his face changed. He did not ask Gu Qingfeng why he knew that Gu Xiu was in the demon world, but since the other party said it, then it must be correct. As far as I know, the demon world is extremely dangerous. If my third brother really enters the demon world, I am afraid that he will be in danger. Gu Yang's face became a little ugly. If it was in the ancient world, with his father's current strength, he would be able to bring Gu Xiu back. But if it is in the demon world, it will be different. Gu Yang now has some understanding of the demon world. That place. Even saints dare not easily set foot in it. Gu Qingfeng said, Xiu'er's entry into the demon world is also his opportunity. He has the residual soul of the great saint Wang Ji to help him. I believe there will be no big problems. However, since there is a teleportation array leading to the demon world in the south region, there must be other places. You ask the secret guards to find out if they can find the trace of the teleportation array. I understand. Gu Yang nodded. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out all 10 storage rings. This is the resource of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. It is useless for your father to keep it. You can use it to develop the Shenyu dynasty. 13 storage rings, Gu Qingfeng gave 2 to the Taixu Holy Land, 10 to Gu Yang, and the last one was kept for the development of Gujia's Wang. I thank my father on behalf of the people of the world. Gu Yang was overjoyed. He naturally knew how valuable these 10 storage rings were. An ancient holy land that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, the resources left in it are absolutely beyond the imagination of the Shenyu dynasty. With such a batch of resources, Gu Yang believes the strength of the Shenyu dynasty will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Try to improve your own strength. When the demon world invaded the east region, many sects and forces were destroyed. Although the demon world has not entered the ancient world for 100,000 years. But there are formations left in various places in the ancient world that are the same as those in the demon world. I am afraid that the things here are not that simple. Plus, the great struggle and prosperity will come in another 1 or 2,000 years. This will be the most severe test for the Shenyu dynasty. Gu Qingfeng spoke in a deep voice. The ancient Holy Land was destroyed. In addition, the Shenyu dynasty had offended many forces before. When the prosperity begins in the future, the Shenyu dynasty will inevitably bear the brunt. At that time, if the Shenyu dynasty is strong enough, it will be destroyed in an instant. I understand, kid. Gu Yang nodded seriously. Gu Qingfeng then told Gu Yang some other things, and at the same time gave him some advice on cultivation, and then he left. After Gu Qingfeng left, Gu Yang probed his mind into the many storage rings. After a moment, his breathing became rapid. Such a lot of resources, enough to equal the accumulation of 100 Shenyu dynasties. In Gu Yang's mind perception, a large amount of resources came into view, including top divine medicines, high-level elixirs, and even Taoist ancient weapons. However, what really concerned Gu Yang was the inheritance of the ancient sacred land. This is the true foundation of an ancient sacred land. It can be said, what the Shenyu dynasty lacks most now is also the inheritance of the skills. Although Gu Yang had obtained a large number of techniques from other cultivators, the grades of these techniques were not high, and there were only a handful of techniques that could truly enter the Dao Palace realm. But now it was different. Among the techniques in the ancient wasteland Holy Land, there were not only techniques related to the Dao Palace realm, but also inheritances of saints and great saints. Even the techniques of the Saint King level. Gu Yang saw them all. It was a jade slip that exuded an ancient atmosphere, filled with the mystery of the Dao rhyme rules. When Gu Yang took out the jade slip, his eyes were immediately attracted by it. The next breath, Gu Yang stepped into it with his mind, and saw a terrifying force erupting from it, and the information emerged like a tide, causing his sea of consciousness to vibrate, and a strong tingling sensation came. After a long time, Gu Yang barely digested this information. 9 Heavens Scripture. Saint King level techniques. Gu Yang muttered to himself, his face full of shock. He originally practiced a Dao Palace level technique, which was extremely mysterious, but compared with the 9 Heavens heavenly scripture, it was a completely different concept. This technique was aimed directly at the Saint King realm. As long as the 9 Heavens heavenly scripture was practiced to perfection, it could break the Great Saint barrier and directly become a Saint King level powerhouse. Even if the limit of the 9 Heavens heavenly scripture was to allow people to enter the first level of Saint King, no matter what, it was also a Saint King level technique inheritance. Why was Guxiu besieged by many forces in the southern region? It was all because of the inheritance of the great Saint Huangji. A great sage legend has stirred up the world, and the inheritance of the Holy King is even more needless to say. However, it is because the ancient wasteland Holy Land has a strong foundation that it can keep the inheritance of the Holy King. Otherwise, how could other forces be indifferent to such inheritance? Now, the ancient wasteland Holy Land has been destroyed. All the forces in the world know that the inheritance of the ancient wasteland Holy Land has fallen into the hands of the Shenwu dynasty. But so what? Even if everyone in the world knows that the Shenwu dynasty has obtained the inheritance of the Holy King, no one dares to come and rob it. In the final analysis, it is a question of strength. The Shenwu dynasty cannot rely on my father alone. Now that I have obtained this Juxiao Tianjing, my strength should be further improved. Gu Yang thought to himself. With a large amount of resources and top inheritance, Gu Yang is confident that he can break through to a higher level in the shortest time. The next day, Gu Yang bestowed many resources in the court, among which the Shenwu Academy received the most resources, and most of the inheritance of skills was tilted towards the academy. After all, if the Shenwu dynasty wants to grow stronger, the strength of its subjects must keep up. Shenwu College is the foundation of the people, so Gu Yang naturally attaches the most importance to it. Then, there is a certain improvement in the salaries of officials. And the patrol guards, who represent the sword of the court, also get a lot of benefits. It can be said that the demise of an ancient sacred place directly increased the foundation of the Shenwu dynasty. On the other side, Gu Qingfeng came to another place. Zhuyang Mountain. From here you can see the capital of the entire Shenwu dynasty. The majestic mountain is like a guard, guarding the capital city, and it is also the location of the spiritual vein of Guangyang Prefecture. There are many spiritual veins in Zhuzhou. But the spiritual veins are also divided into strong and weak. The spiritual vein under Zhuyang Mountain is the largest spiritual vein in the entire Guangyang Prefecture, which is why the previous dynasty set this place as the capital city of Guangyang Prefecture. Since Gu Yang established Guangyang as the capital, Zhuyang Mountain has been heavily guarded, the purpose of which is to prevent anyone from wantonly destroying the spiritual veins and thus affecting the foundation of the dynasty. However, when Gu Qingfeng came to Zhuyang Mountain, the guards here did not dare to stop him. Because he was Gu Yang's father, the recognized emperor of the Shenwu dynasty. So, Gu Qingfeng had no obstacles in Zhuyang Mountain. Following the excavated mountain road, Gu Qingfeng came directly to the belly of Zhuyang Mountain and saw the spiritual veins here. I saw that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was much richer than that of the outside world. The walls of the passage were all nurtured by spiritual stones. When I walked to the end of the passage, I could see that there was a blood pool opened here, and the withered bones floating in it could be seen. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng's face did not change. Because these withered bones were the outside cultivators who were killed at the beginning, and they were all thrown into the spiritual veins in the end, using their luck to nourish the foundation of the spiritual veins. Originally, the spiritual veins here can only be regarded as low-grade spiritual veins, but with the nourishment of a large number of cultivators' flesh and blood, it can barely be promoted to a medium-grade spiritual vein. However, relying on the medium-grade spiritual veins to nourish the entire Guangyang Prefecture is not enough, let alone covering such a large Qingyun province. Qingfeng muttered to himself, and then he saw his mind move, and the cloud thunder cauldron suddenly appeared. Immediately, Qingfeng buried the remains of the saint and the great saint in the cloud thunder cauldron into the blood pool. In the Sumi, there was a terrifying holy power eruption. The entire Zhuyang mountain was shaking violently, like a dragon turning over. Many people in the capital noticed this and showed a look of doubt on their faces. At the same time, there was also a majestic spiritual energy eruption, sweeping across the 8 wildernesses like a hurricane. Under the impact of this spiritual energy, many people felt that their pores unconsciously opened, and passively refined this spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Guangyang Prefecture. Even outside Guangyang Prefecture, the spiritual energy is now affected. This is a sign of the spiritual vein's promotion. It is rumored that there is a middle-grade spiritual vein in Zhuyang Mountain. Now it seems that this spiritual vein has been promoted to a high-grade spiritual vein. No. It is not only a high-grade spiritual vein, but a sign of being promoted to a top-grade spiritual vein. When many cultivators saw this scene, their faces changed again and again. Some old and powerful people keenly discovered that the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now are definitely not what a top-grade spiritual vein can achieve. Only a top-grade spiritual vein can burst out the spiritual energy of a state. After learning about this, some cultivators immediately became greedy. You must know that a top-grade spiritual vein has a chance to breed a divine bloodstone. Even if it can only breed a low-grade divine bloodstone, it is still a divine bloodstone, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary ones. However, soon a cultivator poured cold water on it. Even if it is a top-grade spiritual vein, do you still want to come out and rob it? Don't forget the lesson of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. As soon as these words came out, the passion in the hearts of all the cultivators was like being poured with a basin of cold water, and they cooled down instantly. At this time, they realized that this was the Shenwu dynasty. The head of the Gu family was a terrifying existence that could destroy the entire ancient wasteland Holy Land with his own strength. If he really wanted to rob the top-grade spiritual vein, he would be tired of living. At that time, not only would he not be able to escape death, but even the forces behind him would be implicated. Outside the ancient Beast Mountain range, I saw a long boat cutting through the sky and heading towards Guangyang Mansion. On the long boat, a dozen people showed up here. The leader was a middle-aged monk. When that spiritual energy swept over, the middle-aged monk's eyes moved slightly, and his face looked slightly shocked. Behind him, when the young men and women saw this, their expressions changed. What a rich spiritual energy! Doesn't it mean that Zhu's spiritual energy is poor? Why is the spiritual energy here so rich? This kind of spiritual energy is unusual. It seems to be caused by the spiritual veins being upgraded. Everyone is curious about everything they say to me. Now, the leader of the middle-aged monk said, yes, this is indeed a sign of the spiritual veins promotion. If I read it correctly, this is most likely the top-grade spiritual vein transforming into a holy-grade spiritual vein. Holy-grade spiritual veins. When they heard this sentence, everyone's expressions changed again. They naturally know how important these spiritual veins are. Even in the ancestral land of the Zhou family, there is only one holy-grade spiritual vein. Zhu is barren and there should be no holy-grade spiritual veins. Now that the promotion of this spiritual vein is accompanied by the smell of killing and blood, it can be seen that it was created by other means. In the past, the ancient Holy Land was destroyed, and in the later, the saints' spiritual veins were promoted. It's interesting. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already guessed something. Normally, it is naturally difficult to breed a holy spiritual vein, but if the bones of a saint or the bones of a great saint are used as nourishment, then it is not a shocking thing to give birth to a holy spiritual vein. After all, any saint has been practicing for thousands of years, and every drop of blood contains supreme power, and the existence of the great saint realm goes without saying. The bones and flesh of such a powerful person are turned into spiritual nourishment, which is naturally a great tonic. Think of this. Zhou Weiyuan took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and then gave instructions to the others. Remember, the main purpose of this trip to Kyushu is to broaden your horizons. In addition, Kyushu had a supreme power in ancient times. Let's see if we can find an opportunity. Without my permission, no one is allowed to have conflicts with other monks, especially those from the Shenwu dynasty and the Gu family. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Yes. Everyone's expressions became solemn when they heard this, and they no longer dared to talk about it. See this? Zhou Weiyuan also nodded slightly. No way. The ancient wasteland Holy Land has been destroyed, and this is the Zhou family's only chance. If the Shenwu dynasty cannot be allowed to bury the hatchet, then the Zhou family will inevitably follow in the footsteps of the ancient Holy Land. Not to mention that the Zhou family is a saintly family with a rich heritage, but the ancient wasteland Holy Land, as an ancient force that once had Saint King level powerhouses, was uprooted by Gu Qingfeng alone. In front of such powerful men, the Zhou family could be wiped out with just a wave of their hands. Not to mention that the saint of the Zhou family has not yet awakened. Even if the saint awakens, he will not be able to stir up much trouble in front of such powerful people. The battle in the ancient wasteland Holy Land had made everyone in the world truly understand how terrifying the head of the Gu family was. In this era, the other party can be called number 1. End of chapter. Chapter 261 Refining the Two Great Treasures. Your heir Gu Yang has received the legacy of the ancient Holy Land, and a large amount of resources have been distributed, greatly increasing the foundation of the Shenwu dynasty. Your heir Gu Yang has comprehended the 9 heavens scripture and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has comprehended the 9 heavens scripture and his strength has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Yang has taken the treasures of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *66471. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *36412. Your heir Gu Xiu was seriously injured, but fortunately he was able to escape with the help of the remnant soul of the great sage. Your heir Gu Xiu. Your heir Gu Xian took the treasures of heaven and earth in the secret realm, and his cultivation has improved. Your heir Gu Xian was attacked by monks *355. Your heir Gu Xian used the peak cultivation level of a Grand Master to suppress the 3rd level monks of the Divine Transformation realm, shocking everyone. Your heir. After Gu Qingfeng came out of Zhuyang Mountain's spiritual veins, he returned to Gu Jiazhuang, and then took a look at the information panel as usual. In terms of heirs, no big changes. After all, when Gu Qingfeng went to destroy an ancient Holy Land, it actually didn't take much time. The change in a few days was not too big. But Gu Xiu's situation was as difficult as ever. It can be seen from the frequency with which the other party is attacked by demons that the other party is probably trapped in a situation where a large number of demons are encircling and suppressing them. What a pity! The demon world is not in the ancient world. Before finding the entrance to the demon world, Gu Qingfeng has no way to enter. 9 Heavens Scripture. Yang Er's understanding is indeed good. He has understood something from the inheritance of this sex sage king so quickly. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. The 9 Heavens Scripture is one of the biggest gains from his trip to the ancient wilderness Holy Land. Another thing that is comparable to the 9 Heavens Scripture is the Heavenly Seal. The former is the inheritance of the Holy King, and the latter is the Holy King's supreme treasure. The Nirvana Sutra is already considered powerful. If you can cultivate it to the peak of perfection, it will be enough to aspire to the 9th level of the Great Sage. But compared with Zhuxiao Tianjing, the Nirvana Sutra is still inferior. Even if you have reached the peak of Zhuxiao Tianjing practice and can barely step into the Saint King realm, and have not yet reached the 9th level of the Saint King realm, the Great Sage cultivation techniques cannot reach the level of the Holy King realm. Comparable. But what Gu Qingfeng really cares about now is not the 9 heavens scripture, but another technique. Tianmei Zhenjing. This is a skill that Gu Yang originally obtained, but later fell into the hands of Gu Qingfeng. All the time, Gu Qingfeng didn't know much about the heavenly meridian scripture. Although he had condensed 2 major heavenly meridians, he couldn't say he had much understanding of the heavenly meridian scripture. In this battle with the great sage Xuanyu, Gu Qingfeng's final sword blow to kill the opponent actually not only completely relied on the power of the ancient immortal body, but also used the power of 2 major heavenly veins. In this way, Gu Qingfeng was able to kill the great sage Xuanyu. From this battle, Gu Qingfeng has a clear understanding of his current strength. Semi-saint cultivation. The real strength should be around the half-step great sage. But if you use the 2 heavenly veins, you can directly compare with the strong men in the great saint realm. For example, in the case of Monkey King Xuanyu, the opponent is just entering the monkey realm for the first time. Unlike Monkey King Qingfeng and Monkey Emperor, he is a veteran and powerful person who aspires to reach the 9th level of Monkey King. If it were a 9th level great sage, Gu Qingfeng would have to turn around and leave. So, the 2 heavenly veins are already so powerful. One day, if he could really cultivate the 9 heavenly veins around his body, Gu Qingfeng doubted that even a semi-saint cultivation level would be able to kill Saint King level or even stronger beings. But it is not easy to practice the Heavenly Meridian Sutra. If you want to condense the 3rd Heavenly Meridian, if you rely on your own cultivation and understanding, I don't know how long it will take to succeed. As for using promotion points to break through, the 3rd level of Tianmei Sutra also requires a full 10,000 promotion points. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. There is no way to improve the Tianmei Sutra now, but if there are enough improvement points in the future, then the Tianmei Sutra can be improved. Even if you can't cultivate the 9 heavenly veins around your body, you can make a rapid improvement in your strength by gathering 1 or 2 more heavenly veins. Of course, compared with any skill or skill, state is the real first element. As long as the realm is high enough, all problems can be easily solved. Just like this time. If Gu Qingfeng was not a semi-saint, but a great saint, or even a strong man in the Holy King realm, there would be no need to use any trump card, he could wipe out the ancient Holy Land with just 1 slap. So, realm is the first element. But if the realm cannot be improved, then the Tianmei Sutra is the first target for improvement. Then, Gu Qingfeng took out the Divine Emperor Cauldron and saw the treasure shaking. Waves of fluctuations came from it, as if 2 powerful figures were constantly attacking the cauldron, trying to escape from it. It's just wishful thinking to think of overturning the world after falling into Gu's hands. Gu Qingfeng smiled disdainfully, and immediately poured the energy and blood power into the Divine Emperor Cauldron. All the power of the great holy soldier was stimulated, and the heavy pressure dropped, causing the shaking cauldron body to instantly quiet down. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng's mind moved, and a blood-stained bronze war spear suddenly appeared. The moment the god-killing spear broke free from the restraints of the Divine Emperor Cauldron, a terrifying killing force erupted, and the cold light tore through the space, as if to kill Gu Qingfeng on the spot. The latter was well prepared for this, and when the attack of the god-killing spear was about to come, he suppressed it with a palm. When the great sage Xuanyu was alive, you couldn't make any waves. Now that the great sage has fallen, you want to resist me with an ownerless great sage soldier. Submit to me, and one day you will have a chance to taste the blood of the great emperor. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the god-killing spear with his bare hands, and then spoke. However, this treasure was still shaking, and there was no intention of surrendering at all. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng was not surprised. After all, it is impossible to make the great sage soldier surrender with just a few words. So, seeing the god-killing spear resisting, Gu Qingfeng directly bombarded the great saint weapon with the power of his divine thoughts, causing the bronze war spear to tremble violently, and the idea of unwillingness emerged, as if he wanted to resist forcefully. In response to this, Qingfeng looked indifferent and continued to suppress it with the power of his divine thoughts. What kind of storm could a great saint weapon without an owner cause? I saw that the killing accumulated in the god-killing spear for countless years was now all erupting, and many ancient scenes appeared in Qingfeng's mind one by one. This is what the strong men who have held the god-killing spear have experienced in the past generations. The memories accumulated over a long period of time are naturally unbearable for ordinary cultivators. This is also a big problem that you have to face when you want to forcibly suppress and refine a treasure. However, this kind of memory shock is useless to Qingfeng. After all, he practiced with the improvement point. If you say it seriously, the time he took to really practice to this realm is much longer than the memory experienced by the god-killing spear. So, such memory fragments could not shake Qingfeng in the slightest. After a long time, the resistance of the god-killing spear gradually weakened. Finally, Qingfeng forcibly placed his soul mark on this treasure. When the soul mark merged into the god-killing spear, all the killing aura disappeared, and some close connections had been established between them. It is worthy of being a great saint soldier. This kind of attacking treasure, if used in combat, can exert a power that is even 3 times stronger than the divine emperor cauldron. Qingfeng felt the power of the god-killing spear and showed a satisfied look on his face. This is not to say that the god-killing spear is stronger than the divine emperor cauldron, but that the two treasures have their own advantages. For example, the divine emperor cauldron is a treasure that combines suppression and attack. There is a world inside the cauldron. If the great saint soldier falls into it, it is destined to be difficult to escape. Even the saint king soldier can suppress it for a short time. On the contrary, the god-killing spear does not have these effects. This treasure is a real offensive treasure, and it has only one function, that is, killing. So, if it is just a battle function, the single god-killing spear is stronger. At the same time, Qingfeng discovered that the god-killing spear has a characteristic. That is, it can grow by itself in killing. If this treasure can kill enough creatures, then one day it will be able to break the shackles of the great saint soldier and transform into a saint king soldier. It is not so easy to achieve a saint king soldier. But no matter what, there is always a possibility of breakthrough and transformation. Then, it is the heavenly desolate seal. When Qingfeng took out this saint king soldier, a terrifying holy power spread out immediately, and the mighty power seemed to sweep across the world. Seeing this, Qingfeng's expression was slightly condensed, and the power of his divine thoughts burst out, and he suppressed the heavenly desolate seal with a bang. Unlike forcibly refining the god-killing spear, Qingfeng did not hold back this time. The power of the Saint King's soldier. It was completely incomparable to the great saint's soldier. The power contained in this treasure made Qingfeng a little frightened. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye. It was a few days. The resistance of the Tianhuang seal gradually weakened, and finally Qingfeng successfully left a soul mark on it. So far, this Saint King's soldier of the ancient wasteland Holy Land also belonged to Qingfeng. After being refined, the Tianhuang seal was no longer as terrifying as before, and turned into a palm-sized seal quietly staying in Qingfeng's palm. This seal looks plain and unpretentious, but the Tao rhyme flows in it, filled with unusual pressure. Heavenly Seal. The supreme treasure that the 9 heavens Saint King refined with a star as its foundation. Once the heavenly seal is sacrificed, it is like a star descending to the earth. Anyone below the Saint King will die if they touch it. Few can compete with it. After refining the heavenly seal, Qingfeng finally understood the origin of this treasure. Using a star as its foundation, it was refined into the heavenly seal in front of him. Such a method made Qingfeng a little shocked. Outside the ancient world, it is the chaotic void. The so-called stars are the products of the chaotic void. The weight of each star is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even a semi-saint strongman would find it difficult to move it, let alone refine it into a treasure. What's more, not everyone is qualified to step into the chaotic void. It can be seen how terrible the Saint King level strongman is. This kind of existence can not only step into the chaotic void, but also directly absorb a star and refine it into the Tianhuang seal in front of him. Wait. Strictly speaking, the demon world and the ancient world are in the same chaos. If I have enough cultivation in the future, I may be able to cross the chaos directly and find the demon world. But there is a problem. Chaos is vast and boundless. It is not so easy to find the whereabouts of the demon world in the slowly changing chaos. Gu Qingfeng's expression moved slightly, but he did not give up this idea in his heart. But before that, his semi-saint cultivation was too weak after all. The existence of chaos is unknown. Gu Qingfeng will naturally not take it lightly. The cultivation of the semi-saint realm is still far behind in Gu Qingfeng's opinion. If there is a chance, he must at least truly prove the truth and become a saint. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at his own attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 56/6000. Realm, Dao Palace Realm Nineth Layer. Martial Arts, Heavenly Vein Sutra, 2nd Layer, Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, Perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, Perfect, Ancient Wilderness Heavenly Sword, Perfect, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, Perfect, Wind Separation Sutra, Not Yet Started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, 2nd Layer of Grand Master, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art, Not Yet Started, 9 Heavens Heaven Sutra, Not Yet Started. Improvement points, 72. At present, the attribute panel has not changed much. The only difference is that there is an additional 9 Heavens Heaven Sutra. As a Saint King level technique, Gu Qingfeng naturally cannot miss it. And unlike the Nirvana Dao Sutra, the 9 Heavens Heaven Sutra does not have any special requirements. As long as one's own talent is sufficient, one can practice this technique. So, before Gu Qingfeng handed the 9 Heavens Heaven Sutra to Gu Yang, he had already comprehended the existence of this technique. Next, Gu Qingfeng intends to rely on his qualifications to try to practice the 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture. It is not said that he can practice this technique to a high level, but at least he can save some points for improvement. When he has enough points for improvement, Gu Qingfeng can rely on the 9 Heavens Heavenly Scripture to directly break through the Saint Realm, and the higher Great Saint Realm Saint King Realm. However, Gu Qingfeng did not retreat immediately, but gave some advice on the practice of the people in Gujiazhuang. Although Gujiazhuang no longer recruits disciples casually, there are still many disciples in Gujiazhuang so far. On weekdays, these disciples are all instructed by Gu Peng, and Gu Qingfeng rarely appears. Gu Qingfeng now thinks that he is the owner of Gujiazhuang, but rarely shows up in front of these disciples, which is always a bit unreasonable. It happened that Gu Qingfeng had experienced a war not long ago, and he also needed to relax appropriately. The way of practice has always been about relaxation. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng took this opportunity to see the current progress of the disciples in Gujiazhuang. On the other side, in the court, many southern forces, led by the Zhou family, are now coming together to meet with Gu Yang. End of this chapter. Chapter 262 The 9th Ranked Divine Body. In the courtroom, the smell of blood filled the air. I saw powerful people from all sides, headed by the Zhou family, standing there with humble expressions, and in front of them were many blood-stained heads. Emperor Gu, my Zhou family has never had the idea of going against the Shenwu dynasty. The original actions against King Yun were only made by some members of the Zhou family without permission. The head of the Zhou family was very angry when he learned about this incident, so he killed all the people involved in the incident. Their heads are also here. I hope Emperor Gu will calm down. Zhou Weiyuan said respectfully. He kept his posture extremely low, even though he was a 9th-level Taoist realm expert, and Gu Yang was just entering the divine transformation realm for the first time, but Zhou Weiyuan showed no disrespect at all. The ancient Holy Land was destroyed. Let the entire southern territory be shaken. With the cruelty of the head of the Gu family, if the Zhou family does not give a solution that satisfies the other party, I am afraid that the entire Zhou family will follow the footsteps of the ancient Holy Land. At this time, other forces also spoke one after another, acting as if they were completely unaware and just a few people making their own decisions. To this, Gu Yang looked indifferent, looked at the many heads on the ground, and waved his hand. Since the people under my command make their own decisions, I am not a stingy person. If you all show enough sincerity, the matter will be dropped. Speaking of which, Gu Yang suddenly raised his voice. Somebody come! What are your orders, Your Majesty? Several guards entered from outside the palace, bowed and asked. Gu Yang waved his hand, take all these heads and feed them to the dogs, so as not to pollute the purity of the court. Yes. A few guards took the heads away as if they were there. Regarding this scene, Zhou Weiyuan and others lowered their eyebrows and did not show any displeasure on their faces. Subsequently, Zhou Weiyuan brought out another brocade box and said respectfully, this is a little thought from the Zhou family, as an apology. Gu Yang signaled with his eyes, and the eunuch on the side walked down and took away the brocade box. The Zhou family is interested. Gu Yang nodded slightly. This time, other forces also provided corresponding resources as an apology. To this, Gu Yang always recruits people without fail. For the current Shenwu dynasty, the most lacking thing is resources. Even though the Shenwu dynasty had already annexed an ancient holy land, it was not enough. After accepting the apology from all parties, Gu Yang finally showed a faint smile. I already know your thoughts, but I have to say some ugly things first. If your forces deliberately target people from our Shenwu dynasty again in the future, they will never be solved as easily as today. I believe you all know what will happen at that time. Yes, yes, what Emperor Gu said is absolutely true. When I get back, I will definitely order my disciples to ensure that this kind of thing will never happen again. Yes, Prince Gu, don't worry, we have never meant to be enemies of the Shenwu dynasty. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly made promises, fearing that Gu Yang would settle the scores again. See this! Gu Yang did not continue to say too much, but ordered someone to set up a banquet and invited all the forces that arrived to attend the banquet. Faced with such an invitation, they naturally did not dare to refuse. For a while, it can be regarded as a feast for the guests and the host. This news, naturally, it reached Gu Qingfeng's ears immediately. Gu Qingfeng was also aware of Gu Yang's actions. But he had no idea of meddling in this. The other party naturally knows how Gu Yang should do it, and there is no need for him to deliberately give instructions. Half a month later, Gu Qingfeng just went into seclusion again. This time, he wants to practice the 9 heavens scripture. In the first half of the month, Gu Qingfeng stayed at Gujiazhuang, often giving guidance to the disciples in the village, and then being gentle with Su Yulan. To be honest, Gu Qingfeng also wanted to see if he could leave another heir. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more talented the offspring will be. But it's a pity. Didn't see any results. To this, Gu Qingfeng could only lament that the important task of strengthening the Gu family's bloodline still had to fall on others. Inside the knife-sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, his mind fell into his own body, and he began to comprehend the 9 heavens scripture in his mind. He followed the Juxiao heavenly scriptures cultivation method and began to transfer his body's energy and blood. The terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. In almost less than a moment, Gu Qingfeng practiced the first level of the Juxiao Heavenly Scriptures Body Refining Chapter. Complete. However, this hasn't stopped yet. I saw the terrifying spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering together, and the 9 heavens scripture continued to break through. The second level of the Body Training Chapter. The third level of the Body Training Chapter. The fourth level of the Body Training Chapter. The fifth level of the Body Training Chapter. In less than a day, Gu Qingfeng's cultivation of the 9 heavens scripture was so overwhelming that he completed all 5 levels of the Body Refining Chapter. 5-fold perfection. If it were anyone else, no matter how talented they were, it would have taken at least several years. As for his ability to practice so quickly, Gu Qingfeng attributed it to his high level of semi-saint cultivation and the magical effects of his ancient immortal body. After all, it is naturally much easier to go back to practice the techniques of the body training realm with a semi-saint cultivation level. But just because it is easy, Gu Qingfeng does not gain much from the 5-level perfection of the 9 heavens scripture in the Body Refining Chapter. But Gu Qingfeng didn't care about this either. With his current level of cultivation, even if Juxiao Tianjing breaks through to the level of a Grand Master, the real changes it will bring are almost negligible. Only after entering the Divine Transformation Chapter and even the Dao Palace Chapter can it play some role. But it is not that simple to break through these 2 levels. But the purpose of Gu Qingfeng's practice of the 9 heavens scripture is just to save some improvement points for subsequent promotions. He directly relied on himself to practice the 9 heavens scripture to the Dao Palace chapter, or even to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. He did not do that. Thought about it. Time passes. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. This past 6 months, the Xinyu dynasty was peaceful. However, with the resources from the ancient wasteland Holy Land and various forces in the southern territory, the Xinyu dynasty's foundation has greatly increased, and its overall strength has also increased by leaps and bounds. The Xinyu dynasty grew. The national destiny is prosperous. The third grade Qinglian, which originally represented the destiny of the dynasty, is now gradually transforming towards a higher level. It's just that the speed of this transformation is very slow. If you want to truly break the shackles of the dynasty and be promoted to the dynasty, it will still take a long time. This is also very normal. After all, the resources of many forces such as the ancient wasteland Holy Land were only available to the Xinyu dynasty for half a year. Even if they wanted to be completely transformed, it would take a lot of time. This day, Gu Qingfeng's body trembled. The 9 heavens scripture finally broke through the barrier of the Grand Master chapter and successfully broke through to the Grand Master chapter. A majestic energy and blood force revived from the physical body, flowing throughout the limbs and bones in the blink of an eye. The Grand Master chapter. The 9 heavens scripture is worthy of being a holy king level technique, and its difficulty is comparable to other techniques. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath to calm down his boiling blood. Then he glanced at his attribute panel. Age, 57. The 9 heavens scripture, the first level of the Grand Master chapter. Gu Qingfeng glanced at his age, and then at the progress of the 9 heavens scripture, which clearly showed the words Grand Master chapter. 57 years old. Gu Qingfeng was a little emotional. Now, as his cultivation level becomes higher and higher, his concept of time becomes more and more blurred. To Gu Qingfeng, the growth of age is just a number. Today's him. Physical functions are far from reaching their true peak. Compared with the lifespan of 6,000 years in the Dao Palace realm, the age of only half a hundred years is not worth mentioning. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel skillfully. Your heir Gu Yang has gained some understanding of the 9 heavens scripture by practicing it, and his strength has improved to a certain extent. Your heir Gu Yang has gained some understanding of the 9 heavens scripture, and his cultivation level has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang has gained some understanding of the heavenly meridian scripture and successfully condensed the first heavenly meridian. Your heir Gu Yang swallowed the treasures of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level was supposed to break through to the second level of the divine transformation realm, but he was forcibly suppressed by him, further polishing his foundation. The foundation of your heir Gu Yang has become stronger and stronger. Your descendant Gu Xian was inherited by a mysterious strongman in the secret realm, and his strength has greatly increased. Your heir Gu Xian is taking ancient elixirs and has reached the first level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *102361. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *136592. Your heir Gu Xiu has been attacked by demons many times, and has narrowly escaped death countless times, causing the immortal divine body to awaken early. Your heir Gu Xiu swallowed the demon inner elixir, and his cultivation level broke through to the first level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Xiu swallowed a large amount of demonic inner elixirs, and his cultivation level broke through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Xiu suddenly had an epiphany, gained some understanding of the Heavenly Meridian Sutra, and successfully condensed the first Heavenly Meridian. Has your heir Gu Shennan been practicing in the martial arts world? He has gained some understanding of Qinglian Sword Dao and has broken through to the sixth level of true meaning. Your heir, Gu Shennan, fights against the strong and supports the weak in the world, and is honored as Qinglian Fairy by all parties in the world. Your heir Gu Shengxing received the guidance of a strong man and his cultivation level has broken through to the lower level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir Gu Sheng'an received the guidance of a strong man and his cultivation level has broken through to the lower level of the bone refining realm. Reward improvement points *30. Your heir. A large amount of dense information appeared. Gu Qingfeng glanced at it and discarded all the useless information, leaving only some useful information to read carefully. Gu Qingfeng was also a little surprised when he learned that Gu Yang and Gu Xiu had cultivated the Tianmei Sutra to the first level. The power of Tianmei Sutra. Of course he knew it very well. The difficulty of practicing this technique was unprecedented in his life. Because of the power of the Heavenly Meridian Scripture, Gu Qingfeng was not stingy about this technique. Almost all direct descendants of the Gu family obtained the cultivation method of the Heavenly Meridian Scripture. What a pity! Until now, only Gu Yang and Gu Xiu were able to enter. The rest of the people did not gain much for the time being. But, except for this, what concerned Gu Qingfeng the most was Gu Xiu's change. Immortal divine body. Xiu actually also possesses a divine body. Gu Qingfeng looked slightly startled. The Tianfeng divine body on Gu Xian's body was just acquired. In addition, the other party's Tianfeng divine body was incomplete and could not be considered a complete Tianfeng divine body at all. So, strictly speaking, Gu Xian's immortal divine body is the true natural divine body. After wiping out the ancient Holy Land, Gu Qingfeng obtained many classics from it, and he also had some understanding of the many gods in the ancient world. It is rumored that Dachan's immortal body is almost immortal and can be reborn with blood in a true sense. Even if the ancient emperor takes action, it is extremely difficult to kill a Dachan's immortal body. In the records of the ancient times, there were once strong men in the quasi-emperor realm who relied on the immortal divine body to finally defeat a strong emperor. And even if it is Xiaokeng's immortal divine body, it is not easy to really kill it. Among the many divine bodies, the immortal divine body is enough to rank among the top 10. Gu Qingfeng reviewed everything about the immortal divine body in his mind. He certainly had enough understanding of the power of this divine body. In the ancient world, there are rankings of many divine bodies. The so-called ranking of divine bodies, their rankings are determined based on the achievements of divine bodies in the past. Any divine body that ranks among the top 10 has a record of quasi-emperors defeating great emperors. It can be said, there have been many divine bodies throughout the ancient world, but any one of the truly top 10 divine bodies is extremely powerful. Even the Qingfeng divine body obtained by Gu Xian can only rank 18th. The immortal divine body can directly rank 9th, which shows how powerful these divine bodies are. The divine body is made in heaven. This is something that no one can decide or control. Now that Gu Xian has awakened his immortal body, it is naturally an unexpected surprise for Gu Qingfeng. With the characteristics of the immortal divine body, if the opponent awakens such a divine body, the probability of surviving in the demon world will be higher. And as long as any divine body does not die accidentally, it can at least aspire to the great saint realm. If you get some opportunities, it is possible to break through the Saint King realm, and even to the Quasi-Emperor and even the higher Great Emperor realm. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Not all divine bodies can become great emperors, but almost any great emperor possesses a divine body. As for mortal bodies becoming emperors, there are only a handful of them throughout the ages. Said without politeness. The divine body is the entrance ticket to the realm of the great emperor. This is also the fundamental reason why Taixu Holy Land is still willing to do its best to cultivate Gu Xian's incomplete Qingfeng divine body even after knowing it. Complete divine bodies are rare, and incomplete divine bodies are equally rare. For ordinary forces to obtain a divine body, it is no less difficult than ascending to heaven, so Taixu Holy Land's ability to obtain an incomplete divine body is enough to make many forces envious. Gu Qingfeng now had some doubts as to whether the emperor had already discovered that Gu Xiu had an immortal body when he set his sights on him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain that a strong man of the 9th level of the great sage would choose a little monk who is not even a master. End of chapter. Chapter 263 The Power of the Immortal Divine Body. Boom! The demons surrounded him. Gu Xiu was covered in blood, his face was fierce, and his fists suppressed the enemy. He was only at the 2nd level of the divine transformation realm, but with the power of the Imperial Extreme Immortal Scripture and the Imperial Extreme Tyrant Fist, any cultivator at the same level could not be his opponent. Kill him! I have already sent the news back to the Holy Land of Heavenly Demons. It won't be long before the demon commander will come in person. The Iron Ghost Demon General roared. His body was about 10 feet tall and burly, and his muscles contained extremely terrifying power. But even so, he was under great pressure under Gu Xiu's attack. In response to this, the Iron Ghost Demon General's murderous intent surged in his heart. The human race in front of him was only at the 2nd level of the divine transformation realm, but the strength possessed by the other party was so great that even he, who was at the 6th level of the divine transformation realm, felt exhausted. If he fought alone, the Iron Ghost Demon General knew that he would never be Gu Xiu's opponent. This is the pride of the human race. Since ancient times, demons and humans are irreconcilable. In this situation, how can the Iron Ghost Demon General let a human genius leave alive? Not to mention, in this period of time, many demons from the Heavenly Demon Holy Land have fallen into the hands of the opponent, which has angered the entire Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Among them, the demon commander of the Dao Palace realm personally took action, but Gu Xiu escaped in the end. The opponent's methods made the Heavenly Demon Holy Land a little overwhelmed. This time, the Heavenly Demon Holy Land took the lead in ambush and besieged Gu Xiu. Now as long as they can hold on until the strong men of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land arrive, the opponent will be unable to escape. In this regard, the other demons were excited, and the momentum of the siege became more and more fierce. Gu Xiu's face was indifferent, and he completely abandoned his own defense and fought to the death with the demons who were besieged. I saw demons coming up one by one, with many wounds on their bodies and a lot of blood flowing. Gu Xiu's expression remained unchanged. Every punch he threw out would definitely take the life of a demon. Boom! 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 Gu Xiu punched out, and a demon's head exploded. Then he kicked out with a whip kick, and the demon's headless body flew across in an instant, colliding with other demons. The next breath, Gu Xiu strode forward, and his blood and energy almost condensed into substance, and he killed the Iron Ghost Demon General. The latter saw this, and his expression was also fierce. His claws cut through the space, and his target was Gu Xiu's chest. Facing the attack of the Iron Ghost Demon General, Gu Xiu did not dodge or avoid, but directly faced the attack, allowing the Iron Ghost Demon General's claws to tear his chest. This change made the other party look stunned. Die! Gu Xiu's expression was ferocious, and the terrifying blood and energy on his body turned into a domineering figure. A fierce punch broke through the space and hit the head of the Iron Ghost Demon General fiercely. Seeing this scene, the Iron Ghost Demon General was horrified. He wanted to withdraw, but it was too late. Madman! Boom! Before the Iron Ghost Demon General finished speaking, Gu Xiu punched him in the head. The terrifying force shattered his skull and splattered his brain. Then, Gu Xiu grabbed the Iron Ghost Demon General's shoulders with both hands, and then tore him left and right. The huge demon's body was torn in half. A bloody inner pill appeared. Gu Xiu was quick to grab the inner pill and put it into the storage ring. Then, regardless of his injuries, he continued to kill other demons. Without the Iron Ghost Demon General's restraint, how could other demons be Gu Xiu's opponents? Especially the opponent's completely disregard for life, covered in blood like a hellish demon, which made these demons timid. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The Iron Ghost Demon General is dead, this human has gone crazy. I don't want to die. After Gu Xiu killed most of the demons, the remaining demons finally broke down. They looked at Gu Xiu with horror and no longer had any fighting spirit. When the first demon broke down and fled directly out of the battlefield, the other demons also fled directly. Seeing this, Gu Xiu took advantage of the victory and pursued, killing more than a dozen demons before stopping. Afterwards, he dug out all the demons' inner cores, and left the place without stopping for a moment. Half an hour later, a terrifying aura descended. A demon commander in the Dao Palace realm looked at the situation in front of him, which was like a Shura battlefield, with a gloomy face. At the same time, he grabbed a fleeing demon in his hand and directly used soul-searching methods. A moment passed. All the memories of this demon were searched out by the demon commander. What a human genius! He can fight against a demon general of the 6th level of the Divine Transformation Realm with only the 2nd level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and even break through the siege of many demons. If this boy doesn't die, he will definitely be a big trouble for the demon world in the future. The demon commander's face became colder and colder. Such a genius must not be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, I don't know how many demons will die in his hands in the future. After all, in the history of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, as long as the demons like Gu Xiu don't die in the future, they can at least enter the realm of saints, and may even go higher. Since ancient times, in the wars between demons and humans, every saint of the human race has brought a large number of casualties to the demon world. How can the Heavenly Demon Holy Land let such a being with such a chance to become a saint live? Immediately, this demon commander used the Jade Communication Talisman to send the news here back to the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. At the same time, he searched for all the traces left by Gu Xiu on the battlefield to deduce the opponent's whereabouts. Gu Xiu is not dead. This demon commander felt uneasy. If you wait until the opponent enters the Dao Palace realm, then looking at the entire demon world, there will be not many strong people who can really control the opponent. After all, even in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, there are not many demon commanders in the Dao Palace realm. As for the demon kings who are comparable to the saint realm, they are completely missing in this era of Dharma end. The great times of great strife are not coming. It is rare for a demon king to be born. Other side, Gu Xiu had already fled thousands of miles away. At the same time, he even used corresponding disguise methods to disguise himself as a demon, sneaked into a demon city, and rented a temporary place to stay at the cost of some sacred blood stones. Such practices This was not the first time for Guxiu. There are all kinds of monsters in the demon world, some are completely different from humans, and some have the same appearance as humans. The only difference between them is the aura on their bodies. The Supreme Sage Huang had already taught Guxiu the method of disguising the aura of demons, so the latter was able to sneak into the demon city. After all, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. No one in the heavenly demon Holy Land would have thought that Guxiu would be lurking here. Mansion. In the secret room, Guxiu had already cleaned away the blood on his body, and the many wounds on his body had now disappeared. Even the Iron Ghost General's death blow left no trace at all. See this! Emperor Huangji couldn't help but sigh, the immortal divine body is really a pervert. It is worthy of being the 9th top divine body. You have just awakened the immortal divine body, and you are not even a small success. You are able to achieve this level. One day, if you really want to cultivate the immortal divine body to great perfection, then you will definitely be comparable to the ancient emperor. The abnormality of the immortal divine body. The emperor and the great sage were able to witness it with their own eyes. Even with the vision of a powerful person at the level of a great saint, they are shocked by the power of the immortal divine body. Guxiu shook his head, it is not easy to cultivate an immortal divine body. Even if you only have a small amount of divine body, you will need many magical medicines and treasures from heaven and earth. Having said that, there are many resources in the demon world, and this is your chance. The great sage Huang said. To this, Guxiu also nodded slightly. Since he awakened the immortal divine body, he has received the inheritance from his bloodline, which is something that has been engraved in the bloodline by the immortal divine body of past generations. If a new immortal divine body is born, it can receive gifts from past divine bodies. Inside. This is the method of cultivating the divine body. Divine body training. It is different from normal Kung Fu practice. These methods of cultivating the divine body are designed to develop the potential in the divine body and allow the divine body to transform. In other words, as long as there are enough resources, Guxiu can now cultivate the immortal divine body to great perfection. Although he is still at the second level of the divine transformation realm with a highly accomplished immortal divine body, with the help of a highly accomplished immortal divine body, he can kill even a strong man in the Dao Palace realm. On the contrary, there were also strong men who aspired to become the great sage and saint king, even to the level of quasi-emperor, but they failed to cultivate their body and spirit to great perfection. Visible. Whether the divine body is fully developed or not actually has little to do with the realm of cultivation. At this time, Emperor Huangji was secretly sighing in his heart. It turned out that the Supreme Sage Huang had planned to lead Guxiu to the place where the Emperor fell and obtain the 9-death immortal grass so that he could awaken the immortal divine body in the future. Unexpectedly. However, in the life and death fight, Guxiu directly tapped into his own potential and gave birth to the immortal divine body one step ahead of schedule. Even the Emperor and the great sage had to be shocked by such an opportunity. To know. The divine body awakens. It is no less difficult than climbing to the sky. In the past, many monsters failed to truly awaken their divine bodies even until the day they died. For someone like Guxiu, who could awaken his divine body just by fighting in life and death, he was naturally blessed with deep blessings. What's more, over the past few days, Emperor Huangji has witnessed Guxiu's transformation with his own eyes. Whether it is cultivation level, combat experience, etc., the opponent has made rapid progress. On Guxiu, the great emperor saw the shadow of the young emperor. Perhaps my disciple really has hope of being able to step into the realm of the great emperor in the future. Young emperor. When he thought of this, the great sage Huang was also a little excited. I thought that if Huangji could really cultivate a powerful emperor, he would be proud of his reputation and be remembered by hundreds of millions of people in the ancient world. That time. Not saying that he could reshape his body, even if he could go a step further, it would not be impossible. So, Emperor Huangji Sage now rarely interferes with Gu Xiu's actions. The meaning of his existence is more often to guide Gu Xiu's practice and answer some of the other party's doubts. After all, the real geniuses all have their own ideas. Every ancient emperor was killed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The road to enlightenment and becoming an emperor is destined to be littered with corpses. Only by conquering the world and suppressing the supreme being of an era can one be truly qualified to ascend to the throne. Now Gu Xiu is fighting in the demon world. Even if he is repeating the path that the ancient emperor took in the past, it is even more dangerous than the path that the ancient emperor took. After all, there were not many great emperors who dared to go deep into the demon world alone when they were young. It should be noted that there are many powerful people in the demon world. Based on the information learned by the emperor's supreme sanctuary, there are many ancient existences in the demon world that have sealed themselves in dust. If these existences were born, they would be enough to stir up the chaotic starry sky. So, if Gu Xiu can really fight his way out of the demon world, it will be of great benefit to the opponent's subsequent growth. Gu Xiu didn't pay much attention to the emperor's thoughts. All his thoughts were now focused on cultivation. The battle with the Iron Ghost Demon General also made Gu Xiu realize that his cultivation level was still not enough. He was at the second level of the divine transformation realm, and with the advantage of the immortal divine body, it was already very difficult to defeat a demon general at the sixth level of the divine transformation realm. If the one who took action this time was not a demon general but a Taoist palace realm demon commander, Gu Xiu suspected that he would have to explain where he was. Only by improving one's realm can one act safer in the demon world. The second level of divine transformation is far from enough. If I want to break through, I must at least step into the Dao Palace realm first. And only if you have enough cultivation, you can leave the demon world, otherwise you may be trapped here for the rest of your life. Gu Xiu's eyes were solemn. He naturally didn't want to be trapped in the demon world for the rest of his life. But if you want to leave the demon world and return to the ancient world, there are only two ways, either to find an ancient teleportation array, just like the ancient teleportation array in the southern region. Use the teleportation array method to return to the ancient world. Second, it is to cross the chaotic void, push through the entire chaos with absolute strength, and finally return to the ancient world. Of course, the former goes without saying much. According to the information Gu Xiu heard, all the teleportation arrays related to the ancient world are controlled by some top demonic forces. In the heavenly demon Holy Land has such a teleportation array in its hands. This is why. The reason why Gu Xiaohui faced off against the heavenly demon Holy Land. In addition, judging from these news, Gu Xiu understood that the demon world was always ready to attack the ancient world, and this news was also extraordinary. If he could return to the ancient world, he would definitely inform the Shenwu dynasty of the news and let everyone prepare early. So, to achieve this step, you must have a strong enough cultivation level. As for the second method, there is no need to say more. Chaos is dangerous and unpredictable. According to the Emperor Sage, there are countless ancient and terrifying existences in it. Even a strong man in the great sage realm may fall at any time if he rashly goes deep into the chaos. Only the ancient emperor can truly travel through chaos and not be afraid of anything. Coupled with the vastness of chaos, trying to find the whereabouts of the ancient world in chaos is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Two methods. In Gu Xiu's opinion, the first one is the most reliable. But no matter what method is used, the issue of cultivation strength cannot be circumvented. A thought fell. Gu Xiu began to swallow the demon inner elixir, silently improving his strength. End of chapter. Chapter 264 Gu Xian and number 039, S shock. A few days later, Gu Xiu came out of seclusion. He has already refined all the demon inner elixirs during this trip, but he is still a little short of breaking through to the third level of the divine transformation realm. This is also something that can't be helped. When human monks refine the demon inner elixir, it is difficult to absorb all the power of the inner elixir. Most of the power escapes, and only a small amount of power can be transformed into one's own cultivation. But anyway, the refining of the demon's inner elixir is always much faster than normal cultivation. With your current talent, as long as you practice steadily, it will not be a problem to break through to the Tao Palace realm within 100 years. At this time, there was a voice coming from the emperor and the great sage. A century-old breakthrough to the Dao Palace. When he heard this, Gu Xiu shook his head. 100 years is too slow. And in the world of monsters, who dares to say that they can hide their whereabouts for 100 years? Once exposed, the longer it is delayed, the more dangerous it will be. Gu Xiu knew very well that although he had only offended a heavenly demon holy land, in fact, humans and demons had never dealt with each other. As long as you are in the demon world, you are always at risk of being surrounded and suppressed by demons. So, what Gu Xiu had to do? It is to improve one's own cultivation level as much as possible in the shortest possible time. Only this way. Only then can he be absolutely safe. In addition, Gu Xiu also needs to have enough cultivation to enter the place where the emperor fell and find the 9-death immortal grass mentioned by the emperor's saint. Just because the 9-death immortal grass is not only the magical medicine needed to awaken the immortal divine body, but also the existence of the 9-death immortal grass is also inseparable for the immortal divine body to achieve success. However, the land of the emperor's fall is dangerous and cannot be set foot in by the mere divine transformation realm. Even those who break through to the Dao Palace realm are not qualified to set foot in the land of the emperor's fall. Subsequently, Gu Xiu left here and walked in the demon city. The bustling and lively scene in front of me has a somewhat exotic flavor. I heard that a vision of heaven and earth appeared in Lufeng Mountain half a month ago. Rumor has it that it is a sign that an ancient secret realm is about to appear. Yes, this vision of heaven and earth in Lufeng Mountain has attracted many top forces. Ancient holy places such as the heavenly demon Holy Land have sent strong men there, and many demon commanders from the Dao Palace realm alone have been dispatched. U5 or 6. Tisk, tisk, so the secret realm of Lufeng Mountain is not simple. Of course it's not simple. I heard that in ancient times, a phoenix once fell in Lufeng Mountain, so this mountain got its name. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The ancient secret realm that was born this time is probably related to the phoenix. It is said that there may even be phoenix blood among them. Lufeng Mountain. Ancient secret realm. Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to the talk of the demons around him. This time, the voice of the Holy Emperor came. The phoenix is a powerful ferocious beast that was born in the chaos of the past. It is said that the phoenix is a treasure, and its essence and blood contain infinite magical effects. If you can really get such a divine item, it must be a great opportunity. But, according to what other monsters say, this trip to Lufeng Mountain is probably very dangerous. More importantly, whether this secret realm is really related to the phoenix is a matter for discussion. As a teacher, it is better to make a decision and then act. Sage Huangji knew very well that when Gu Xiu heard the news about the ancient secret realm, he would definitely go to Lufeng Mountain, so he did not persuade him not to go, he just analyzed the pros and cons. Hear the words. Gu Xiu pondered for a long time. Master's suggestion, I understand, of course. However, wealth are in danger. If there is a secret realm in Lufeng Mountain, I should find a way to enter it. Any secret realm represents opportunity, not to mention that the secret realm where Lufengshan was born this time is also related to Phoenix. Subsequently, Gu Xiu looked at the monks talking in the restaurant. After the other monks left, he also left quietly. After several people separated, Gu Xiu followed one person into a dark alley, and then took action to restrain the other person before he could react. Who are you? The demon looked at Gu Xiu in front of him, his expression full of fear. The latter did not speak, and directly used the soul search method to read out all the memories in the other party's mind. After a while, Gu Xiu's palm shook, and the demon's head exploded, and the headless body fell to the ground. After beheading the opponent to silence him, Gu Xiu left quietly. The world of demons is in chaos, and killings often occur even in the city. The death of 1 or 2 demons in the God transformation realm will naturally not attract much attention. Return to your original residence. Gu Xiu digested the news in his mind. Lufeng Mountain. The inheritance of the ancient secret realm. From the memory of this demon, the emergence of this inheritance has attracted the attention of many forces. From the memory of the demon, Gu Xiu understood that in the ancient times of Lufeng Mountain, a phoenix had fallen from the sky, causing the divine fire to burn in Lufeng Mountain for thousands of years. And then, as time goes by, the divine fire in Lufeng Mountain gradually disappears. Many powerful people in the demon world have gone deep into it, trying to explore the whereabouts of the phoenix, but they have always gained nothing. Over time, the demon world's enthusiasm for Lufeng Mountain has also decreased. Until half a month ago, a vision of heaven and earth appeared in Lufeng Mountain, divine light shot into the sky, and the phantom of the ancient phoenix reappeared. This caused the world of demons and monsters to shake, and many powerful people came one after another. After all, the phoenix, as the most powerful ferocious beast in chaos, was born in the realm of a saint. If it reaches adulthood, its strength will be at least at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint King. Therefore, the 9th level peak of the Holy King. It's just the lower limit for an adult phoenix, not the upper limit. It is said that the phoenix that fell in Lufeng Mountain was an adult ancient being. That is to say, if the ancient inheritance that was born in Lufeng Mountain is really related to the phoenix, then it is at least a secret realm comparable to the Saint King level. When Gu Xiu informed the Emperor Sage about the news he had obtained from searching for souls, the latter also fell into deep thought. After a while, Emperor Huangji finally spoke, "If that's what you say, then the secret realm that was born this time really has something to do with the phoenix. Actually, in the ancient world, a phoenix was born and caused trouble in the world. It was an adult phoenix. Not only had its cultivation level reached the quasi-emperor level, its strength was also unparalleled at its level. In the end, it was an ancient emperor from the ancient world who took action and killed the phoenix. Moreover, the great emperor once said that this phoenix has not entered the realm of the great emperor, otherwise, he may not be able to suppress it." Hear the words. Gu Xiu understood clearly. Since the phoenix secret realm was born in Lufeng Mountain, he had to go to Lufeng Mountain. But before that, Gu Xiu had to improve his strength even more. Space vibrates. A monk who had gone deep into the secret realm came out, and among them was Gu Xian. Now, a monk came out of the secret realm and said loudly to his elders, "Elder, a holy weapon was born in the secret realm this time, and it fell into the hands of Gu Xian, the true disciple of the 9th peak of Taizhou Holy Land. Gu Xian deserves to be punished for killing my direct bloodline of the Dongfang family. I hope the elder will take action to kill Gu Xiu and seize the holy weapon." Metropolitan. Many monks who came out of the secret realm looked at Gu Xian angrily, wishing they could eat his flesh raw, and many even had greedy looks in their eyes. Holy soldier! Any one of these things is extremely precious. This time when the secret realm was born, many forces came. Although the strength of Taizhou Holy Land was not weak, how many of the forces present were not as good as Taizhou Holy Land? It's just that this secret realm can only allow monks from the divine transformation realm to enter at most. Although Gu Xiu is at the first level of the divine transformation realm, with the holy weapons in hand, it is almost impossible for anyone in the divine transformation realm to be his opponent. But now that we leave the secret realm, it's different. Other side. Gu Xian also looked ugly. Third elder. He looked at the middle-aged monk aside. He was the elder of the Taizhou Holy Land's main sect and the strong man leading the team this time. If other forces really want to come forward to snatch the holy soldiers, only this person can come forward to resist them. To this, Qingfeng smiled faintly. Don't worry, Gu Zhenchuan, no one can take away the things from my Taizhu Holy Land. Speaking of which, he took a step forward, and the aura of the 6th level of Dao Palace came out. His eyes shone with cold light, and he said in a cold voice, "The things in the secret realm are all given by the younger generation. If you want to come forward to snatch them, you will lose your face. Besides, Gu Xian is the true successor of my Taizhu Holy Land, and he is also a member of the Gu family. If you rob the holy weapon, you must think about the consequences." As soon as these words came out, there was silence. The expressions on the faces of the monks from all forces became stiff. A family man? Which Gu family? Or rather, in the ancient world, is there any Gu family worthy of Qingfeng's personal mention? Thinking of some rumors in the eastern region, these forces naturally understood the meaning of Qingfeng's words. Immediately, one of the monks laughed loudly and said, "Elder Lu is exaggerating. Since it is an opportunity for the younger generation, how can we come forward to snatch it away? Yes, my Dongfang family also pays attention to face. I will never do anything like this to bully a small one. Gu Zhenzhen can obtain the holy weapon, which shows that he has a deep blessing. It seems that Taizhu Holy Land will have another true dragon in this era. It is really gratifying." The strong men from all the forces were smiling on their faces, as if they really had a good relationship with Taizhu Holy Land. Even if the holy soldiers were right in front of them, they would not be moved at all. This scene. The other younger generation of monks who came out of the secret realm were all stunned. They didn't expect that things would develop like this. "Elder! Shut up!" Someone wanted to say something unwillingly, but was slapped back by the powerful person in the force. "You, the 6th level of the divine transformation realm, are not as good as a monk who has just entered the divine transformation realm. How can you have the shame to talk nonsense here? Why don't you go back and think about your mistakes? Take a good look at yourself." The other disciples of Taizhu Holy Land and Gu Xian were a little stunned when they saw this. The development of things was completely different from what they expected. "I thought there would be a bloody battle when I came out of the secret realm, but it ended like this." After a while, all the forces from all sides said goodbye and left, leaving only the people of Taizhu Holy Land staying here. Qingfeng looked at the group of true disciples in front of him and said with a faint smile, "Half a year ago, the head of the Gu family came to the southern territory in person and single-handedly destroyed the ancient Holy Land. In that battle, all the monks in the ancient Holy Land died, including an ancient great saint and 5 saints." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and when they looked at Gu Xian, their eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Kill the great sage! Destroy an ancient Holy Land! They naturally knew Gu Xian's identity and origin, but what they didn't expect was that Gu Xian's background would be so terrifying. This moment, these true legends of Taizhu Holy Land finally understood why these forces left so simply. After all, it's not because Taizhu Holy Land is too strong, but because the other party is afraid of Gu Xian's status as a member of the Gu family. Anyone who snatches the holy weapon from Gu Xian is afraid that he will follow in the footsteps of the ancient Holy Land in the next moment. Even Gu Xian himself was stunned when he heard Qingfeng's words. The third elder said, "Is it my father?" He couldn't believe it. Gu Xian knew that his father was very powerful, but logically speaking, he was not that powerful. Since entering Taizhu Holy Land, Gu Xian has gained a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the so-called saints and great saints. Such beings are the top powerhouses of every era. For example, when Taizhu Holy Land was at its peak, a great saint was born. Results now. Qingfeng told himself that his father had beheaded a great saint and destroyed the ancient Holy Land with him. How could he not shock Gu Xian? Seeing the change in Gu Xian's expression, Lu Qingfeng was speechless. Yes, it's Senior Gu Qingfeng. Speaking of which, there was a look of admiration in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. It's a pity that I couldn't witness that battle with my own eyes. Senior Gu destroyed the ancient Holy Land with one person, and his strength is unfathomable. There are rumors from the outside world that Senior Gu has the qualifications to be a great emperor. If there is a great emperor destined to be born in this era, then it must be Senior Gu. The words fell. Lu Qingfeng was also filled with emotion in his heart. Great emperor. This is something he can look up to. Lu Qingfeng is very aware of his qualifications. Even in the great age of great competition, whether he can break through to the saint level is still a question, let alone the existence of the great emperor realm. Any great emperor is an existence that truly stands at the pinnacle of the ancient world. Every Taoist tradition left by the great emperor can be passed down forever. It can be said, if the head of the Gu family can really aspire to be the great emperor, then the Gu family will definitely become the top power in the ancient world. That time, Taizhou Holy Land can also rise rapidly if it establishes a relationship with the great emperor's family. So, when Lu Qingfeng looked at Gu Xian now, he became much more pleasing to the eye. The future heir of the great emperor will definitely have high achievements, not to mention that Gu Xian, who possesses the incomplete Qingfeng divine body, is already amazingly talented. With a strong background as a foundation, as long as you don't fall accidentally, you can 100% achieve the Great Sage realm, or even the Holy King realm. Not to mention, if one day, Gu Xian can make up for the shortcomings of Qingfeng divine body, but who can guarantee that the other party will not be able to attain the great emperor? So no matter what, Gu Xian's future is bright. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng patiently answered Gu Xian's questions, and it was enough if he could leave a good impression in the other person's mind. End of chapter. Chapter 265 Natural Disaster. Along the way, Gu Xian looked a little dazed. It wasn't until he returned to Taizhou Holy Land that he finally calmed down from the shock in his heart and understood that what Lu Qingfeng said was true. Immediately, Gu Xian felt mixed emotions. Naturally, he was happy because his father was so powerful that he could conquer the ancient Holy Land with just one person. But he was worried because Gu Xiu had entered the ancient teleportation formation and his life or death was unknown for the time being. My strength is too weak after all. If I were strong enough, how could I allow my third brother to be bullied by the forces of the Southern Territory? Gu Xian thought of some things in the Southern Territory, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Even if the ancient Holy Land was destroyed, it could not really calm the anger in his heart. But there is no way. Gu Xian himself is only at the first level of the divine transformation realm, and is nothing at all. Even if you want to settle accounts with other forces, you must have enough strength as support. Subsequently, as soon as Gu Xian thought, a long sword emerged from his dantian and fell into his hand. Xianyang sword. This is the biggest opportunity he has got in this trip. It was originally thought that the secret realm of rebirth was left by a Dao Palace monk, but it turned out to be left by an ancient saint. What a pity! The secret realm was somewhat incomplete. Gu Xian failed to obtain the inheritance of the saint and just left with this holy weapon. But even so, it was a great gain for Gu Xian. The power of the holy soldiers. It's not comparable to the so-called ancient soldiers at all. Even in Taizhou Holy Land, there are only a handful of holy weapons, and each holy weapon is a powerful treasure that can suppress one party. With the power of Xianyang's sword, Gu Xian has already killed many top experts in the realm of divine transformation. Subsequently, with a thought in his mind, Gu Xian put the Xianyang sword into his dantian again. Then he looked inside his body, and he could see the Xianyang sword lying quietly in his dantian, and at the same time, there were terrifying sword energy escaping, constantly tempering the physical energy and blood. This is another benefit of the holy soldier. Get the holy weapon to nourish your body. Even if Gu Xian doesn't practice deliberately, his strength can slowly increase. Certainly. The extent of this increase will not be too large, and the effect it will have will be lower as it goes later. But no matter what, changes still exist. If monks from the same realm compete with each other, and one of them has a holy weapon to nourish his body and the other does not, the gap between the two will naturally become apparent. Subsequently, Gu Xian began to count other gains from this trip. Your heir Gu Xian has been recognized by the holy soldiers from the secret realm, and his strength has greatly increased. Your heir Gu Xian has taken the treasures of heaven and earth, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xian took the treasures of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level broke through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Yang has gained some understanding of the nine heavens scripture and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Yang has gained some understanding of the nine heavens scripture, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Yang has vigorously developed the Shenyu Academy, and his practice has spread all over the 9 states. This has greatly increased the number of monks in the Shenyu dynasty, and their foundation has been improved accordingly. The reputation of your heir Gu Yang has become more and more popular among the people, and he is respected by all people. Your heir Gu Yang learned that there was a drought in Wuzhou and not a drop of rain fell for 3 months, so he used the power of national destiny to change the sky, bring rain to Wuzhou, and bring blessings to all people. Your heir. In Gujia's Wang, when Gu Qingfeng was watching the changes on the information panel from time to time, the sky above Wuzhou was already like a bolt from the blue, and dark clouds covered the sky, making the hot summer a little cooler. Shenyu Zone. Sect leader Guyun looked at the dark clouds above with a look of uncertainty in his eyes. With his perception, he can naturally understand that this dark cloud is somewhat unusual. Could it be related to the imperial court? Guyun was a little hesitant. However, judging from the current situation, the emergence of this dark cloud should be more beneficial than harmful to Wuzhou. Wuzhou has been experiencing drought for the past 3 months, with no rain falling at all. That is to say, it is now a time of peace, and the imperial court has enough ability to provide disaster relief. Otherwise, at the end of the previous dynasty, these 3 months would have been enough to cause the entire Wuzhou to be filled with grief and countless casualties. But even so, 3 months of natural disasters have also made the people of Wuzhou somewhat unbearable. To this, Guyun wanted to take action, but there was nothing he could do. After all, even if he, as a monk in the realm of divine transformation, has the means to move mountains and reclaim seas, he still has no way to eliminate natural disasters and eliminate the dryness of a state. Good. Guyun has now broken through to the realm of divine transformation. Gu Qingfeng taught him the Shenyang Sutra, and he was able to get a glimpse of the future. Coupled with the rising spiritual energy of the world in Kyushu and the exchange of information with the outside world, many rare and precious treasures of heaven, materials, and earth are not so rare now. In addition, the Shenyu sect was originally the #1 sect in the world and was the dominant force in Wuzhou at the time, so it was natural that it had some background. Not to mention, Shenyu sect has the power of following the dragon. Therefore, the imperial court also had a lot of support for Shenyu Zong. In the eyes of other outsiders, the word Shenyu in the Shenyu dynasty has some connection with the Shenyu sect, which makes many forces not dare to offend the Shenyu sect easily. Back and forth. The power of the Shenyu sect is naturally growing. As the sect leader, Guyun also gained a lot of benefits from it, so he was able to break through the realm of divine transformation. Of course, in terms of talent, Guyun also has it. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate to the peak of the Grand Master in that environment, and even have the qualifications to challenge the Grand Master. However, even if he broke through the divine transformation realm, Guyun did not have any inappropriate thoughts. At the same time, he also warned the disciples of the sect not to provoke people from the court. After all, Guyun knew very well that the Shenyu sect could be what it is today, all because of the court. In Gu Yun's view, the current Xinyu dynasty is unfathomable. If it really tries to fight against the court, I am afraid that the Xinyu sect will be wiped out in an instant. This point, Gu Yun has no doubt. At this moment, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, there seems to be a terrifying divine power appearing in it, which makes Gu Yun's breathing slow down, as if he was stared at by some terrible existence. Before he could think too much, he heard a majestic voice covering the entire Wuzhu and reaching everyone's ears. Wuzhu has been suffering from drought for 3 months, and the people are living in poverty. I feel deeply sad. Now I am drafting an imperial edict to send down nectar to save all people. As soon as the words fell, a yellow divine light broke through the sky and spread directly above Wuzhu. On it was the imperial edict written by Gu Yang. The next breath, the imperial edict dissipated. It turned into divine light and rushed into the sky. Half a while later, thunderbolt in the clear sky. Rolling thunder covered Wuzhu. When everyone was shocked, Wuzhu, which had been dry for 3 months, finally had rain falling. It's raining. The common people thank your majesty. The people of Wuzhu were all ecstatic. Many people rushed out of the house and let the cold raindrops fall on themselves to dispel the heat in their bodies. The dry and cracked earth was moistened by the rain, and many dying trees also regained vitality. There are cracked riverbeds and rivers gradually converge, flowing through many mountains, making the entire Wuzhu full of vitality. When some outside cultivators saw this scene, they were also full of emotion. A decree can change the celestial phenomena and resolve the drought in a state. The dynasty's means are indeed extraordinary and cannot be compared with other sects. Although the top strong men can also change the celestial phenomena, especially the cultivators who have cultivated some special magical powers, calling the wind and rain is just a piece of cake. However, there are limits to calling the wind and rain. Although the land of each state in Wuzhu is not large and cannot be compared with the 108 states in the East region, Wuzhu is not small strictly speaking. At least it is difficult for cultivators in the Dao Palace realm to achieve this level of changing the celestial phenomena of a state. To achieve this step, only the legendary saints can do it. Moreover, according to what they know, the Gu Emperor of the Xinyu dynasty is only just entering the divine change realm, which is far from the Dao Palace. From here, it can be seen that the methods of the Qiun dynasty are indeed desirable. But at the same time, it is extremely difficult to strengthen the Qiun of a dynasty and further promote it to an imperial dynasty. Many cultivators quickly retracted their gazes when they saw this. They came here just to seek opportunities in Wuzhu, and had no intention of opposing the Xinyu dynasty. After all, they have not forgotten the destruction of the ancient wasteland Holy Land. With the Gu family, who dares to touch the Xinyu dynasty? In this world where the strong are respected, a top strong man is enough to make a force prosper forever. What's more, in this era when no saints appear, Gu Qingfeng, who can kill a strong man in the great saint realm, is even more supreme. To put it in a broader sense, Gu Qingfeng can be called the strongest man in the Dharma ending age. After all, in the Dharma ending age, no saints appear, and someone can kill a strong man in the great saint realm with the cultivation of the half-saint realm, which is enough to be called the first. Hiss, this is the method of the court, it's really incredible. In the Xinyu sect, Gu Yun took a deep breath, his pupils widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Even with his current vision, such things shocked him. Not only Gu Yun was shocked. All the disciples of the Xinyu sect were horrified. Is that the voice of Emperor Gu? A decree can resolve the drought in Wuzhu, this method is so terrifying. For a while, the disciples of the Xinyu sect were more awed by the court. After all, Gu Yang could resolve the drought in Wuzhu with a decree, so is it possible that he could also directly destroy the Xinyu sect with a decree? Thinking of this, many disciples who usually rely on the status of the Xinyu sect and ignore the rules of the court are now instinctively afraid. They secretly swore that they must not offend the court. Otherwise, even the sect is afraid that it can't protect itself. In the capital, Gu Yang looked towards Wuzhu and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sensed the decreasing luck of the dynasty and shook his head helplessly. It seems that the progress of the promotion to the dynasty will be slowed down again. This time, using the luck of the dynasty to resolve the natural disaster in Wuzhu was also a last resort. Since Wuzhu gradually experienced natural disasters and droughts 3 months ago, Gu Yang has used a lot of resources to provide disaster relief and minimize the losses caused by natural disasters. The reason why luck was not used to resolve natural disasters at the beginning was because Gu Yang wanted to retain some luck to prepare for the promotion to the dynasty in the future. As long as disaster relief is in place, natural disasters actually don't have that big of an impact. On the contrary, if luck is used for disaster relief, the dynasty's luck will definitely be lost, and it will take a certain amount of time to recover later. However, for 3 months, as the imperial court vigorously provided disaster relief, the drought in Wuzhu showed no signs of easing, and instead intensified. Seeing that the disaster relief was about to be unsustainable, the people of Wuzhu were impetuous. At this time, Gu Yang had no choice but to take action and directly use the luck of the dynasty to drop nectar in Wuzhu. This nectar. It took a full year of luck accumulated by the Shenwu dynasty. Such consumption naturally made Gu Yang feel distressed. Fortunately, at present, a nectar has fallen, allowing the people of Wuzhu to regain stability. As long as there are no problems with the people, these losses can eventually be made up for. The dynasty is like a pond, then luck is like a pond of water, and the people of Kyushu are like a trickle, constantly pouring water into the pond. Every time the power of luck is used, the accumulated pool water will be reduced. But the same thing. As long as the trickle representing the people does not dry up, the used pool water will eventually be restored over time. But if the people are disengaged, the fortune of the dynasty will be stagnant and will slowly dry up over time. So, Gu Yang knew the choice between them. As long as there is no problem with the people's hearts, the used luck will be used up. It will only slow down the promotion of the dynasty a little. Promotion earlier and promotion later will not do any harm to today's Shenwu dynasty. Gu Yang thought to himself. If it were the past, Gu Yang would have hoped to promote the Shenwu dynasty as soon as possible. Because once the dynasty can be promoted to the dynasty, the foundation of the Shenwu dynasty will be greatly increased. A dynasty. It is enough to suppress the strong men in the Dao Palace realm. If it were a top dynasty, the saints would all stay away. So, if it was the Shenwu dynasty in the past, Gu Yang would of course want to be promoted to the dynasty as soon as possible. In this way, he would have a strong trump card, and he would be sure to resist even if a powerful Taoist palace realm invaded. If Wuzhu can be given more time to make the Shenwu dynasty enter the ranks of the top dynasties, then within the dynasty, even if Gu Yang is a monk in the realm of divine transformation, he can be equivalent to a saint. But it's different now. After Qingfeng destroyed the ancient Holy Land, the Shenwu dynasty already had a more powerful trump card than the top dynasties. After all, if you want to kill a great saint, that is at least something that the imperial dynasty can do. Therefore, in some aspects, the Shenwu dynasty was as intimidating as many imperial dynasties. As for the imperial dynasty, according to Gu Yang's understanding, there are not many in the ancient world. In addition, these imperial dynasties also had restrictions. Within the territory of the imperial dynasty, the emperor could suppress the great sage with his luck, but if it was outside the imperial dynasty, the power of luck would have no effect. Therefore, compared to the imperial dynasty that clings to its territory, Qingfeng, a strong man who can leave the Shenwu dynasty at any time and has the ability to kill the great saint, is undoubtedly more astounding in its deterrence. End of chapter. Chapter 266, Granting the Treasure. Natural disaster. Qingfeng came out of retreat again. Listening to the reports of his subordinates and the information given in the information panel, he also had some understanding of what happened during his retreat. Natural disaster in Wuzhou. Drought for 3 months. Gu Yang sent down nectar with the luck of the dynasty. Although Gu Qingfeng knew about this kind of dynasty method, he was also a little surprised after learning about it. Gu Qingfeng knew very well how big Wuzhou was. Not to mention the means of calling the wind and rain, even if he had such means, it would be difficult to change the celestial phenomena of a state. Even if Gu Qingfeng's strength was enough to match the strong men in the Great Saint realm. But strength is strength. Magic power is magical power. The two cannot be generalized. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng looked at other information panels. Your warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *136598. Your warrior Gu 47 was attacked by demons *123142. Your warrior Gu 47 was surrounded by a large number of demons and broke through the second level of the divine transformation realm in the battle. Your warrior Gu 47 sneaked into the demon sect and secretly stole the sect's treasure house. After obtaining a large number of natural treasures, he left. Your warrior Gu 47 took natural treasures and demon inner pills, and his cultivation broke through to the third level of the divine transformation realm. Your warrior Huang Xian accidentally rescued a seriously injured and dying strong man, and was valued by him and accepted as his personal disciple. The reputation of the Netherworld Pavilion created by the Death Warrior Hong Yi is growing day by day. Many independent cultivators have come to join it, attracting the attention of many forces. Your Death Warrior Hong Yi got a chance by chance and broke through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Your Death Warrior Gu Wu failed to break through to the Dao Palace realm and suffered some backlash. He is recovering from his injuries. Your Death Warrior Huangju got a chance from the secret realm, but unfortunately was ambushed by a strong man and died. Your Death Warrior Zhang Yuan was robbed by a robber and died unfortunately. Your Death Warrior. Since Gu Qingfeng got another 3,000 Death Warriors, he let them grow on their own. In this way, the information on the Death Warrior panel increased sharply. Almost every moment, there are corresponding texts refreshed. Either a certain Death Warrior gets a chance, or a certain Death Warrior encounters a crisis. Some of the more unlucky ones die because of various accidents. Of course, some people die because of bad luck, while others are lucky enough to break through their cultivation. But so far, none of these dead men have been able to enter the Dao Palace realm. It can be seen. It is indeed not so easy for ordinary cultivators to enter the Dao Palace realm. Then, Gu Qingfeng focused his attention on himself. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 56/6000. Realm, Dao Palace realm Nineth level. Martial arts, Heaven Vein Sutra, 2nd level, Heaven Sword, perfect, Great Wilderness Fist Sutra, perfect, Divine Sun Sutra, perfect, Ancient Wilderness Heaven Sword, perfect, Purple Extreme Dao Classic, perfect, Lifeng Sutra, not yet started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, 2nd level of Grand Master Chapter, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art, not yet started, Juxiao Tianjing, 3rd level of Grand Master Chapter. Improvement points, 1332. During this period of time, Gu Qingfeng has made some progress in practicing Juxiao Tianjing, breaking through from the original 1st level of Grand Master Chapter to the 3rd level of Grand Master Chapter. But the later it is, the more difficult it is to practice Juxiao Tianjing. According to Gu Qingfeng's estimation, if he wants to truly cultivate the 9 heavens heavenly scripture to the divine transformation realm, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. Of course, this time is not short for other cultivators, and the speed can even be said to be quite amazing. After all, it has been less than a year since Gu Qingfeng started to cultivate the 9 heavens heavenly scripture. Even if the time after that is taken into account, it is naturally extraordinary to be able to cultivate from scratch to the divine transformation realm in about 3 years. Even if Gu Qingfeng has a certain level of cultivation, it will be relatively easier to cultivate, but this speed is not comparable to other Dao Palace realms. Here, the role played by the ancient immortal body is not ordinary. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also comprehended the heavenly phoenix divine art. This magical power is much stronger than the ancient heavenly sword. After all, no matter what, the heavenly phoenix divine art was also created by the heavenly phoenix great sage back then, and it cannot be compared with other magical skills. But it is precisely because of the power of the heavenly phoenix divine art that Gu Qingfeng has not gained much so far. Each breakthrough in the divine transformation level requires 200 points. I now have 1,300 points. Even if I put all of them into the 9 heavens scripture, it is not enough to cultivate this technique to the peak of the divine transformation realm, let alone enter the Dao Palace realm. The Shenwu dynasty is not a big threat at the moment, so the points can be temporarily saved and used later. Gu Qingfeng looked at his remaining more than 1,000 points and suppressed the idea of using them. If it were the old him, he would naturally not leave a single point of points. Gu Qingfeng would not miss any opportunity to improve. But that was because there were too many threats, whether it was a sorcerer or an evil spirit, they were like a sharp blade hanging over his head, forcing Gu Qingfeng to improve his strength as much as possible to deal with the many troubles that might arise at any time. But the Shenwu dynasty is not in much danger now, and Gu Qingfeng's current strength is enough to solve most of the troubles. In this way, he is not in a hurry to use the upgrade points to improve his cultivation. The best way is to rely on one's own talent as much as possible to practice the Juxiao Tianjing, and when there is no more progress, use the upgrade points to break through directly. At that time, maybe there is hope to impact the Saint Realm. Come here. What does your Majesty want? A secret guard came over after hearing the voice. Gu Qingfeng said, "Let the Emperor Gu come to Gujia's Wang." Yes. An hour later, Gu Yang came. Father called the child here, but what's the matter? He was originally dealing with government affairs in the court, but when he heard Gu Qingfeng's message, he came as soon as possible. Gu Yang knew very well that his father would not let him come on weekdays. Now that he asked someone to send a message, there must be something important. When he came, Gu Yang thought a lot in his heart, but he did not guess Gu Qingfeng's purpose. So, seeing Gu Qingfeng now, he asked directly about his doubts. When Gu Yang finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng flipped his palm and a black ancient banner appeared in his hand. This is the 10,000 souls banner. It is useless for my father to keep it, so I will give it to you for self-defense. The 10,000 souls banner. But is it the treasure of the 10,000 souls sect back then? Gu Yang looked at the black ancient banner in front of him, his expression slightly startled, as if he did not understand what Gu Qingfeng meant. He knew that the 10,000 souls sect was just a small sect. For the current Shenwu dynasty, just a sneeze could make it disappear into ashes. Gu Yang did not understand the use of such a weak sect's treasure. Yes, this is the treasure of the 10,000 souls sect. Don't underestimate this thing. Even my father can't see the origin of the 10,000 souls banner. When the 10,000 souls sect got this treasure, it just let the treasure be covered in dust. Gu Qingfeng naturally saw Gu Yang's thoughts and smiled indifferently. When my father destroyed the ancient wasteland Holy Land, this 10,000 souls banner devoured the flesh, blood and souls of many cultivators in the ancient wasteland Holy Land. Now it is completely different. This 10,000 souls banner now breeds 3 semi-saint realm monsters, 9 Dao Palace realm 9-level monsters, and 36 Shenbian realm 9-level monsters. With this level of power, if the saint does not come out, you can dominate the world with this treasure. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, when Gu Yang looked at the 10,000 souls banner again, his eyes were full of shock. 3 semi-saint realm monsters. 9 Dao Palace realm 9-level monsters. 36 Shenbian realm 9-level monsters. Gu Yang never thought that the seemingly ordinary black ancient banner could have such terrifying power. Although Gu Yang now has the great saint soldier of the Phoenix Tower in his hand, the power of the great saint soldier is not something that everyone can activate. With Gu Yang's current cultivation, he can only use a little of the power of the Phoenix Tower. Although this little power is enough to suppress any cultivator in the divine transformation realm, and even ordinary Dao Palace realm cultivators can be killed. But in terms of its function, it cannot be compared with the 10,000 Souls banner. This does not mean that the Phoenix Tower is inferior to the 10,000 Souls banner. It is that the former requires a certain level of cultivation to activate, while the latter is much simpler. After all, the weirdness in the 10,000 Souls banner has long been bred and born. If the weirdness is activated to fight against the enemy, it will not cost much for the cultivator holding the 10,000 Souls banner. The biggest problem is that once the weirdness in the 10,000 Souls banner falls, it will be a permanent loss. But no matter what, the power of the 10,000 Souls banner is beyond doubt. As Gu Qingfeng said, as long as the saints do not come out, they can dominate the world with such treasures. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng erased his mark on the 10,000 Souls banner, and then asked Gu Yang to put a divine thought mark on it. Suddenly, Gu Yang felt that he was connected to the 10,000 Souls banner. "Thank you, Father, for the treasure." The other party couldn't help smiling, and he couldn't let go of the 10,000 Souls banner. Such a treasure is much more important to Gu Yang now than the Phoenix Tower. Gu Qingfeng said, "The origin of the 10,000 Souls banner is not simple. If it can continue to be nurtured, it may be able to breed a strange creature that is comparable to a saint or even a great saint in the future. However, there is one thing Gu Qingfeng didn't say. If it really breeds a strange creature at the level of a saint or even a great saint, the number of creatures that the 10,000 Souls banner needs to devour must be unimaginable. If the 10,000 Souls banner falls into the hands of others, Gu Qingfeng is naturally worried that the other party will be confused by such a treasure and do something to slaughter the people. But for Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng still believes in him. When the great struggle and prosperity come in the future, the ancient world will inevitably be in chaos. At that time, the 10,000 Souls banner will have its own role, but now, it is impossible to nurture the 10,000 Souls banner. Gu Yang said. Unless another force similar to the ancient wasteland Holy Land is destroyed, the 10,000 Souls banner will have a chance to be promoted. But if the Shenwu dynasty really does this, it will inevitably become the target of public criticism. The ancient wasteland Holy Land was destroyed because the Shenwu dynasty had enough reasons, and even other forces had nothing to say. But if other forces are destroyed without any reason, the remaining forces will inevitably be in danger. At this time, it is possible that some forces will want to wipe out the Shenwu dynasty from the ancient wasteland world at all costs. This point, Gu Yang has no doubt. So, the 10,000 Souls banner is his trump card, but to truly enhance the power of this treasure, he still has to wait for the right time. Then, Gu Yang said goodbye and left. Gu Qingfeng himself also went into seclusion again. Time passed. Soon, several months passed. Since the sweet dew fell in Wuzhou a few months ago, the drought situation has been greatly alleviated, making the huge Wuzhou regain vitality. However, this situation did not last long, and Wuzhou once again experienced a drought that lasted for several months. Moreover, this drought only occurred in Wuzhou and did not affect other places. As soon as this news was passed back, Gu Yang's face was gloomy. Drought again. The suppression of the natural disaster in Wuzhou before has already caused the Shenwu dynasty to lose a lot of luck. If the power of luck continues to be used to change the celestial phenomena, it will only further reduce the luck of the Shenwu dynasty. At this time, one of the ministers said, "The natural disaster in Wuzhou is indeed somewhat unusual. Although there have been droughts in the 9 provinces in the past, they rarely lasted for such a long time. In addition, since your majesty established the Shenwu dynasty and cast the 9 cauldrons to rule the 9 provinces, the world has been prosperous and the people have lived in peace. In this situation, natural disasters should not occur. So I suspect that the natural disaster in Wuzhu may have its roots. I think your majesty should send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly to see if there are evil spirits causing chaos. Hearing his words, the other ministers also echoed him. In their view, natural disasters in the world are generally at the end of the dynasty, or evil spirits are causing chaos, making the heaven angry and sending down natural disasters. But now the national strength of the Shenwu dynasty is growing, and the people are also returning to their hearts. No matter what, it is impossible for such a serious natural disaster to occur. If it weren't for Gu Yang's imperial edict a few months ago to send sweet dew in Wuzhu, then Wuzhu, which had been dry for more than half a year, would have turned into a dead end. At that time, the number of civilians killed and injured is countless. Hearing this, Gu Yang also fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yan Yun said, "Your Majesty, what the ministers said makes sense. There were natural disasters in the past, but most of them were caused by evil spirits. At present, the natural disasters in Wuzhu are strange, and we need to investigate them carefully." Hearing this, Gu Yang immediately made a decision. "Nanyueshin, I am here. I order you to lead the people of the patrol guard to Wuzhu immediately to investigate the cause of the drought in Wuzhu. I will give you 1 month. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will find out the cause of the drought in Wuzhu within 1 month. If there is really an evil spirit causing chaos, I will kill the demons and live up to your Majesty's trust." Nanyueshin stepped out, clasped his fists and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the other ministers did not object. To investigate the affairs of Wuzhu, the patrol guard is indeed the right person. What's more, with Nanyueshin, a powerful man in the god transformation realm, leading the team, even if there is any trouble, I believe that the other party's strength is enough to solve it. When the court meeting was over, Nanyueshin led the Sky Patrol Guards and headed straight for Wuzhu. End of this chapter. Chapter 267, Borrowing the Luck of a County to Suppress Evil Spirits. Wuzhu. Nanyu Mountain set foot here with people from the Sky Patrol. As soon as he entered Wuzhu, there was just a hot breath blowing against my face. I saw cracks in the earth. The trees are dry. The sun was shining high in the sky, and a terrifying temperature seemed to come down. See this scene. Nanyu Shan frowned. The drought in Wuzhu is indeed not simple. This type of heat is unusual and other people may not notice it, but Nanyu Mountain, as a monk in the realm of divine transformation, can naturally detect the clues. At the same time, the information collected by the Sky Patrol also appeared in the hands of Nanyu Mountain. The drought in Wuzhu started from Shenhe County. Since it covers the entire Wuzhu, the problem should appear in Shenhe County. Come on, go to Shenhe County. Nanyu Shan only took one look and made a decision directly. The 4 counties of Wuzhu. Shenhe County is one of them. 3 days later, Nanyu Shan stepped into the county town and met Tao Heng, the governor of Shenhe County. I heard that Commander Nan is coming in person, so I feel that I am not far away to welcome him. The speaker was an elegant middle-aged man, and the person he spoke to was Tao Heng, the current governor of Shenhe County. The other party looks gentle on the outside, but in fact he is also a strong man who has stepped into the realm of Grand Master. To this, Nanyu Mountain also politely handed over, I have met Mr. Tao. It is true that he is the commander of the patrol guard, but the identity of Tao Heng in front of him is not simple. He can be the governor of one of the 4 counties in Wuzhu, and his status are not comparable to those of ordinary officials. Talking about positions. Strictly speaking, the commander of Nanyu Mountain is 1 level below Tao Heng. After all, in Wuzhu, the governor of a county is almost like the sky, and he directly takes orders from Gu Yang. But because of the special location of the Sky Patrol, Tao Hung could not underestimate Nanya Mountain. The two met briefly and exchanged greetings, then entered the inner hall of the governor's house and sat down. As soon as I sat down, Nanya Shan went straight to the point and said, "Master Tao, there is a drought in Wuzhou now. Your Majesty ordered your officials to come and investigate the matter thoroughly. As far as I know, the drought in Wuzhou first came from Shenhe County. I wonder how much Lord Tao knows about this." Hear this. The smile on Tao Heng's face also faded a lot, and his expression became serious. "Mr. Nan, do you mean that this natural disaster is man-made? Whether it is man-made or not is open to question, but this natural disaster is different from the past. It is absolutely impossible to say that there are no other factors behind it." Nanya Shan shook his head slightly, looked at Tao Hung in front of him, and said seriously, "After all, Mr. Tao, please don't forget that before His Majesty established the 9 provinces, the world was in chaos at the end of the previous dynasty, evil spirits and strange things were rampant, and there were many so-called natural and man-made disasters. Although His Majesty later established the 9 provinces and suppressed the evil spirits with the divine weapons of the country, purging the world and re-establishing the universe, there are still some evil spirits lurking, trying to cause trouble in the dark." Hear the words. Tao Hung fell into silence. He understands. What Nanya Shan said is true. The evil spirit in Kyushu has disappeared mysteriously, and it will take less than 10 years even if it is full calculation. The chaos at the end of the previous dynasty is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If what Mr. Nan said is true, then the evil spirits behind this natural disaster are probably not simple. Tao Hung looked serious and frowned. The divine weapon of the country suppresses the 9 provinces. Under the 9 cauldrons, evil spirits are able to ward off the evil spirits. It is naturally impossible for evil spirits to survive, but correspondingly, the strength of evil spirits that can survive is definitely not simple. Only Nanya Shan looked indifferent. So what if it's not simple? Mr. Tao doesn't think that the world today is still the world of the previous dynasty, right? Not to mention His Majesty's rule over the 9 states. A single edict can change the celestial phenomena of a state. His Majesty is so majestic. There is also an existence in the capital that single-handedly destroyed an ancient holy land. So what if there is evil lurking? It is destined to not make any waves. As soon as this statement came out, Tao Heng's expression also became relieved. So, I think I'm thinking too much. He almost forgot. The current Shenwu dynasty is not comparable to the original Taixuan dynasty. At present, cultivation in Kyushu is popular, and there are many strong people. There are many monks in the Grand Master realm. For example, the Nanya mountain in front of you is even more powerful in the divine transformation realm. Such existence. If he were in the previous dynasty, he would be equivalent to a powerful person in the realm of the gods, and he would be truly number 1 in the world. And even if it is as powerful as Nanya mountain, it cannot be considered the top of Kyushu. At the end of the Juzhu monks, there stood a supreme figure, that was the head of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng, who was known as the Master of Swords. He is recognized as the strongest person in Kyushu. With such a powerful person sitting in charge, even if there are evil spirits causing trouble, I believe it will not cause any trouble. Think of this. Tao Hung didn't have much worries in his heart. Subsequently, he looked at Nanya mountain and asked seriously, what are Master Nan going to do next? First find out the source of the drought. If evil spirits are really causing trouble, then destroy them. Nanya Shan looked decisive, and the look in his eyes was a little more ruthless. Naturally, he would not be merciful towards such evil spirits that were causing trouble in the world. After all, he had experienced the chaos of the previous dynasty and witnessed scenes of evil spirits eating people, so his hatred for evil spirits was naturally engraved in his bones. Master Nan has such an idea, and I support it. Tao Hung nodded. If Shenhe County is really the hiding place of the evil spirit, he naturally hopes to find it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the evil spirit has any unusual movement, it will inevitably affect a wide range. If this incident leads to turmoil in Shenhe County, or if the people are killed or injured, once the court holds him accountable, even if Tao Hung is the governor of Shenhe County, he will not have an easy life. The current court laws are different from those of the previous dynasty. The previous dynasty treated the people like livestock and ants. As long as it did not cause too much unrest, the other party would hardly care too much. After all, they are all low-class people, and it doesn't matter how many people die. But the Shenwu dynasty is different. If there is a problem of human life, all government offices will conduct a thorough investigation. If there are more deaths, even the person in the court can personally inquire. For example, if the evil spirit really takes action, the number of deaths will definitely not be as simple as 1 or 2. So, Tao Hung naturally hopes to solve this problem as soon as possible. The next thing is much simpler. With Tao Heng's full cooperation, the Sky Patrol and the County Magistrate's Office searched the entire Shenhe County with all their strength, hoping to find the source of the natural disaster. While the two parties were investigating, the secret guards were also searching silently. Any news? It was passed to Guiyang as soon as possible. 10 days later, Guiyang was holding a court meeting, and suddenly his expression changed. He saw a divine light emanating from the jade seal in his hand, and a resolute voice came from it. Today, the evil spirits in Shenhe County are causing chaos, causing natural disasters, and making the people live in misery. Shenhe County Magistrate Tao Hung petitions His Majesty to borrow the luck of the county to kill the evil spirits. Yes. Guiyang uttered a word. In an instant, the capital was shaken. The shadow of the third-grade green lotus appeared in the void, and the rolling luck torrents gathered towards the direction of Wuzhu. At the same time, above Wuzhu, an ancient bronze tripod suddenly appeared. When the ancient tripod appeared, Nanyueshan, who was covered in blood, showed a look of surprise on his face. Wuzhu Ding! Your Majesty personally took action to suppress the evil spirits. Nanyueshan would naturally not forget the existence of the 9 tripods. At the beginning, the 9 tripods illuminated the 9 provinces and exterminated the evil spirits in the world, which was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now, the reappearance of Wuzhu Ding, one of the 9 tripods, naturally made Nanyueshan feel very happy. At this moment, he was seen in a piece of red land. Many patrol guards and court soldiers died on the spot. Their blood was drained, and their death was extremely tragic. Even Nanyueshan was severely injured in a single encounter. If he did not have a protective treasure on him, he would have died on the spot. Look at Tao Hung again. The other party was originally a Grand Master. Now he mobilized the luck and power of the entire Shenhe County. His cultivation level has risen steadily. In an instant, he has broken through the barrier of the Grand Master and directly stepped into the realm of divine transformation. Moreover, he broke through to the 5th level of the divine transformation realm in one breath. The result. Before Nanyueshan could be happy, he saw Tao Hung, who was as powerful as the 5th level of the divine transformation realm, hit the evil spirit with a palm and severely injured it. Seeing that the evil spirit was about to kill Tao Hung, he saw the Wuzhu Ding descending with a bang, carrying the power of the state's luck, and suppressing the evil spirit. Boom! A shocking wave broke out. He was only 2 or 3 feet tall, naked, with eyes longer than his head, and his blue-brown arms resisted the ancient bronze tripod. The extremely terrifying aura burst out and swept across the world. This scene made Nanyueshan and Tao Heng's faces gloomy, and there was even some horror in their eyes. What on earth is this thing? Even the Wuzhu Ding can't suppress it. Nanyueshan's face was full of disbelief. One of the 9 provinces' tripods is a national artifact, containing the terrifying luck of a state, and even cultivators above the 7th level of the divine transformation realm can suppress it. However, now the Wuzhu tripod can do nothing to the evil spirit in front of it. Such a strength, how can Nanyueshan not be frightened? More importantly, as the evil spirit punched out, the Wuzhu tripod trembled violently, and cracks appeared faintly on the bronze body of the tripod, as if it would break at any time. Run! This evil spirit cannot be defeated. Tao Hung made a decision immediately, regardless of the serious injuries on his body, and turned around and ran. Seeing this, Nanyueshan simply ran with him. Although the patrol guard patrols on behalf of the sky, if an evil spirit appears, it should be suppressed with all its strength. But this kind of thing also depends on the situation. The evil spirit that appeared this time was completely beyond his ability to contend with. If he really stayed, let alone stopping the evil spirit, he would probably become the enemy's food in one encounter. Don't you see? Using the luck of Shenhe County, Tao Hung, whose cultivation was directly comparable to the 5th level of Shenbian realm, could not resist the opponent's move. As powerful as was Hu Ding, it was broken by his punch. Nanyueshan deeply understood that such an existence was absolutely beyond his ability to contend with. In the court, all officials were silent. Everyone looked at the third-grade Qinglian phantom, and they did not look away until the Qinglian phantom disappeared. Your Majesty, may I ask if the governor of Shenhe County has suppressed the evil spirit? A minister asked with a bow. After the words fell, Gu Yang's face was gloomy, and he did not answer, but directly called someone. Shi Zhen. I'm here. Shi Zhen, who had been silent, stepped out immediately. Gu Yang waved his hand casually, and a black ancient banner appeared and fell in front of the other party. You take this thing and go to Wuzhu immediately to suppress the evil spirits, and you must not make any mistakes. I obey the order. Shi Zhen said nothing more, put away the Wanhun banner solemnly, and then turned and left. Then, Gu Yang looked at the others and said coldly, the evil spirits in Shenhe County are causing chaos, proving that the world is not clear of evil spirits. Pass on my order to thoroughly investigate Wuzhu from today and find all the whereabouts of hidden evil spirits. I want to pull out all these things and then destroy them all. This time, he was really angry. Although Gu Yang was in the court and could not see the scene in Wuzhu, he knew from the change of luck that Tao Hung had not been able to suppress the evil spirit. It was obvious. The natural disaster in Wuzhu was also related to this evil spirit. The last time he changed the celestial phenomena, he wasted part of his luck. This time, Tao Hung used the luck of Shenhe County and wasted part of his luck again. The same evil spirit wasted the luck of the dynasty twice, causing the Shenwu dynasty to be promoted to an imperial dynasty again. How could Gu Yang not be furious? And now that Tao Hung can't solve the evil spirit, the situation in Shenhe County can be imagined. When Shi Zhen really arrives in Shenhe County, I don't know how many people will be killed or injured. So, no matter from which level, Gu Yang wanted to skin this evil spirit. Similarly, the incident in Shenhe County this time also made Gu Yang realize another problem. Since there are evil spirits lurking in Wuzhu, are there also evil spirits lurking in other places? If so, Gu Yang will naturally pull out all these evil spirits. Otherwise, if the incident in Wuzhu really happens again, Gu Yang will never accept it. All the officials in the court did not dare to say much now, and they all bowed and accepted Gu Yang's orders. Dismiss the court. Gu Yang stood up and left with a wave of his sleeves. Seeing this, the other officials also bowed and left. However, although the court meeting was over, everyone's expression was a little pessimistic. The reappearance of the evil spirit that had disappeared for many years reminded some people of bad memories. A minister sighed, the evil spirit in Wuzhu has reappeared, I don't know how long this world can be stable. Master Chen, be careful with your words. When one person heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately stopped in a low voice. The former seemed to react, his face suddenly turned a little pale, and he dared not talk nonsense anymore. At this time, another person said, "The evil spirit can't cause any trouble. Don't forget that we have the emperor in our Shenyu dynasty. If the evil spirit really wreaks havoc on the world, the emperor will definitely take action himself. At that time, it will be easy to deal with the evil spirit." The others also understood. Yes. They almost forgot that the greatest foundation of the court is the emperor. As long as the other party is still there, the sky of the Shenyu dynasty is destined to not fall. But because some people suddenly heard the news of the evil spirit, they lost their minds, so they didn't think of this. End of this chapter. Chapter 268 Great Sage and number 039, S Divine Power. Your heir Guiyang learned that the natural disaster in Wuzhu was caused by evil spirits, so he used Wuzhu Ding, one of the 9 tripods, to try to suppress the evil spirits, but ultimately failed. Your heir Guiyang was furious because he failed to suppress evil spirits, and ordered Shi Zhen to go to Wuzhu to suppress the unrest. Your heir Gu Xian is practicing in seclusion, and his cultivation has improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xian has improved in strength under the guidance of the powerful men from Taixu Holy Land. Your heir Gu Xian has successfully cultivated the first level of the Heavenly Meridian Sutra. Your heir Gu Xiu went deep into the ancient secret realm and got a great opportunity to break through to the 3rd level of the Divine Transformation realm. Reward Improvement Points *300. Your heir Gu Xiu has reached the 4th level of Divine Transformation. Reward Improvement Points *300. Your heir Gu Xiu has reached the 5th level of Divine Transformation. Reward Improvement Points *300. Your heir Gu Xiu seized the opportunity in the hands of many demons, which made the demons furious and sent a large number of demons to encircle and suppress him with all their strength. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *236512. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *296816. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by Taoist palace monsters and was seriously injured. Fortunately, the immortal body worked and he was able to escape. Your heir Gu Xiu has been defeated and re-established, and his strength has improved. Your heir Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel out of habit, and then glanced at his properties panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 57/6000. Realm, 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. Martial Arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, Perfection, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng True Sutra, not yet started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, 2nd level of the Grand Master Chapter, Tianfeng Divine Art, not yet started, 9 Heavens Scripture, 4th level of the Grand Master Chapter. Promotion Points, 2232. This year. He is 57 years old. It has been several months since I last left the country. These past few months, Gu Qingfeng spent most of his time practicing the 9 Heavens Scripture, and he had successfully made a breakthrough in this kind of martial arts, and he had already reached the 4th level of the Grand Master Chapter. At the same time, the improvement points have now accumulated to more than 2000 points. It seems that entering the demon world is indeed a great opportunity. Gu Xiu's current cultivation level is completely superior to that of Gu Yang and Gu Xian. Gu Yang is at the 1st level of the Divine Transformation Realm, and Gu Xian is at the 2nd level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Compared with Gu Xiu, who is at the 5th level of the Divine Transformation Realm, they are both far behind. But, although Gu Xiu's cultivation level improved very quickly, we could see how dangerous it was from the frequency with which the other party was attacked by demons. If it weren't for the help of the immortal divine body and the remnant soul of the great sage, ordinary people would have died long ago without any scum left. At this time, Gu Qingfeng's expression changed, and he saw that the information panel was refreshed again. Your heir Guiyang no longer suppresses his own cultivation and has successfully broken through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points * 700. Reward divine blood pill * 100. Reward of nourishing pill * 100. Reward the perfection level great sage's magical power thunder of the sky. Thunder from the sky. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed. He didn't expect that Guiyang's breakthrough would lead to a big explosion. To know. Only when Guiyang breaks through can other rewards be triggered. However, the probability of this additional trigger is extremely low. It is conceivable that it is difficult to trigger such a probability with a breakthrough in a small realm. Only with a breakthrough in a large realm, this probability will increase accordingly. But now, Guiyang broke through the second level of the divine transformation realm, and as a result directly triggered a perfect saint-level magical power. The probability can be imagined. If so, if these great sages' unique skills were replaced by the great sages' exercises, Gu Qingfeng believed that he would be able to directly step into the realm of the great sage in one step. But, even so, Gu Qingfeng didn't have any regrets in his heart. As soon as his mind moved, he saw a jade slip appearing in front of him. The moment the jade slip appeared, Gu Qingfeng squeezed it hard with his palm, and saw the jade slip shatter into pieces, and a purple divine light suddenly emerged, directly sinking into the center of the eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a flood of memories came flooding back. Everything about Shen Xiaotian Li emerged in Gu Qingfeng's mind. This feeling is as if he has practiced Shen Xiaotian Li for thousands of years and has completely mastered all the great sage-level magical powers to a peak level. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A long time. Gu Qingfeng finally digested this memory. Shen Xiaotian Li is worthy of being a great saint-level magical power. It is indeed infinitely powerful. The so-called unique skill. In fact, it is just a crude version of magical power. The next level of magical power is no longer limited to changes in moves, but a means of controlling one's own power, or the power of heaven and earth. So, these methods can be called magical powers. Thunder from the sky. It is a top-notch magical power. Strictly speaking, it is not weaker than the Tianfeng divine technique that Gu Qingfeng obtained earlier. What's more, Gu Qingfeng has never mastered the Tianfeng divine art so far, but he has cultivated Shen Xiaotian Li to a perfect state in one breath. The perfection-level great sage's supernatural power made him much more powerful. After all, before that, Gu Qingfeng only masters one saint's magical power, and that is the ancient heavenly sword. The ancient heavenly sword is indeed impressive, but it is not good enough in front of Shen Xiao heavenly thunder. With this magical power in hand, if we face the great sage Xuanyu again, it will be much easier to kill him. Gu Qingfeng was extremely satisfied, no one would dislike him for having too many tricks. So, Shen Xiaotian Li gave him another powerful trump card. And then, it's just about improving things. With Guiyang's breakthrough, Gu Qingfeng's improvement point has finally reached the mark of 2,900, which is only one step away from 3,000. Each level of breakthrough in the divine transformation realm requires 200 improvement points. Each level of improvement in the Dao Palace realm requires 500 improvement points. If you were to practice the 9 heavens scripture to the limit of the Dao Palace chapter in one go, you would need at least 7,000 improvement points. But at this rate, I believe it won't take long. Gu Qingfeng understood that as time went by, the frequency with which he could obtain improvement points would increase accordingly. After all, when the second generation of the Gu family grows up, starts a family and starts a business, and then gives birth to the third or even fourth generation, the subsequent benefits can be imagined. And this, it just takes time. Even if the monk's cultivation level is higher, the probability of leaving any descendants is lower. But the problem is, it can't last long enough. A Grand Master can live for 4,000 years, and a divine transformation realm can live for 5,000 years. No matter how low the probability is, he will still be able to leave a few heirs after thousands of years. So, Qingfeng was not too anxious. Subsequently, he just came out of seclusion. After leaving customs, Qingfeng called Peng. My subordinates pay their respects to the owner. Peng looked respectful. Qingfeng's eyes fell on the other party, and he could naturally see that Peng had broken the limits of the Grand Master and entered the realm of divine transformation. Not bad, you have broken through to the realm of divine transformation so quickly. Qingfeng nodded slightly. Looking at the entire ancient world, the realm of divine transformation is nothing, but in the 1/3 of an acre of land in Kyushu, there are only a handful of local monks who can truly break through this realm. Peng's face was full of humility. If the owner hadn't given me the opportunity, how would my subordinates have had a chance to break through? Did anything happen in Kyushu while I was in seclusion? Qingfeng did not talk much about cultivation, but changed the topic. Hear the words. Peng's expression remained unchanged and he said truthfully, there was a drought in Wuzhou some time ago. Nan Yueshan, commander of the Sky Patrol Guard, was personally ordered to go to Wuzhou to investigate and found that the source of the drought was caused by evil spirits. However, it was rumored that the evil spirit was extremely powerful, and the patrolling guards suffered heavy losses. Even the commander of Nanya Mountain suffered heavy losses at the hands of the evil spirit. Later, when the news came back to the court, His Majesty was furious and asked Shi Zhen to take the treasure to Wuzhou in order to suppress the evil spirits. But unfortunately, that battle was not optimistic. Now the two sides are in a stalemate, and there is not much news coming out for the time being. Peng directly reported the biggest thing that happened during this period. Evil. Qingfeng thought of the information he had seen earlier. It was not an accident that an evil spirit appeared in Wuzhou. But the treasure Shi Zhen mentioned made him a little curious. What is the treasure you are talking about? 10,000 soul banners. Peng said in a deep voice. 10,000 soul banners. Qingfeng's expression changed. If the 10,000 soul banners were used, they still failed to suppress the evil spirit, which was a bit intriguing. After all, Qingfeng knows very well how powerful the 10,000 soul banner is. The weirdness bred from it is basically not a big problem as long as the saint doesn't take action. But now, the 10,000 soul banner has no choice but to be evil. In other words, the strength of this evil spirit is at least at the semi-saint stage, and may even reach the saint level. At least they are all evil spirits from the semi-holy realm, but they are a little out of the ordinary. Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. This should be the most powerful evil spirit that has ever been born. Subsequently, Qingfeng asked Peng to step back. Although the evil spirits in Wuzhou were powerful, Qingfeng was not in a hurry to take action. Anyway, he was out of seclusion now. If Yang really needed to take action himself, the other party would send someone to come. On the contrary, Qingfeng was also happy to relax. But on the second day after Qingfeng left confinement, Yang changed into casual clothes and came. Father! You're here! Qingfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip, calming down. Yang smiled bitterly. Father is leisurely, but the child is a little worried now. The evil spirits in Wuzhou need to be dealt with by father personally. Yang was also a little helpless about Qingfeng's leisurely attitude. He also wanted to rely on his own strength to get rid of the evil spirits in Wuzhou. But here's the thing. The evil spirits in Wuzhou are too strong. It was so powerful that Yang was unexpected. So after learning that Qingfeng was released from confinement, Yang came immediately. The 10,000 souls banner I gave you is something that few saints can contend with. Is that evil spirit really that powerful? Qingfeng was also a little curious. Yang nodded. This is the first time I have seen how powerful that evil spirit is. The evil Buddha in Jukudeo was nothing in front of this evil spirit. In addition, this evil spirit seems to control some strange power. Wherever it passes, the land is dry and the land is red for thousands of miles. The natural disaster in Wuzhou is caused by this. 2 days ago, Shi Zhen received news that the evil spirit is suspected to have made a breakthrough. If the evil spirit really succeeds in breaking through, I am afraid that the whole Wuzhou will be destroyed. Now in the entire Shenwu dynasty, except for my father, I can't think of anyone else who can solve this problem. Gu Yang is very afraid of the evil spirit in Wuzhou. Now, although Shi Zhen can barely suppress the opponent with the power of the 10,000 souls banner, once this evil spirit transforms and breaks through, the 10,000 souls banner will inevitably be difficult to suppress. At that time, it is conceivable how much hidden danger an evil spirit comparable to a saint will bring. In that case, I'll go to Wuzhou. It just so happens that I also want to see what kind of evil spirit can have such means. Gu Qingfeng drank the tea in the cup, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. Watching Gu Qingfeng leave, Gu Yang felt relieved. Gu Qingfeng took action. Then there would be no problem with the evil spirit in Wuzhou. After all, no matter how powerful that evil spirit was, in Gu Yang's opinion, it would definitely not be Gu Qingfeng's opponent. Unless it was an evil spirit that was comparable to the Great Saint realm. But the problem is, if it was really an evil spirit in the Great Saint realm, not to mention Shenhe County, even Wuzhou and other states would probably be reduced to hell now. So, although the evil spirit in Shenhe County was strong, it was also limited. Gu Qingfeng's action was not a problem. However, although Gu Yang was relieved, his expression was still solemn. Although the problem of evil spirits in Wuzhou can be solved, there are still many hidden dangers in Wuzhou. The appearance of evil spirits. It is full of weirdness. Now, Shenhe County can have an evil spirit comparable to the top half saint, who can guarantee that there will not be more powerful evil spirits in the future. The problem of evil spirits must be solved from the root, otherwise, it will always be a hidden danger that is difficult to eliminate. Gu Yang murmured to himself. He once thought that the appearance of evil spirits was almost the same as weirdness, because of the continuous natural disasters and the heavy casualties of the people, all kinds of resentment gathered together, so it turned into evil spirits. But now Wuzhou is in good weather, so this statement is of course not true. Besides, there is also an essential difference between evil spirits and weirdness. Such existences are definitely not simple in origin. Wuzhou, Shenhe County. There was a black fog covering the sky and the sun, swallowing up the entire area of 100 miles. Outside the black fog, there were 36,000 Tiangang troops stationed here. The temperature around was much higher than other places. Many soldiers were sweating on their foreheads, but the sweat evaporated directly before it fell. That is to say, the Tiangang army was extraordinary. They received a lot of resources from the court to cultivate, so that everyone's cultivation was at least at the level of refining internal organs, which was enough to barely withstand such a temperature. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary soldier, it would be absolutely difficult to survive. End of this chapter. Chapter 269, Drought Demon. General, that evil spirit is getting stronger and stronger. Can the 10,000 soul banner really suppress it? A lieutenant of the Tiangang army looked at the black fog in front of him with a worried look on his face. Although the black fog obscured the sky and the sun, making it difficult to see the scene inside clearly, but with the rising temperature, it could be seen that the evil spirits inside were getting stronger little by little. At this rate, the power of the 10,000 soul banners may be broken at any time. When Shi Zhen heard this, his brows also furrowed. Let everyone be prepared. Once the evil spirit breaks through the suppression of the 10,000 soul banner, we must take action immediately. We must not let the evil spirit leave this place and cause trouble to the people. He looked determined and his eyes were stern. In such a great dynasty of gods and warriors, when will it be the turn of evil spirits to cause chaos? Nowadays, peace in Kyushu is hard won, and Shichen will naturally not let evil spirits destroy it. Even if it means death. He also wants to stop evil spirits here. Of course. Shi Zhen is also aware of this. With Xie Sui's terrifying strength, even if the Tiangang army came together, it would be difficult for him to be his opponent. Don't look at the current huge increase in the strength of the Tiangang army. The weakest of the 36,000 people are in the Zhang refining stage, and the strong ones have already entered the Grand Master and Grand Master levels. If they form a large formation and cooperate with Shi Zhen, a monk who has already entered the first level of the Divine Transformation Realm, even a strong man at the 6th level of the Divine Transformation Realm can suppress it. However, the evil spirits in Shenhe County are definitely not comparable to those of the cultivators of the Divine Transformation Realm. Even if a powerful person from the Tao Palace realm comes forward, it will be difficult for him to be an opponent of this evil spirit. But Shi Zhen also understood. I don't have to retreat. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army in one moment. In such critical times, the Tiangang army cannot retreat. Just then, the black mist suddenly shook. A terrifying heat wave swept across and erupted, causing the black mist to gradually evaporate and dissipate, and the strange things inside also screamed in pain. Many strange things hid in the 10,000 souls flag instantly, and all the black mist dissipated accordingly. The evil spirits are coming out. Shi Zhen looked ugly and directly ordered someone to blow the war horn. All the soldiers staying in the camp gathered as quickly as possible. Now, the black fog dispersed. All I saw was that the earth was dry and cracked. The evil spirit stood on the ground, and the terrifying hot temperature caused the space to distort and annihilate, as if it was completely incinerated by the extremely high temperature. The overwhelming power came, causing everyone's expressions to change. The evil spirit is born. The Tiangang army listens to this general's order and prepares to fight to the death. Shi Zhen jumped into the air with one step, and the power belonging to the Divine Transformation Realm spread. All the Tiangang troops looked like they were dead. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Boom! I saw the army gathering, and an army formation had suddenly taken shape. A large amount of power gathered on Shi Zhen, making him instantly have a powerful force comparable to the 4th level of God's transformation. However, this kind of power is still not enough in front of the evil spirit in front of him. There was a hint of human humor in the latter's eyes, and his hoarse voice slowly came out. Ants! You are worthy enough to compete with me. The words fell. Xie Sui walked slowly towards the Tiangang army. Every step the opponent took left a burning footprint on the ground. The terrifying power was overwhelming, like an overwhelming force. Snort! Shi Zhen groaned, his energy and blood all over his body were stagnant, and he looked at the evil eyes in front of him with horror. He knew that this evil spirit was very strong, but now he could only understand how big the gap between the two sides was from a real head-on confrontation. At the same time, the evil spirit in front of him was uttering human words, which made Shi Zhen feel even more extraordinary. After all, he has seen a lot of evil spirits, but most of them only know how to kill, and only a handful of evil spirits actually produce wisdom. But without exception, these evil spirits are extremely terrifying. In the last years of the previous dynasty, these evil spirits who produced wisdom would often destroy a city or even a whole mansion, causing great catastrophes. Now, the same is obviously true for this evil spirit. War. Seeing the evil spirit approaching, Shi Zhen was the first to take action. The long sword on his waist was unsheathed, and the fierce sword energy cut through the void, with powerful force. However, this evil spirit turned a blind eye to such attacks, and did not even make any resisting movements. When the sword energy approached, it suddenly dissipated. This scene. Shi Zhen's expression became even more embarrassing. He had already used all his strength with this strike, but in the end, he couldn't even break through Xie Sui's defense. The gap between the two sides was so huge that it was disappointing. Die! Xie Sui's voice was hoarse, and his blue-brown palm stretched out. The terrifying heat wave turned into a terrifying ghost hand, and fell towards the Tiangang army to suppress it. Boom! The space was shattered and destroyed inch by inch, and the terrifying pressure came down, making everyone look desperate. Shi Zhen wanted to resist desperately, but in the face of the power of this blow, he found it much more difficult to even move. Looking at the falling Tongtian ghost hand, Shi Zhen's eyes also showed unwillingness and despair. Just when he thought he was going to perish, suddenly a cyan figure came through the void, and then the other party waved his sleeve lightly, and the ghost hand suddenly dispersed. Your Majesty! Shi Zhen had an expression of ecstasy on his face, and his heart was filled with joy of surviving the disaster. He didn't expect Gu Qingfeng to appear at this time. But Shi Zhen knew it very well. Now that Gu Qingfeng has appeared, this evil spirit cannot change the world. You take the people back first, and I will take care of the rest. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. When Shi Zhen heard this, he didn't dare to say anything, and immediately led the Tiangang army to retreat for several miles. When the Tiangang army evacuated, Gu Qingfeng also looked at the evil spirit in front of him. Bear yourself. 2 or 3 feet tall. The eyes are longer than the top. All the features made Gu Qingfeng feel familiar, and corresponding names popped up in his mind involuntarily. Hanba. The evil characteristics in front of him were clearly the same as those of the Han demon that Gu Qingfeng knew in his previous life. It is said that Han Bao was born thousands of miles away from the Red Earth. Now it seems that this statement is true. Gu Qingfeng thought of this and immediately spoke. If you tell me where you came from, I might be able to spare your life. Creatures, blood food, swallow you, and I will become stronger. Han Bao's voice was hoarse, and he had no intention of talking to Gu Qingfeng. His scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light, and he disappeared in the next moment. Just take action. It was the overwhelming heat wave that overwhelmed the whole place. Such a terrifying temperature is enough to evaporate rivers in an instant. But facing Han Bao's power, Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Stubborn. Just try it on you, the divine sky thunder I just got. I saw Gu Qingfeng making a seal with his right hand, and suddenly there was an explosion in the sky, and then I saw purple divine thunder piercing the sky and the earth, like silver dancing in the void. Such terrifying power struck down hard and fell directly on Han Bao's body. Moment. Han Bao let out a shrill scream, and the thunder in the sky seemed to evolve into a sea of thunder, with no trace of the former at all. Such scenes. It was just in time for Shi Zhen and others to witness it with their own eyes. When they saw the cyan figure waving his hand to summon thunder and transforming into a sea of thunder, their eyes showed horror. Immediately. Such horror! It is the transformation of awe. This is the power of the Supreme Emperor. Call the thunder from the sky with a wave of your hand, it's really like a god coming to the world. Everyone looked in awe, amazed by such power. Even if they are not the target of the thunder, they can feel the terror of these thunder just by relying on the power that escapes. After a long time, the thunder gradually dispersed. When Zhen and others saw the scene clearly, their pupils suddenly shrank. Hiss! A deep, scorched pit appeared on the ground. Han Bao, who had been arrogant just now, was now lying there. His skin was cracked and black, and a large amount of blood was flowing out. He was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. Other side. Gu Qingfeng took a step forward and fell into the deep pit. Looking at Hanba in front of him, he started searching for the soul. He would like to see it. Where did this evil spirit come from? A large number of unfamiliar and incomplete memories emerged from Gu Qingfeng's mind. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng looked at the Han demon in front of him, and once again activated the thunder from the sky. The purple thunder bombarded it, causing the evil spirit to be instantly wiped out. Subsequently, he took one step forward and left directly in the air. After a while, Qingfeng appeared in a valley. The temperature in this valley was extremely high, and it was surrounded by scorched earth. When Qingfeng entered the depths of the valley, he could see that the temperature here had reached a terrifying level. The dark red river appeared in Qingfeng's sight. Magma. Qingfeng looked at the long river of magma in front of him. In Hanba's memory, this was where the other party came from. In Hanbao's memory, the other party was buried in the magma for an unknown length of time, and then by chance, he received a drop of strange blood, which gave birth to spiritual intelligence and transformed into an evil spirit. That drop of blood. It has the same origin as the blood Qingfeng got from killing the 9 bent Dao evil Buddha. But the difference is, the drop of blood that created Hanbao was much more powerful than the drop of blood from Zhuku Dao evil Buddha. After receiving the strange blood, this drought demon has been dormant deep in the magma, silently refining the power of the strange blood, until his cultivation reached a certain bottleneck, and he had no choice but to be born. And then, it was the memory of Hanbao slaughtering the people of Shenhe County, nourishing his body with his flesh and blood, and transforming into a higher realm. In Qingfeng's opinion, the Hanbao who was originally born was already at the peak level of a semi-saint. With this breakthrough and transformation, he truly entered the ranks of saints. This is also explained sideways. Why can't the 10,000 soul banner suppress the opponent? It is difficult to become a saint in the age of the Dharma end. But Hanbao can step into the realm of a saint. It can be seen that the end of heaven and earth does not have much impact on evil spirits. In addition, Hanbao's body can be preserved in the magma for many years, which is enough to prove that he is a monk with great strength. If it were an ordinary person's corpse, it would definitely not be preserved in the magma. Many thoughts passed through Qingfeng's mind, and in the end, his thoughts settled on that strange drop of blood. The reason why Drought Demon turned into something strange was because of that drop of strange blood. The evil Buddha of the Nine-Winded Path. The evil spirit of Blood Mountain Mansion. As well as the current Drought Demons, it seems that they have become strange because of the influence of external factors. Then is it possible that the so-called evil spirits are born due to the influence of some strange forces? Qingfeng's expression gradually became serious. He thought of the scene he saw at the beginning. The 9 Heavens Buddha was probably the root of evil spirits. Think of this. Qingfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this is really the case, what kind of realm does this exist? Not to mention other evil spirits, the drop of blood that Hanbao refined in front of him was qualified to compete with the saint realm. A drop of blood. Create an evil saint. If such a being were alive, it would be hard for Qingfeng to imagine what kind of state he would be in to achieve this. Even with his current level of cultivation, a drop of blood would at best allow the Grand Master to reach the peak of divine transformation. In addition, this is not 100% successful. Watch another drop of strange blood create an evil saint. The gap between the two sides is not on the same level at all. If the 9 Heavens Buddha were born, Qingfeng knew that he would never be his opponent. But, judging from the information available so far, that 9 Heavens Buddha has most likely fallen. But there's a problem. Such a terrifying existence, and what kind of existence can kill it? Water from Kyushu. It's deeper than I thought. Qingfeng's expression changed. He looked at the magma in front of him and didn't move for a long time. After a long time, Qingfeng suppressed his thoughts, his mind fell into the magma, and he wanted to search carefully to see if he could find the whereabouts of the strange blood. But it's a pity. No matter how Qingfeng searched with his spiritual mind, he still couldn't find any clues. See this? He also gave up the idea of continuing to explore. I think so. If there is still weird blood here, why would Hanbao forcefully come out? He can just refine more weird blood and break through directly. Gu Qingfeng took a deep look here, then turned and left. Weird blood. Drought. What happened in Shenhe County has been imprinted in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Originally, Gu Qingfeng thought that he was strong enough now. But now take a look. He is still much worse. Dealing with evil spirits like Drought Demon is naturally not a big problem in Gu Qingfeng's opinion. But if you were facing the Nine Heavens Buddha, or the terrifying existence that killed the Nine Heavens Buddha, it would be completely unsatisfactory. If you want to deal with such existence, even if you step into the saint realm, in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, it is probably a lot worse. So, after leaving the valley, Gu Qingfeng returned directly to Gu Jiazhuang and began to practice in seclusion. This time, he has made his decision. If you don't break through to the saint realm, you will never come out. While Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion, the news that Xie Sui was killed in Shenhe County spread back to the court. For a while, the depressing atmosphere in the court hall disappeared. Even Gu Yang had a smile on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 270, Rapid Increase in Strength. Since Hanba was born, Gu Yang ordered a thorough investigation of Zhu. For a while, Qushu was shaken. All the hidden evil spirits were brought out. These evil spirits that can escape the suppression of Juding are the weakest in the Dao Palace realm, but under the suppression of the 10,000 soul banners, the so-called evil spirits in the Dao Palace realm cannot make any waves. 3 years. Qushu takes on a new look. And within these 3 years, Gu Qingfeng is also in full retreat, practicing the Nine Heavens scripture. First year, Gu Qingfeng practiced the Nine Heavens scripture to the perfection of the Grand Master chapter. The next 2 years, he is trying his best to attack the Divine Transformation chapter. I saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the knife-grinding hall. The terrifying energy and blood power vibrated, and a strange phenomenon emerged behind me, making all the magic soldiers tremble slightly. After a long time, there was a sound like a rushing river. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes and then exhaled a breath of turbid air. Call. God has transformed into a realm. 3 years. Zhuxiao Tianjing is the real breakthrough to the realm of divine transformation. Visible. How difficult it is to practice this sex saint king level technique. But, having said that, in 3 years, he was able to enter the realm of divine transformation. This speed is already astonishing. Then, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel. Your heir Gu Yang ordered a thorough investigation of the evil spirits in Zhu and purge the world. Your heir Gu Yang has gone into seclusion and practiced hard, and his cultivation has broken through to the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *700. Reward divine blood pill *100. Reward of nourishing pill *100. Your heir Gu Xian received the guidance of a strong man from Taizhou Holy Land, and his cultivation level has been greatly improved. Your heir Gu Xian has broken through to the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Gu Xian went out to practice and cultivated at the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. He became a 7th level divine transformation realm cultivator and became famous. Your heir Gu Xian has been valued by Taizhou Holy Land and has become the holy son of the 9th peak of Taizhou Holy Land. Your descendant Gu Xian became one of the 9 sons of Taizhou and became famous in the eastern region. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *369614. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons *456321. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by Taoist palace monsters and was seriously injured. Your heir Gu Xiu has been defeated and established, and his cultivation level has improved. Your heir Gu Xiu took a large amount of demon inner elixirs and refined it, and his cultivation level broke through to the 6th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points *300. Your heir Your heir Gu Yang unexpectedly got the opportunity to take ancient elixirs and his cultivation level was greatly improved, breaking through to the 4th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points * 700. Reward divine blood pill * 100. Reward of nourishing pill * 100. Reward for the perfect level true understanding of formation. Your heir Gu Xiu made a breakthrough in the life and death struggle, and his cultivation level reached the 7th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points * 300. Your heir Gu Xiu killed the Taoist palace demon, which shocked the demon forces. A large number of powerful demons came out to encircle and suppress him. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons * 663521. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons * 753212. Your heir Gu Xiu was attacked by demons * 543622. Your heir Gu Xiu was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He managed to escape with the power of his immortal divine body. Your heir Gu Xiu ventured into the restricted area of life, and his life hangs by a thread. Your heir Gu Xiu was cursed by the life forbidden zone, and his vitality was greatly lost. Your heir Gu Xiu. Your heir Gu Shennan has reached the lower level of marrow cleansing realm. Reward improvement points * 50. Your heir. Your heir Gu Shengxing was granted a marriage by Gu Yang and will marry An Renyu's daughter in half a year. Your heir Gu Shengxing has reached the peak of bone refining realm. Reward improvement points * 30. Your heir Gu Shennan has broken through to the 1st level of Zhang refining realm. Reward improvement points * 80. Your heir Gu Shengxing accidentally fell in love with a daughter of a sect when he went out to explore, and the two secretly made a love for life. When this matter came to Hui Yang's ears, the latter became furious. Your heir Gu Shengxing begged so hard that Gu Yang couldn't bear it and finally agreed to their marriage. Your heir Gu Shengqing began to formally practice martial arts. Under the guidance of a famous teacher, his cultivation has improved rapidly. Your heir Gu Shengqing has broken through to the lower level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points * 20. Your heir Gu Shenzi. 3 years. The information panel is already densely packed with text. As a whole, the strength of the Gu family bloodline has improved by leaps and bounds. First. That is, Gu Yang is already at the 2nd level of the divine transformation realm, and has directly broken through to the 4th level of the divine transformation realm. Other heirs of the Gu family have also made breakthroughs to varying degrees. In Gu Xiu's improvement was the most astonishing. The other party has now directly entered the 4th level of the divine transformation realm. God changes circumstances. 1 stage for every 3 levels. Gu Yang's breakthrough to the 7th level of the divine transformation realm is equivalent to entering the 3rd stage, which is much more difficult than the breakthrough to the 6th and lower levels of the divine transformation realm. Don't see you. For example, Gu Xian, who had a broken divine body, was only at the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm. Gu Yang had the fortune of a dynasty and many resources, but in the end he only reached the 4th level of the divine transformation realm. In comparison, it is conceivable that Gu Xiu broke through to the 7th level of the divine transformation realm. But after seeing Gu Xiu's current situation, Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Life is forbidden. Even if the remnant soul of the great sage protects you from a place like this, you may not be able to escape safely. Gu Qingfeng is naturally no stranger to the existence of restricted areas in life. The restricted area of life. It is also known as the place where the emperor fell. When the great emperor of the past died and passed away, his power finally escaped, turning the void into a restricted area, causing all kinds of strange things. But those monks who step into the restricted area of life rarely come out alive. Even if he comes out alive, he will still be burdened with the curse of the restricted area, and will eventually end up dying tragically. Now that Gu Xiu has entered the restricted area of life, the danger is not as simple as being surrounded by other demons. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng's murderous intention emerged in his heart. The demon world. If my son really dies in the restricted area of life, I will definitely let you and others be buried with him. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were cold, and then he turned his attention to the true understanding of the formation path given by Gu Yang's breakthrough. I saw him take out a jade talisman, and golden light suddenly entered his mind. In an instant, a large number of memories about the formation emerged in Gu Qingfeng's mind. Seeing the content recorded in the true interpretation of the formation, it seems that Gu Qingfeng has been studying the formation for hundreds of thousands of years, from the beginning to the advanced level. In an instant, he has gone from knowing nothing about formations to becoming a 6th level formation master. Grand Master of the 6th level formation Dao. Can surround and kill saints with formations. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed, and he was secretly shocked by the mystery of the true solution to the formation. In the past, when he had no real contact with formations, Gu Qingfeng did not know much about formations. But now that he has become a 6th level formation master, Gu Qingfeng understands that the formation also has its merits. Like a 6th level formation master, as long as he has enough material resources, he can set up a top formation. Even a saint may die if he enters it. It is the power of the 6th level formation master. According to the records in the Formation Dao True Interpretation, a 10th level Formation Dao Grand Master can even rival those in the Great Emperor realm. But Gu Qingfeng understood that it was temporarily impossible to become a 10th level Formation Master. But a 6th level Formation Master is barely enough. The ancient formations in the Southern Territory have been shattered. I heard that at least a 6th level Formation Master is required to come forward before it is possible to revive these formations. Now that I have the true understanding of the formation, it seems that I will finally go to the demon world. After learning that Gu Xiu was trapped in a restricted area of life, Gu Qingfeng could not stand by and watch. It's just that Gu Qingfeng has no way to enter the demon world, so he can only watch helplessly. But it's different now. After transforming into a 6th level formation master, Gu Qingfeng naturally wanted to try some things. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng took another look at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 60/6000. Realm, 9th level of Dao Palace Realm. Martial Arts, Tianmei Zhenjing, 2nd level, Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Dawang Boxing Sutra, Perfection, Shenyang Sutra, Perfection, Huanggu Heavenly Sword, Perfection, Ziji Dao Canon, Perfection, Li Feng True Sutra, not yet started, Nirvana Dao Sutra, the 2nd level of the Great Master Chapter, Tianfeng Divine Art, not yet started, Juxiao Tianjing, 1st level of the Divine Transformation Chapter, Shenxiao Tian Li, Perfection. Promotion points, 5,752. 5,700 improvement points, it seems it's still a bit short. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he temporarily gave up the idea of improving the 9 Heavens scripture. Normally, if he had transformed all his cultivation into the 9 Heavens scripture, Gu Qingfeng would naturally have been able to cultivate the 9 Heavens scripture to the level of the Taoist palace. After all, with the support of cultivation, it is not that difficult to modify the technique. But Gu Qingfeng's current practice of the 9 Heavens scripture is not as simple as transforming all the original Shenyang scripture cultivation into the 9 Heavens scripture. On the contrary, he retained the power of the Shenyang Sutra and practiced the 9 Heavens Sutra from scratch with his own body. This way, the cultivation of the 9 Heavens scripture has naturally become much slower. But the same thing. If Juxiao Tianjing also steps into the 9th level of Dao Palace Realm, then Gu Qingfeng is equivalent to mastering the power of 2 9th level Dao Palace Realm techniques. By then, his strength will be even stronger. For example, Gu Qingfeng is now in the semi-sage realm, but he is able to compete with the powerful men in the Great Saint realm. One of the reasons is that he has accumulated many skills, making his foundation much stronger than ordinary people. Of course, the biggest reason is still due to the ancient immortal body and the heavenly meridian scripture. Otherwise, compared with the powerful men in the great sage realm, there is still a big gap between Gu Qingfeng. No way. Although he possesses many skills, strictly speaking, the level of the skills Gu Qingfeng originally accumulated is not too high, and the real effect he can exert is naturally correspondingly different. Just then, Gu Qingfeng's expression suddenly changed. I saw new text appearing on the information panel. Your heir Gu Yang fell into an epiphany, his cultivation level suddenly increased dramatically, and his cultivation level broke through to the 5th level of the divine transformation realm. Reward improvement points * 700. Reward divine blood pill * 100. Reward of nourishing pill * 100. Reward the perfect level Dao Palace realm Kung Fu by the Dao Sutra. Yang Er made another breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng looked at the content in the information panel and felt a little weird. After all, the probability of triggering additional rewards is low. Now that Gu Yang has triggered several additional rewards when he broke through the divine transformation realm, it is a bit incredible. But immediately, Gu Qingfeng smiled calmly. This breakthrough comes at the right time. Gu Qingfeng then took it out, and a divine light entered his mind. Then he saw his energy and blood suddenly surge, and a terrifying aura escaped. Boom! Qi and blood vibrated crazily. Although the Bai De Dao Jing is only a Dao Palace realm technique, how can it be any worse if it is given as an information panel? The mystery of this technique is 3 points better than that of the Shenyang Sutra. At the moment when the Bai De Dao Sutra was completed, although Gu Qingfeng still had not broken through to the saint realm, the energy and blood in his body became stronger and his strength increased accordingly. But Gu Qingfeng still doesn't know how much the specific improvement will be. Then, Gu Qingfeng saw that he had accumulated more than 6,000 improvement points. With a movement of his eyes, he directly piled all these improvement points on the 9 heavens scripture. Consumption of 200 improvement points. The 9 heavens scripture breaks through the 2nd level of the divine transformation chapter. Consumption of 200 improvement points. The 9 heavens scripture breaks through to the 3rd level of the divine transformation chapter. Consumption of 500 improvement points. The 9 heavens scripture breaks through to the 1st level of the Dao Palace chapter. The moment Zhuxiao Tianjing entered the Dao Palace chapter, Gu Qingfeng's blood boiled again. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to let the 9 heavens scripture break through. The 2nd stage of the chapter of Zhuxiao Tianjing Dao Palace. The 3rd level of the 9 heavens heavenly scripture and Dao Palace realm chapter. The 4th level of the chapter of Zhuxiao Tianjing Dao Palace. In just a few moments, Gu Qingfeng upgraded the 9 heavens scripture from the 1st level of the divine transformation chapter to the 9th level of the Dao Palace chapter in one breath. The divine transformation chapter was upgraded 8 levels, using 1,600 improvement points. The Dao Palace chapter was upgraded to 9 levels, using 4,500 improvement points. A breakthrough on 2 levels. A total of 6,100 improvement points were consumed. When the 9 heavens scripture broke through to the 9th level of the Dao Palace chapter, a power much more terrifying than the Shenyang scripture and the Bai De Dao scripture revived. With this kind of inheritance at the Saint King level, breakthroughs at every level can greatly increase the strength of the monks. Now, count the 9 heavens scripture. Gu Qingfeng has mastered the techniques at the peak of the 3 Taoist palace realms. With such strength, I believe it won't be a problem to go to the demon world. It's a pity that there are some improvement points missing. Otherwise, if you can directly break through to the saint realm, you will be more confident. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Breaking through each level of the Dao Palace realm requires 500 improvement points, but for a saint to break through, each level requires 2,000 improvement points. For Gu Qingfeng, it still takes some time to accumulate so many improvement points. But He couldn't wait any longer. No matter what, Qingfeng wanted to go to the demon world. Otherwise, Gu Xiu was afraid that he would really fall into the restricted area of life. End of chapter. Chapter 271 Repairing the Ancient Teleportation Array. But before heading to the southern territory, Qingfeng used many materials to refine the foundation of a large formation, and then covered the entire country in the formation without alerting anyone. As for the formation disk that controls the formation, Qingfeng handed it over to Gu Yang. My father has set up a formation called the 7-star demon subduing formation in the capital. This formation is a top-notch 5th-level formation. There is no possibility for anyone below a saint to break the formation. If there is a strong enemy coming in the future, you can use this formation to resist it. At the same time, every formation has its own formation eye. If you use the Divine Phoenix Tower as the formation eye, the power of this formation can be increased to the 6th level. At that time, even if the saint comes in person, I believe it will not be a problem. 7-star demon subduing array. Gu Yang looked at the array disk in his hand with a look of shock on his face. A formation. Of course he had heard about it. But what Gu Yang didn't expect was that Qingfeng could actually lay out such a level of formation. The 5th level top formation. It means that the opponent is at least a 5th level formation master. Even it is possible to come higher. Is father leaving Kyushu? Gu Yang seemed to have thought of something. Qingfeng nodded. Your third brother has been trapped in the demon world for many years. It's time for me to go and take a look. My father's previous formation cultivation has not yet broken through, so even going to the ancient teleportation formation is useless. But this time, once you realize the Tao, you can be regarded as entering the ranks of the 6th level formation masters. You can go to the southern territory to have a look. If the ancient teleportation array can be restored, my father will definitely bring it back to Kyushu. Hear the words. Gu Yang looked stunned. I see. After all, Qingfeng set up a formation for the capital for no reason, and he had some intention of making arrangements later, which naturally made Gu Yang have to think more. Subsequently, Gu Yang followed what Gu Yang said to Qingfeng and directly called out the Divine Phoenix Tower and let it fall into the formation's eye. With the Great Saint Soldier acting as the formation's eye, the 7-star demon subduing formation that was originally only a 5th level formation was instantly promoted to a 6th level formation. To this, Qingfeng can naturally sense the changes in the formations. Don't think of him as a 6th level formation master, but in fact, even with his current cultivation level, it is not that easy to actually set up a 6th level formation. After all, the more powerful the formation, the rarer the resources required to set it up. Only a strong enough formation base can achieve a top formation. Otherwise, if it is just replaced by other ordinary things, even if a top formation can be arranged, it will be difficult for this formation to last forever. So, it's almost enough to lay down the 5th level formation. At the moment, the Divine Phoenix Tower suppressed. The 7-star demon subduing array is a step up. Not to mention that this kind of formation can be resisted by the saint in person, even if it is to surround and kill the saint, it is still possible. Subsequently, Qingfeng took out another jade slip and handed it to Gu Yang. These are some of my father's opinions on formations. You can take a look at them, or find some monks who are talented in formations and train them. Maybe you can do something. Yes. Gu Yang looked at the jade slip in front of him, and his eyes suddenly became much brighter. The insights of a 6th level formation master are naturally the supreme treasure. Just right. A formation. This is also the shortcoming of the Shenwu dynasty. If there is such a formation inheritance, the Shenwu dynasty will be able to produce a group of powerful enough formation masters in the future. This way, the problem of the lack of formation masters was naturally solved. Actually, Gu Yang has long had the idea of cultivating formation masters. After all, array mages are often able to play a corresponding role. For example, if important cities or some other places can be protected by formations, they will be truly foolproof. Just like the original Shenhe County. If there could be a sixth-order formation to protect him, Hanba would be directly suppressed by the formation as soon as he was born, and how could he cause much trouble? Seeing Gu Yang put away the jade slips, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. The content recorded in the jade slips is actually the true understanding of the formation path obtained by Gu Qingfeng. Therefore, this is actually a complete inheritance that directly refers to the sixth-level formation master. No matter where it is placed, it is a powerful inheritance comparable to that of a saint, making all major forces excited. The reason why such true knowledge of formations was handed over to Gu Yang was because Gu Qingfeng wanted to increase the strength of the Shenwu dynasty. He could tell. The current Shenwu dynasty's foundation has greatly increased, and it has almost reached the limit of the Qiun dynasty. If you can continue to enhance your foundation, then becoming a dynasty will definitely not be a problem. Once a dynasty is established, Gu Qingfeng believed that he could also benefit greatly. Then, Gu Qingfeng just left. After Gu Qingfeng left, Gu Yang summoned Yan Yun and asked the Dean of Shenwu Academy to select some talented people from Zhuzhu Academy who were talented in formations, and then focus on training them. In fact, the Shenwu dynasty also mastered some array inheritance, but the level was not high. At most, it would allow people to break through to the level of a third-level array master. So, Shenwu Academy has never developed a separate formation system. But now, Gu Yang asked Yan Yun to start developing the formation system. To this, Yan Yun frowned, "Your Majesty, there is currently a shortage of inheritance of formations in the imperial court. It would inevitably be a waste of resources to develop a separate teaching of formations. If there are some people who are talented in cultivation and are addicted to formations, it will not be conducive to the development of the college. With the Shenwu dynasty's current formation foundation, it would be misleading to open up a formation. This is different from the original Kyushu. If it was the original Kyushu, if it could directly point to the inheritance of the third-level formation master, people would definitely flock to it. After all, a third-level formation mage is already a monk equivalent to the Grand Master realm. But today is different from the past. After receiving the inheritance from the ancient wilderness Holy Land, Shenwu Academy already has the inheritance that directly leads to the Dao Palace. If you are a true genius and loyal enough to the court, you can even get the inheritance from the saint level. This way, the inheritance of the third-level formation is naturally not of much use." Gu Yang said, "You can rest assured about this matter. Since I allow you to set up a formation system, there is a reason. If there is a genius in Shenwu Academy who is capable of formation, maybe one more formation master can be given to the imperial court in the future." Master of Formation Dao. Yan Yun looked stunned, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. What is a formation master? Only those who have reached the 6th level and are on par with saints can be called masters of the formation. This way, this means that the imperial court has a saint-level formation inheritance in its hands. I accept the decree. Yan Yun didn't ask any more questions. He knew what he should and shouldn't ask. Other side. Gu Qingfeng turned into a rainbow light and left the borders of Zhuzhu in an instant, heading towards the eastern region. After entering the eastern region, Gu Qingfeng went directly to the southern region through the teleportation array. Immediately afterwards, tossing and turning again. Final. Gu Qingfeng arrived at the ancient teleportation array. I saw that the formation here was broken, leaving only some traces. The ancient teleportation array is indeed extraordinary. Without the cultivation of a 6th-level array master, there is no way to truly repair such an array. Gu Qingfeng only looked at the ancient teleportation array for a moment, with a look of emotion on his face. The power of this formation made him a little frightened. If it were the person he was before he obtained the true understanding of the formation, Qingfeng would never have been able to repair such formations. But now, this question is not too difficult. Immediately, Qingfeng silently understood the mystery of ancient formations. 10 days later, Qingfeng realized the key to the formation, and immediately began to repair the formation. This way, another month has passed. I saw the broken ancient teleportation formation glowing with glory, and the broken formation was finally restored to its original state in the hands of Qingfeng. It's done. Qingfeng smiled indifferently and threw down some of the spirit stones to serve as the energy source for the formation. Then the huge ancient teleportation formation was completely activated. Immediately afterwards, Qingfeng stepped into it and his figure disappeared. The moment Qingfeng entered the ancient teleportation formation, the originally repaired formation was shattered again. This time broken. Be more thorough. Space transformation. Qingfeng only felt that his vision dimmed, and then brightened again. When he appeared again, he was already in another world. The bloody sun is high. The vast world is filled with a chilling atmosphere. Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the world of demons. There were records about the world of monsters and monsters in his mind, and there was basically no difference between what he saw before him. The demon world is huge. Not much worse than the ancient world. Immediately, Qingfeng's spiritual thoughts spread, and soon he discovered the whereabouts of a demon through his spiritual thoughts. The next moment, Qingfeng took one step forward and disappeared from the spot. In less than a moment, he appeared in front of a demon. Human race. The expression of the demon in front of him changed, but before he could continue to say too much, a terrifying aura enveloped him, and the fatal threat made it difficult to breathe. This moment, this demon was horrified. You must know that he himself is already a demon general who aspires to the realm of divine transformation. The person who comes here can suppress him with just his breath, making him unable to move. Such a method can only be accomplished by a demon commander in the Dao Palace realm. I'll lend you your memory. Qingfeng didn't talk nonsense. In the frightened gaze of the demon, he directly covered the opponent's forehead with his palm, and then began to search for the soul. Although this demon wants to resist, in the face of absolute strength, such resistance is equivalent to nothing. Qingfeng was very relaxed. He just invaded the opponent's soul and searched out all the memories of this monster. The reason for doing this? It was also because Qingfeng didn't want to waste time questioning him. Say it again. The information obtained during cross-examination may not necessarily be truly accurate. Rather than wasting time to obtain information that may not be accurate, it is easier to search for souls directly. At least, normally, the memories obtained through soul searching will not be wrong. P.S. Today's update is missing 1,000 words, I'll make it up tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 272 Emperor Corpse. Holy Land of Heavenly Demons. Forbidden Zone of Life. In the soul memory of this demon, Qingfeng saw the information about Guxiu as expected. After all, Guxiu entered the demon world from the teleportation array here, and the other party made such a big fuss, it would be difficult for other demons not to know. From this memory, Qingfeng soon understood where the forbidden zone of life Guxiu was. Immediately, Qingfeng did not hesitate and went directly to the direction of the forbidden zone of life. Desolate world. The dark brown soil seemed to be infected by countless blood, and finally evolved after years of changes. In a cave, Guxiu leaned there with a pale face, and the breath of life on his body became extremely weak, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Gu kid, are you okay? In the ring, the voice of the great Saint Huangji was also a little heavy. Hearing this, Guxiu's eyelids moved slightly, and an ugly smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, I won't die for the time being, but I think I have to break my promise to reshape my body for my master. Gu Kid. The great Saint Huangji wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Xiu looked outside the cave. The dark sky seemed like a beast that would choose people to devour. His thoughts drifted to Jisu involuntarily. If I died here, my father would probably not know. It's a pity that I didn't get to see my father in the end. Gu Xiu didn't regret much about his fate, but just felt a little sorry. In the final analysis, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the means of the demons. He forced his way into the ancient secret realm and seized the opportunity there, which angered the demons. Many powerful people attacked him together, and he had to flee to the life-forbidden zone to temporarily save his life. However, the life-forbidden zone is dangerous. As the place where the emperor fell, it is not only full of curses, but also has many weird things. The creatures who entered the forbidden zone of life in the past died here, polluted by the power here, and eventually turned into strange wandering, making it difficult for those who entered the forbidden zone of life later to have a chance to walk out alive. As soon as Gu Xiu entered, he was attacked by the curse, and was also severely injured by the strange. If it weren't for the burst of means by the great Saint Huangji at the critical moment, he would have died long ago. Later, Gu Xiu fought hard to find this cave with severe injuries, and was able to temporarily resist the strange. According to the great Saint Huangji, this cave should have been left by a powerful person in the past, and it can barely play a role with the residual immortal rhyme. But unfortunately, these are only temporary. Gu Xiu carries the curse of the forbidden zone of life on his body. With his strength, there is no way to expel the curse. Now that his vitality is gradually lost, Gu Xiu feels that he can't hold on for much longer. Gu Kid, I will burn the last bit of my soul power to help you leave the forbidden zone of life, but I dare not guarantee whether it will succeed. At this time, the great Saint Huangji made a decision, and his tone was full of determination. If it was in his prime, he would have some confidence that he could take Gu Xiu out of the forbidden zone of life. After all, although this is the place where the emperor died, as long as he did not really go deep into the forbidden zone of life, with the cultivation strength of the great saint, the probability of wanting to walk out of the forbidden zone of life is still not small. Of course, if you really go deep into the forbidden zone of life, let alone the great saint, even the Saint King or even the quasi-emperor realm is not sure that you can walk out alive. However, the great Saint Huangji is not in his prime now. Not only is there only a wisp of residual soul left, but he also consumed a lot of power to rescue Gu Xiu before. Now, the great Saint Huangji is just making a last-ditch effort. But at this point, the great Saint Huangji can't really let Gu Xiu die here. The other party's talent. He is the most powerful one among all the disciples of the great Saint Huangji. As long as Gu Xiu does not die, there is a high probability that he will become a Saint King or even a quasi-emperor in the future, and he may even go further and touch the legendary Great Emperor. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. So, the great Saint Huangji naturally does not want the other party to die here. Master. Gu Xiu smiled bitterly. I am now cursed. Even if I leave the life-forbidden zone, what can I do? There is no way to dispel the curse. I will eventually die. Hearing this, the great Saint Huangji fell silent. He knew that what Gu Xiu said was right. The biggest problem for the other party now is that he is carrying the curse of the life-forbidden zone. If the curse problem cannot be solved, even if Gu Xiu leaves the life-forbidden zone, there is still no possibility of survival. Alas! After all, it is this seed who has misled you. If I hadn't asked you to go back to the holy land of Huangji, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in this situation now. The great Saint Huangji sighed, his voice full of regret. The root of everything is from the holy land of Huangji. Gu Xiu shook his head slightly, looking weak. This is my own decision, it has nothing to do with Master, and if Master hadn't helped me many times, I would have died long ago. How could I have survived until now? What a pity! This time I died like this, there is no way I can go back to Jizhu. This is the only regret in Gu Xiu's heart, not being able to see his parents again before he died. But as the vitality continued to drain away, Gu Xiu's vision became increasingly blurred. At this moment, the silent life forbidden zone suddenly heard a thunderous sound, and then the sky was filled with purple divine thunder, and the terrifying power seemed to tear the entire life forbidden zone apart. The terrifying power was so powerful that Gu Xiu was stunned. His originally blurred vision refocused and fell on a green figure bathed in thunder. Father! Father! It seems that I am really going to die. I have hallucinations. Gu Xiu smiled bitterly. What was he thinking about? This is the demon world, how could his father appear here? Besides, this place is even more of a life forbidden zone. It is difficult for a saint to come out alive. Although his father's strength is strong, it is absolutely impossible for him to have such a momentum in front of him. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Xiu's voice became weaker and weaker, and the divine light in his eyes gradually dimmed. It's good. Although it's an illusion, being able to see my father before I die can be considered as fulfilling my wish. Gu Xiu's voice became lower and lower, and it was almost inaudible later. However, Huang Jisheng's tone was very excited. This is not an illusion, your father is really here. Huang Jisheng's mood at this moment was like a roller coaster. With his soul power through the ring, he could clearly see the outside world. Although he also didn't believe that Gu Qingfeng, a mere Taoist monk, could have such a terrifying power. But this scene happened right in front of him, and Huang Jisheng couldn't help but believe it. At this moment, thunders fell from the sky. It was as if the heavenly Dao was angry and wiped out all the strange and evil spirits in the world. Gu Qingfeng fell from the void like a 9-day god. At that moment, the life forbidden zone shook. Many ancient beings revived one after another, and the next moment, the void collapsed. A dark blue palm pierced through the void and grabbed Gu Qingfeng. This seemingly simple attack already contained the terrifying aura of the Great Tao's annihilation. It seemed that the world was blocked, making it difficult for people to escape. Break it for me. Gu Qingfeng looked grim, and all his blood and energy burst out. The divine sky thunder slammed down fiercely, and the thick thunder exuded the supreme power of the strongest and most yang, causing the palm to shatter. Then, he sacrificed the divine emperor cauldron again. The great power of this great saint weapon suppressed the starry sky, and all the weirdness disappeared. Boom! Rumble! Gu Qingfeng did not hold back at all about his own strength at this moment. Whether it was the divine sky thunder or the divine emperor cauldron, they were all pushed to the extreme. Such a shocking power made most of the life forbidden areas vibrate. Even outside the forbidden zone of life, many ancient strong men in the demon world all cast their eyes here. Hiss! Such terrible thunder power, what happened to the forbidden zone of life? Unbelievable! Such a terrifying thunder power made these ancient demon strong men feel lingering fear, and the lightning light emitted from it made them smell the breath of destruction. If such power fell on them, then there would be no possibility of any activity. In addition to the fierce reputation of the forbidden zone of life, although they were curious, they did not dare to really explore it in depth. On the other side, with Gu Qingfeng's wanton slaughter, the entire forbidden zone of life was gradually boiling, and there seemed to be an ancient breath emerging from the depths. Ancient. Tyrannical. The avenue of heaven and earth was trembling violently, as if some terrible existence was gradually awakening. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingfeng frowned, and then stepped into the air and fell into the cave. Looking at Gu Xiu who was already dying, he grabbed him without any nonsense, and then went outside the forbidden zone of life. Just as Gu Qingfeng was leaving the restricted area of life, a furious roar was heard. Roar! The terrible sound entered Gu Qingfeng's mind, causing his sea of consciousness to vibrate violently. His Danshan Dao palace was trembling slightly, and his Dao Palace Yuan Shen seemed to have suffered some kind of trauma. Thunder is coming. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. He grabbed Gu Xiu's shoulder with his left hand and pinched his seal with his right hand. He shouted loudly as if he penetrated the heaven and earth. The next breath, a thick and extremely strong purple divine thunder descended from the 9 heavens. Boom! The terrible thunder penetrated the void of heaven and earth, annihilated all living things, and bombarded directly into the depths of the restricted area of life. The next breath, a strange and terrifying body appeared from the depths of life. When the thunder and light bombarded down, Gu Qingfeng saw the true appearance of the other party at a glance. The emperor's robe was torn. Green face and fangs. His whole body was blue-black, his eyes were scarlet and violent, and he was completely unlike an ordinary person. He just squeezed his right hand, and the devastating thunderbolt dissipated. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng left the forbidden zone of life. Hey! At the moment of leaving the forbidden zone of life, the dangerous warning in Gu Qingfeng's mind finally disappeared. Thinking back to the scene he just saw, his face became more solemn. The emperor's corpse. Gu Qingfeng murmured in a low voice. That figure didn't look like a living person at all, but the breath it exuded made him feel terrified. Even the original great sage Xuanyu was not worth mentioning in front of the other party. It can be seen from this that the strength of such an existence must be extremely terrifying. However, the life forbidden zone itself is the place where the emperor fell. Now, deep in the restricted area of life, there is such a terrifying and strange corpse. It is difficult not to think of the existence of the emperor's corpse. The so-called emperor's corpse. Naturally, it is the corpse of the great emperor. This moment, Gu Qingfeng seemed to understand what the great emperor was, and how far he was from such an existence. He could tell. If it were a head-on fight, with my current strength, even if I use all my cards, it would be difficult to last a round. Fortunately, this emperor's corpse seemed to have just woken up, and there was no real time to take action. Otherwise, Gu Qingfeng suspected that he would be trapped here. After leaving the restricted area of life, Gu Qingfeng's body turned into rainbow light and disappeared into the void in an instant. After a while, in a barren mountain, Gu Qingfeng waved his sleeves and opened a cave directly, then set his eyes on Gu Xiu. He could feel that Gu Xiu's life breath was passing away, and there was a strange black mist invisible to the naked eye lingering in the blood, constantly eating away at his flesh and blood. And this. It was also the fundamental reason why Gu Xiu became increasingly weak. Is this a curse? Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking of the text in the information panel, and immediately understood what it was. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng used his own energy and blood to fall into Gu Xiu's body. The moment his most powerful force touched the black mist, he suddenly heard a shrill scream coming from the silent cave. Then, he saw the black mist dissipating from Gu Xiu's body bit by bit. After a long time, the black fog dispersed. Gu Xiu's breath also became much calmer. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng took out the divine blood pill again and stuffed the pill directly into the other person's mouth, and the latter swallowed it instinctively. The elixir enters the abdomen. A burst of energy. Gu Xiu's complexion also turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. See this? Gu Qingfeng's face relaxed, and he immediately sat cross-legged and meditated, silently recovering himself. The battle in the life forbidden zone caused him a lot of wear and tear, and the subsequent expulsion of the strange black mist from Gu Xiu's body also intensified the wear and tear. Arrive now. Gu Qingfeng finally had time to recover. 3 days in a row. Gu Xiu was still asleep. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, looked at Gu Xiu who was still sleeping, and suddenly snorted coldly. If you haven't woken up yet, what are you planning to do with your sleep? Hear this. Gu Xiu's body trembled, his closed eyes opened immediately, and the next moment he stood up hurriedly, his expression full of awe. Father! He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Qingfeng snorted coldly, do you still know that you have me as your father? A person breaks into the world of monsters and enters the restricted area of life. By acting like this, have you ever thought about being a father? Have you ever thought about your mother? My child knows his mistake. Gu Xiu's lips trembled, but in the end he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Qingfeng said coldly, let me ask you, if you encounter trouble in the southern territory, why don't you look back home? My child has provoked a lot of forces, no. I don't want to cause trouble to the family. Gu Xiu said truthfully. Causing trouble? Qingfeng sneered. I see you haven't given me any peace of mind now. If you were to be a father for a day late, you would have been buried in the forbidden area of life. My child knows I'm wrong. Gu Xiu repeated what he just said without making any rebuttal. Looking at Gu Xiu, who was almost 30 years old, and the look of recognition on his face, Qingfeng wanted to continue to get angry, but in the end he sighed. Let me ask you, why did you enter the restricted area of life? Noticing that Qingfeng's tone had softened, Gu Xiu dared to raise his head. Not long ago, the child entered an ancient secret realm and stole the phoenix essence and blood inside, so the demons were furious and wanted to join forces to encircle and suppress him. I have no choice but to escape into the restricted area of life. Phoenix essence and blood. When Qingfeng heard this, his expression was slightly startled. This time, Gu Xiu took out a jade box from the storage ring. This is the phoenix essence and blood. It's a pity that my cultivation is too weak to refine such power of essence and blood. Now I just want to honor my father. By the end, Gu Xiu had a flattering smile on his face. Hear the words. Qingfeng was silent for a while. Although they were restricted by the jade box, he could still feel the terrifying power contained in it. From here alone, you can see the tyranny of phoenix essence and blood. A long while. Qingfeng put the jade box into the Tianyun ring, and then said, Phoenix essence and blood are of no use to a father, but your second brother accidentally obtained the incomplete Qingfeng divine body, which does require phoenix essence and blood. So, I will accept it for now. Finished. Qingfeng had another thought, and an ancient tripod suddenly appeared. This is the Cloud Thunder Cauldron. It is considered a holy weapon. You can keep it for protection. While speaking, Qingfeng had directly erased his connection with Yunli Cauldron and casually threw this treasure to Gu Xiu. Holy soldier! Gu Xiu looked at the Yunli Cauldron in front of him with a shocked expression. He knew very well how precious the holy weapon was. Gu Xiu never thought that one day, someone would throw a holy weapon in front of him so casually. For a moment, Gu Xiu was moved. Father! Stop talking nonsense! Let me ask you, which force is the main force of the demons and powerful demons that are besieging you? Qingfeng interrupted the other party and asked. Gu Xiu was slightly startled. Although he didn't understand why Qingfeng asked this, he still answered truthfully. Most of the powerful demons who are besieging me are from the heavenly demon Holy Land. How much do you know about the heavenly demon Holy Land? The heavenly demon Holy Land was founded 200,000 years ago. It is rumored that 80,000 years ago, a great demon who was as powerful as a great saint came out of the heavenly demon Holy Land, making its strength reach its peak. But since that great demon returned to the abyss, although many saints and demon kings have come out of the heavenly demon Holy Land, there has not been a second great demon. Now in the heavenly demon Holy Land. Gu Xiu was about to tell all the information about the heavenly demon Holy Land. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qingfeng. Let's go. Where to go? Gu Xiu was unable to react for a while. Qingfeng said lightly, of course, we are going to the heavenly demon Holy Land. End of this chapter. Chapter 273, killing tens of thousands of demons with one strike. Holy Land of Demons. Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Xiu look stunned, as if he couldn't react. What is father doing in the heavenly demon Holy Land? You were bullied by the heavenly demon Holy Land. As a father, I naturally want to find a way back to you, so that they can understand that not everyone can bully my son, Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng said in a domineering tone. Since the heavenly demon Holy Land has only produced one great saint out of 10, then Gu Qingfeng has nothing to be afraid of. Even if the great sage only faked his death and was not really dead, he was still not afraid. Father! Gu Xiu's face was filled with emotion, but he hesitated even if he wanted to speak. After all, the heavenly demon Holy Land was very powerful, and if his father came to visit him, he might not be able to get any benefits. Just then, the voice of the great sage came into Gu Xiu's mind. Boy, your father is not simple. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated him at the beginning. It's not a big problem to go to the heavenly demon Holy Land this time. Besides, with your father here, even if the heavenly demon Holy Land cannot be destroyed, it will not be a problem to escape intact. The supreme sage Huang was also filled with emotion in his heart. He forced his way into the forbidden area of life and fought with the emperor's corpse deep in the forbidden area of life. Even though it was just a simple meeting, it was enough to brag for a lifetime. Even in the era when the emperor was the great sage, there were not many strong men who could achieve this step. When he first met Gu Qingfeng, Emperor Huangji had overestimated him as much as possible, but now it seems that he was still wrong. This person's existence is even more evil than Gu Xiu. No. This can no longer be described by the simple word monster. Even the supreme sage Huang couldn't see through Gu Qingfeng's clues. But Emperor Huangji sage already treats the other party as an equal. Gu Xiu, who originally wanted to say something, looked slightly dull after hearing the words of the emperor's great sage, and then swallowed back the words that came to his lips. The human race is presumptuous. You humans, how dare you break into the demon world so blatantly, you are seeking death. When Gu Qingfeng led Gu Xiu towards the heavenly demon Holy Land, many demons discovered their whereabouts along the way. But without exception, these monsters were killed by Gu Qingfeng on the spot just after meeting them. No matter it is a monster in the divine transformation realm or a demon in the Dao Palace realm, they cannot last a single round in front of Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng shattered the body of a Dao Palace realm demon with one palm, dug out the demon's inner elixir from the opponent's body, and then threw it to Gu Xiu beside him. The latter is also skilled in putting away the inner elixir. Let's go. Gu Qingfeng spoke calmly and continued walking towards the heavenly demon Holy Land. He did not fly in the air, nor did he speed up on his way, as if he was openly telling the powerful people in the demon world his whereabouts. See this! Gu Xiu's face was also full of admiration. First, he felt a sense of security that he had never felt before. In the years since he entered the world of demons, Gu Xiu has either been running for his life or on the way to escape. No matter where he goes, he is cautious for fear of exposing his whereabouts. This is the first time in history that he openly walks in the demon world like this. But it has to be said. This feeling is not ordinary wonderful. Right now, a terrifying aura descended, and a demon with 6 arms and a 9th-level Taoist palace looked down at the two people below and said coldly, "Human race, this is not a place for you to run wild. If you retreat now, you may have a chance to survive." Quack! Gu Qingfeng didn't even raise his eyelids, he directly attracted a divine thunder from the void, and the world-destroying thunder power struck down, and the monster in Simijian was wiped out into ashes. The 9th level of Tao Palace. Wave your hand to kill. His demon commander Tian Luo has fallen. Tian Luo demon commander is the top expert of the Zhang family. He has been trying to reach the Taoist palace for many years. He is only one step away from becoming a semi-saint. Unexpectedly, he was killed on the spot. Could this person be a saint? The pupils of some demons lurking in the dark suddenly shrank when they saw this scene. How could they not be shocked that a top demon commander at the 9th level of the Dao Palace fell so simply? Just then, Qingfeng's thoughts moved, and in an instant, thousands of thunders gathered from the sky. Since you are here, don't leave. The words fell. Thunder comes to the world. The world-destroying thunderbolt struck down from 100 miles away, and all the monsters hiding in the dark changed their expressions drastically, and ran away into the distance without even thinking. But the next breath, thunder falls. All these monsters were wiped out. This blow killed tens of thousands of demons, including many powerful ones in the Taoist palace realm. When the other demons outside the range of the thunder witnessed this scene, their whole bodies were as cold as an ice cellar, and their bodies were stiff and did not dare to move. It wasn't until Qingfeng left that they gradually woke up from the fear. Devil, devil! This person is definitely a devil. Kill tens of thousands of monsters, I'm afraid the heavenly demon Holy Land will be in big trouble this time. Looking at the devastated land and countless demon corpses, the remaining demons swallowed hard, and the fear in their hearts could not dissipate for a long time. The divine thunder that illuminated 100 miles of area was like an indelible nightmare, deeply engraved in their minds. This scene, even if it had been hundreds or thousands of years, it would be impossible to forget. For a moment, many powerful demons who wanted to intercept and kill Qingfeng stopped involuntarily. Just kidding. Killing tens of thousands of powerful demons in 100 miles with one strike, such an existence is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can contend with. Such means can only be done by powerful saints. However, now is the era of the end of the world. In the ancient world, it is absolutely impossible for a new saint to be born, just as it is impossible for a demon king to be born in the demon world. Unless there is an ancient saint or demon king who wakes up from the ancient city of life. On the other side, Gu Xiu followed behind Qingfeng, and the shock on his face had never disappeared. His father's strength always refreshed his cognition. Especially the scene of killing tens of thousands of demons with one strike just now, which shocked Gu Xiu even more. He couldn't help but communicate with the great Saint Huangji secretly, and asked, "Master, what realm do you think my father is in now? I can't see through it either." The means he used were not to attract the power of heaven and earth, and it didn't seem that he had broken through the realm of saints. Moreover, the end of heaven and earth, this era does not allow new saints to be born. But with the strength he showed, he is much stronger than ordinary saints. Your father must have a big secret, and his background is difficult for me to guess. The great Saint Huangji admitted frankly that he couldn't see through Qingfeng. Especially the other party's means of attracting thunder, which made the great Saint Huangji have the illusion of facing a real great saint. But on second thought, the great Saint Huangji suspected that he was overthinking. After all, the other party did not prove the way to become a saint, so at best his cultivation was only at the level of a semi-saint. A half-saint, who can be as powerful as a saint, is already a heaven-defying existence. If it is said that he is as powerful as a saint, the great Saint Huangji would not believe it anyway. So, the great Saint Huangji was also a little confused. This was the first time he was so curious about a younger generation. The Holy Land of Heavenly Demons. In the hall, the atmosphere here was extremely dull at the moment. On the first seat, the face of the Holy Lord of Heavenly Demons was gloomy and ugly. The latest news came that Zhang's Tianluo demon commander has fallen, and it is said that he was killed by the human race in one blow. Such strength is definitely not something that a half-saint can do. I have reason to suspect that this is a revived ancient saint. When the Holy Lord of Heavenly Demons said this, a deep fear appeared in his eyes. Ancient saint. The gold content of these 4 words can be imagined. The Holy Lord of Heavenly Demons himself is a strong man in the realm of half-saints, but he also knows how big the gap is between him and the real saints. Half a step difference. A world of difference. In front of a true saint, a half-saint is just a slightly larger ant, and can't cause any waves at all. At this moment, a middle-aged demon commander with red hair and red eyes said in a deep voice, "Now that person is coming to the heavenly demon Holy Land. If he is really an ancient saint, with the current strength of the Holy Land, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist." The red-eyed demon commander couldn't help but worry about this matter. After all, although the foundation of the heavenly demon Holy Land is not weak, there are more than one powerful people in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. But in front of the ancient saints, no matter how many there are in the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, it is difficult to cause a qualitative change. Of course, the heavenly demon Holy Land also has holy soldiers and great holy soldiers in its hands, but who can guarantee that the ancient saint has no trump card in his hand? So, if there is a real battle, in the eyes of the red-eyed demon commander, the chances of winning the heavenly demon Holy Land are slim. The other elders of the Holy Land are now very heavy. If I had known, I would not have attacked the human race. An elder of the Holy Land was full of regret. The heavenly demon saint glanced at the other party and said indifferently, "The human race and my demon race have always been fighting to the death. If the human race's genius is allowed to grow up, I don't know how many demons will die in his hands in the future. In such a racial struggle, how can the heavenly demon Holy Land have a way out?" However, although an ancient saint is powerful, the foundation of my heavenly demon Holy Land for hundreds of thousands of years is not a decoration. If we really fight with all our strength, even the saint can be killed. At this point, the heavenly demon saint's face became firm, as if he had made some decisions. Another demon commander elder heard this and his expression changed slightly. "Does the saint want to wake that person up?" At this point, the only thing we can do is to wake that person up. The heavenly demon saint nodded. Although that person has not become a great demon, he is also a top existence among demon kings. It must not be a problem for him to deal with an ancient saint. The other elders were relieved at this time. If that person is born, an ancient saint is indeed not a concern. A moment later, the heavenly demon saint came to the Forbidden Land, which was filled with terrible pressure. There was an ancient city standing in it, as if it had been worn away by endless years. With every step closer, the pressure intensified. Even with the strength of the heavenly demon saint, when facing such pressure, his face was full of awe. When he arrived in front of the ancient city, the heavenly demon saint bowed and said, "The 58th saint of the heavenly demon Holy Land, I want to see the immortal Lord Qingfeng." The voice fell. The ancient city of life was completely silent. To this, the heavenly demon Holy Lord still maintained his bowed posture and did not move at all. A long time passed. The ancient city of life trembled slightly, and a calm and ancient voice suddenly reached his ears. "You'd better give me an explanation that satisfies me for disturbing my slumber." After a simple sentence, the radiant holy power flooded in, making it a little difficult for the heavenly demon Holy Lord to breathe. Immediately, he respectfully replied, "For your information, Demon Lord, there is an ancient saint from the ancient world who wants to take action against the heavenly demon Holy Land. I feel that I am no match for you, so I came here to ask for instructions from Demon Lord." Ancient Saint. As soon as these words came out, the voices in the ancient city of life stopped for a while, and then they spoke again. "If that saint really comes, I will take action of my own accord." "Thank you very much, Lord Qingfeng." After receiving the other party's promise, the heavenly demon Holy Lord relaxed, and then bowed and retreated. This person agreed to take action. Even if the ancient saint of the human race was born, he would not be able to stir up much trouble. Less than half a day after the heavenly demon Holy Lord left the Forbidden Land, a terrifying pressure came down from the sky and suppressed it towards the heavenly demon Holy Land. Boom! The space was shattered inch by inch, and all the monsters in the huge heavenly demon Holy Land were looking into the void, their eyes full of fear. "He's coming!" The face of the heavenly demon Holy Lord changed, and he directly activated the Heavenly Demon Holy Land's sect protecting formation. Powerful power rose up, and instantly protected the huge Heavenly Demon Holy Land. This formation was set up by the powerful men of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land 200,000 years ago. It is a powerful 6th level formation. Even if a saint comes in person, it can withstand it for a period of time. The other elders of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the appearance of the sect protecting formation. With this Holy Land formation, I believe it is enough to withstand a saint. The red-eyed handsome man's eyes moved slightly. He knew very well how powerful the formation in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land was. If the ancient saint was not powerful enough, there would be no possibility of breaking the formation. This way, there is no need for Qingfeng Immortal to wake up. Such results. For the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, this is the best situation. After all, if an ancient demon king really wakes up, it may not necessarily be a good thing in today's Dharma-ending era. However, before the red-eyed demon commander could finish his thoughts, he saw a figure suddenly appear. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the 9 heavens, blocking out the sun. All the power of the thick and terrifying divine thunder was released in the sky. Thunder from the sky. The most positive and the most positive. I saw that the 6th level formation set up by the strong men of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land in the past could only last for less than a few breaths in front of this terrifying divine thunder, and many cracks appeared. Then, under the horrified gaze of the red-eyed demon commander, suddenly shattered. The formation collapsed. The remaining thunder fell into the Holy Land of Heavenly Demons, and the mountains collapsed and the palaces were annihilated. Under such power, countless demons were completely wiped out without even making a scream. End of chapter. Chapter 274 Razed to the ground. Human race. The Heavenly Demon Holy Master's eyes were about to burst. The power of this blow caused the death of countless monks in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Then he looked at the figure in the void, and uncontrollable panic appeared on his face. The sect protecting formation in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land is a true 6th level formation. Even if a saint comes in person, it is not easy to break this formation. According to the vision of the Heavenly Demon Holy Lord, even if this formation cannot stop Qingfeng, it can at least stop him for a while. But the development of things was completely different from what he expected. 6th level formation. Just one face-to-face encounter, and it was immediately blown to pieces. The strength of the visitor. The Heavenly Demon Holy Lord was horrified. But, thinking of the background behind the Heavenly Demon Saint Lord, the Heavenly Demon Saint Lord's expression calmed down again. No matter how powerful an ancient saint is, there is absolutely no way he can be a match for the Azure Dragon Demon Lord. Other side. Gu Xiu looked at the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, which was mostly reduced to ruins, with a shocked expression on his face. He didn't expect that his father would actually attack the Heavenly Demon Holy Land himself. After staying in the demon world for many years, Gu Xiu naturally knew the strength of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Such ancient holy places have a great reputation throughout the demon world. For a while, Gu Xiu's heart was full of pride, which made him think that monks like us should be like this. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from the forbidden area of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, and then a young man in purple clothes was seen walking slowly through the air. His hair was as white as snow, but his eyes were dark red. Every step he took made the void tremble, and the avenue all surrendered to it. Blue Dragon Demon Lord. Seeing the visitor appear, many elders of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land cried with joy, their eyes filled with awe. Although Qingfeng Demon Lord has been sleeping for a long time, the portrait of the other party has always been preserved in the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Naturally, they are no strangers to this ancient saint-level powerhouse. Things are in trouble. At this moment, the voice of the great sage came into Gu Xiu's mind. When the latter heard this, he couldn't help but look startled. Master, what do you mean by this? The strength of this demon is not simple. Although it has not entered the true realm of the great sage, it can still be regarded as a half-step great sage. Your father's strength is indeed powerful, but he may not be his opponent. The emperor's great sage's voice was solemn, and demons at the level of a half-step great sage were extremely terrifying beings no matter what era they were in. The birth of monsters of this level is always accompanied by bloodshed. If he were in his prime, the great sage would naturally not be afraid of a demon who was half a step into the great sage realm. But now, the great sage Huang must admit that he is no match for this demon. Or to put it another way, in front of this monster, I was no different from an ant. No way. It is true that the great sage Huang was powerful in the past, but after so many years, how much power can be left in a residual soul? Compared with a half-step great saint, it is naturally not on the same level. Hear the words. Gu Xiu's face turned ugly. So, father is in danger. It's hard to tell, your father can't see through it. The tone of the emperor's great sage was full of uncertainty. Normally, a half-saint could never be the opponent of a half-step great sage. The former is no different from an ant in front of the latter. But if this semi-saint were Gu Qingfeng, the emperor and supreme sage would not be sure. No way. The opponent's strength is unfathomable. Until now, the emperor and the great sage didn't know how many trump cards the opponent had. Gu Xiu felt a little relieved after hearing the words of the emperor's great sage, but his expression remained solemn. Half-saint. Could it be that the heavenly demon Holy Land has already declined to this point, and a mere semi-saint wants to wake me up? Qianglong Demon Lord just glanced at Gu Qingfeng, his face suddenly darkened, and he looked at the heavenly demon lord below, his red eyes full of dissatisfied coldness. At first, he really thought that an ancient saint from the human race was coming in person, but when he saw it, it turned out that the person who came was only a semi-saint. At the level of Qianglong Yaojun, he could easily tell the difference between a half-saint and a saint at a glance. Half-saint? Impossible, this person absolutely cannot be a semi-saint. The sixth level formation in the Holy Land was broken by him in just one encounter. Hearing the words of the Qianglong Demon Lord, the heavenly demon lord was filled with disbelief. Half-saint? How could the person in front of me be a semi-saint? You must know that he is also a semi-saint, but in front of Gu Qingfeng, the heavenly demon holy master has no courage to take action. The gap between the two sides was so great that it made him despair. Hear the words. The Qianglong demon lord's expression changed slightly, and when he looked at Gu Qingfeng again, his eyes finally looked more serious. Break the sixth level formation with one face-to-face. It seems that the human race has become a monster with a divine body again. It's a pity. If you don't become a saint, you will not be my opponent after all. Remember, I, Qianglong, am the demon who kills you. When Qianglong Yaojun finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Kill the human monster. This is his favorite thing to do. Faced with the confidence of Qianglong Demon Lord, Gu Qingfeng also smiled slightly. You also remember, the one who kills you Qianglong Demon Lord and destroys your heavenly demon Holy Land today is me, Gu Qingfeng. How dare you want to destroy my heavenly demon Holy Land? It's a joke. Qianglong Demon Lord smiled disdainfully and looked at Gu Qingfeng with contempt, but before he could finish his words, he saw that Gu Qingfeng had already taken action brazenly. An ancient seal suddenly appeared, occupying the void of heaven and earth in an instant, blocking the light of the sun and moon. The vast ancient aura filled the air, and the terrifying power of the abyss shattered the void thousands of miles away. Such terrifying power made the contempt on Qianglong Demon Lord's face disappear, and was replaced by a look of horror. Impossible! The power of the Tianhuang seal made the Qianglong Demon Lord feel the breath of death. Without any hesitation, he directly summoned an ancient bell, and all his energy and blood poured into it crazily. Boom! The infinite spiritual light of Taoism on the ancient bell circulated, and the sound of the bell from ancient times spread. The void rippled, and soon turned into a stormy sea, drowning towards Qingfeng. Boom! The two forces bombarded each other, and the void collapsed and was destroyed. The world seemed to collapse into a large piece, endless darkness was revealed, and everything seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness. Next breath, I saw the ancient seal bombarding the body of the big bell, and then I saw the divine light on it dim. In the horrified eyes of the Qinglong demon lord, this treasure suddenly shattered. Pfft! The treasure was shattered, and the Qinglong demon lord suddenly suffered severe backlash. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But before he could respond, he saw the remaining power of the seal being suppressed. The Qinglong demon lord looked horrified and turned around to run away without thinking. Boom! Although Qinglong demon lord moved very quickly, he was still hit by the power of the treasure. Half of his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the remaining half of his body fled in a hurry. Want to leave? Qingfeng smiled disdainfully, and activated the thunder from the sky with his right hand. The thick purple thunder struck the remaining half of the Qinglong demon lord's body fiercely. Ah! The Qinglong demon lord let out a shrill scream, and then saw his body explode instantly, and he was instantly destroyed on the spot. The rolling thunder was so powerful that it could not dissipate for a long time. This moment, heaven and earth are silent. Whether it was the people from the heavenly demon Holy Land or the other powerful demons who were secretly watching the battle, they were now in deathly silence. All the monks looked at Qingfeng with horror in their eyes. What did they see? An ancient strong man with a half-step to the level of a great sage was killed by Qingfeng almost immediately after meeting him. The opponent's strength can only be described as terrifying. And more importantly, according to Qinglong Yejun, the human race in front of us has not truly entered the realm of saints, and is only a semi-saint. A half-sage can kill a half-step saint in an instant. This scene. Many monks couldn't help but wonder if they were dreaming. No way. What he saw and heard was really shocking. But the scene of the death of the Qinglong demon lord cannot be faked at all. Hiss! Tianhuang seal! How could the Holy King's soldiers in the ancient wasteland fall into your father's hands? Could it be that he uprooted all of the ancient wasteland Holy Land? At this moment, the face of the Emperor's great saint in the ring changed drastically. He looked at the ancient seal held in Qingfeng's hand with an incredible look in his eyes. The seal of heaven. This is the most important treasure of the ancient Holy Land, a true weapon of the Holy King. How could the Supreme Sage be unfamiliar with such treasures? Back then, he had also fought against Tianhuang Yin. Undeniable. The Holy King's arms is the Holy King's arms. Even if it is held by a saint, it can compete with the great sage. In the past, there were new great sages in the ancient Holy Land who held such treasures, so the emperor and the great sage had to temporarily avoid the edge. Such a treasure is the lifeblood of the ancient Holy Land, and it is absolutely impossible for it to fall into the hands of others. But now, the Tianhuang seal fell into Qingfeng's hands, and the emperor couldn't help but think too much. Compared with the appearance of Tianhuang seal, the scene of Qinglong demon lord being killed immediately upon meeting him was also shocking to the emperor. Boy Gu, I'm afraid your father has the qualifications to be a great emperor. If he doesn't die unexpectedly, he will definitely be able to achieve the realm of the great emperor in the future. After a long time, the great emperor took a deep breath and gave himself an extremely positive evaluation. The capital of the emperor? Gu Xiu looked shocked. He was still reviewing the scene of the fall of the Qinglong demon lord in his mind. A half-saint level powerful man fell in front of him, and one can imagine the shock. This time, Qingfeng reached into the void with his right hand, and a blood-stained demon inner elixir appeared directly in his hand. At the moment when the demon inner elixir appeared, the breathing of other powerful demons lurking in the dark became somewhat rapid. Just because of this, the inner elixir of the demon comes from none other than the Qinglong demon lord. To put it bluntly, if the inner elixir of a half-step saint falls into the hands of any demon, it will have the opportunity to directly step into the realm of a saint. Even if it is difficult to truly achieve enlightenment and become a saint in this era, one can still become one of the top semi-saints. When the age of great competition comes, one can attain enlightenment in an instant. But, although the inner elixir of the half-step great sage was full of temptations, no monk dared to snatch it away. Therefore, the demon inner elixir fell into the hands of a strong human being who could suppress the Qingfeng demon lord. Now, in the heavenly demon holy land, all the monks had despairing expressions on their faces. The heavenly demonic holy lord looked dull. He did not expect that the powerful Qingfeng demon lord in front of him would fall in an instant. He understands. The Qingfeng demon lord has fallen, and the heavenly demon holy land will also cease to exist. For a moment, the heavenly demon lord wanted to beg for mercy, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. The human race and the demons are fighting to the death. Even if he spoke, the other party would definitely not show mercy. Rather than begging for mercy and losing the face of the heavenly demon holy land, it is better to die unyielding and retain the last bit of dignity. Qingfeng seemed to see the determination of the heavenly demon lord. He did not say a word and directly sacrificed the heavenly desolation seal. An ancient seal turned into a huge mountain and slammed down to the heavenly demon holy land below. Boom! The earth shook and the ground cracked. When the heavenly desolation seal disappeared, the huge heavenly demon holy land had been completely wiped out without leaving any trace. Looking at this scene, the demon masters in the dark fell silent again. The heavenly demon holy land is gone. Now this battle makes them feel deeply desperate. Unless there is another ancient existence that revives, otherwise, looking at the entire demon world, who can be this person's opponent? However, even if there is an ancient existence that revives, unless there is a great demon at the level of a great saint, or a demon king at the level of a saint king, it is difficult to be this person's opponent. But no matter whether it is a great demon or a demon king, such an existence will not wake up rashly. After all, the era of great strife has not yet arrived. If one's lifespan is not much, forcing to wake up is to destroy oneself. Qingfeng took back the Tianhuang seal, looked at all directions in the void with a pair of tiger eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Remember, this seat is the head of the Gu family, and Gu Xiu is the heir of my Gu family. If you are competing in the same realm, you can surround and kill Gu Xiu, and this seat will never take action. But if this seat knows, whoever tries to suppress others with realm, then the heavenly demon holy land will be your end." This remark, it can be said to be extremely domineering. It also rubbed the faces of many powerful people in the demon world on the ground. What a pity! Even though Qingfeng was so arrogant, they still dared not say a word. The destruction of the heavenly demon holy land just happened, and the scene of the fall of the blue dragon demon king has been deeply engraved in their minds. If you want to express dissatisfaction, you have to consider whether you have the strength to do so. Seeing the silence of the strong men from all sides, Gu Xiu looked at Qingfeng with admiration. One person destroyed a holy land, making many powerful demons speechless. This kind of power is what he has always wanted. Let's go. Qingfeng waved his sleeves and took away all the remaining demon inner cores in the heavenly demon holy land, and then took Gu Xiu away. From beginning to end. For this scene, no demon came out to stop it. It was not until more than half an hour after Qingfeng left that the strong men of the demon world came out from the hidden void, looking at the heavenly demon holy land that was completely razed to the ground, with an extremely ugly face. The holy land of heavenly demons has been destroyed. In the next great era of contention, will the human race produce another invincible emperor? End of this chapter. Chapter 275, Fellow Deists. The news of the destruction of the heavenly demon holy land soon swept through the entire demon world like a hurricane. If it were a normal dispute, then the destruction of an ancient holy land would be enough to cause quite a shock, but it would not cause huge waves like now. However, The strong man who destroyed the heavenly demon Holy Land this time was from the human race. And the opponent used his half-saint body to directly kill a strong man who was half a step into the great saint realm. This news. That's the real priority. What kind of concept is a half-sage killing a half-step great saint? Even in the endless years of history of the demon world, the frequency with which such demons actually appear can be counted on one hand. The appearance of such monsters in the human race now naturally frightens many forces in the demon world. If such a powerful person were to rise, it would be a devastating disaster for the demon world. But now there is a problem. To deal with such a powerful person, at least a big demon must wake up and act, and even if it is a big demon, it may not be able to actually kill the opponent directly. After all, from the fact that Qingfeng could easily kill the Kenglong demon lord, it can be seen that the opponent's strength is comparable to that of a real great demon. So, to be on the safe side, at least someone at the level of the Demon King would have to take action. But even if the demon world has a strong foundation, there are not many demon kings who are truly sleeping. Moreover, many forces in the demon world each have their own ideas. Who is willing to sacrifice themselves to sacrifice a demon king? After all, this is the age of Dharma ending, and it is still more than 1,000 years since the great age of great conflict. This also means that if a demon king is born, the other party will have to consume at least more than 1,000 years of life out of thin air. The demon king has lived for 9,000 years. Even for the top geniuses and monsters, it would take at least 1,000 years, or even longer, to truly enter this realm. So, for a demon king, more than 1,000 years more and less than 1,000 years are two different concepts. Maybe the other party just lacks these more than 1,000 years to be able to take a step forward and step into the realm of the demon emperor that is comparable to the quasi-emperor, or even break through to the demon emperor that is comparable to the great emperor. Therefore, all the forces in the demon world do not want to bear such losses. Of course, if the human race really wants to continue to kill more ancient forces in the demon world, then that is a different matter. Outside the heavenly demon Holy Land, in a certain ancient city, Qingfeng and Xiu appeared here quietly. Although any ancient city is protected by formations, such formations cannot stop Qingfeng. As for concealing one's own aura, it is not a special method. It is completely sufficient to deal with ordinary monsters. And the courtyard in front of you. It was Xiu's original residence. However, since he was surrounded and hunted by major forces such as the heavenly demon Holy Land, Xiu has not been able to return here. Are you going to leave the demon world with me now, or do you have other plans? Qingfeng looked at the third son in front of him and asked. Originally, he could have just forcibly brought Xiu back to the human race, but now, he gave him a chance to choose. After all, in the world of monsters, it is dangerous for Xiu, but it is also an opportunity. If he hadn't entered the world of demons and demons, the other party wouldn't have gotten to this point so quickly, leaving the others far behind. Hear the words. Xiu fell into deep thought. The emperor and sage in the ring did not bother him in any way. He understood that this was Xiu's own choice and no one else could interfere. After a long time, Xiu's expression became firm and he bowed to Qingfeng. I plan to stay in the demon world. This decision was the result of Xiu's careful consideration. In just a few years of staying in the demon world, he has already broken through to the 7th level of the divine transformation realm. If he had stayed in the ancient world, he would never have made such progress. And if he hadn't entered the demon world, his own immortal body would not have awakened so quickly. So, Xiu was willing to stay here. The demon world is dangerous, but at least his cultivation can break through faster. Although he has a divine body, as long as he does not die unexpectedly, he can at least enter the great saint realm or even a higher level in the future. However, the divine body is not omnipotent. Entering the great sage realm is not Xiu's ultimate goal now. As his horizons broadened, Gu Xiu had more ambitious goals. Have you thought about it? This time I appeared in time to save your life. If you do it next time, you won't be so lucky. Gu Qingfeng took a deep look at the other person, and there was no unnecessary emotion in his voice. My child has thought about it. Gu Xiu answered firmly. See this? Gu Qingfeng nodded. Since you have already thought about it, then as a father, I will not stop you. I will give you these things. As for how far you can take it, it depends on your own opportunities. The words fell. Gu Qingfeng flicked his fingers, and a storage ring fell in front of Gu Xiu. The latter instinctively reached out and took the storage ring. Take out your Yunlei cauldron. Although Gu Xiu didn't know clearly, he followed the instructions and summoned the Yunlei cauldron. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng flicked his finger, and a drop of blood fell into the ancient cauldron, making the power of this holy weapon even more terrifying. This holy weapon already contains a drop of my blood essence. With your current cultivation level, you can also activate the full power of Yunlei cauldron. Even if a saint takes action, he is still qualified to fight. But you must remember that once my blood essence is used up, the power of Yunlei cauldron will be reduced sharply. If you want to truly exert the power of the holy weapon, you must at least step into the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Gu Qingfeng said calmly. Thank you, father. Gu Xiu's face was filled with emotion. He knew how important blood essence was to a monk. The reason why Gu Qingfeng kept his blood essence was to give himself a life-saving trump card. Can fight the saint. In today's law-ending era, it is the biggest trump card. This time, Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on Gu Xiu's ring, and then he smiled slightly. Are you really not going to come out and see me? The words fell. Gu Xiu's expression changed slightly, and when he was about to speak, he saw a majestic spiritual power emerging, and the figure of the great sage also emerged. I, Emperor Ji, have met fellow Taoist. I've met fellow Taoist Huangji. Gu Qingfeng also politely handed over. He could see that the current emperor was just a remnant soul and was nothing in front of him. As long as he is willing, Gu Qingfeng is confident that he can easily kill the great emperor. Even if the great sage Huang was once a powerful person in the 9th level of the great sage, it would be the same. The other party has been dead for so many years, but a ray of residual soul can still have some strength. My unworthy son is thanks to my Taoist friends for protecting him. You're welcome, fellow Daoist Gu. Since Gu Xiu worships me as his teacher, I should protect him. This son possesses an immortal divine body, and his achievements in the future will be limitless. The great emperor smiled indifferently, and in his conversation, he regarded Gu Qingfeng as a peer. Even if Gu Qingfeng has not yet entered the realm of saints, the fact that he can kill the Kanglong demon lord with his opponent is enough to explain a lot of things. This time, the great sage Huang suddenly changed the subject. In front of me, I'm watching the Taoist friend in charge of the Tianhuang seal. As far as I know, the Tianhuang seal is the most precious treasure of the ancient Holy Land. Why did this thing fall into the hands of the Taoist friend? Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng put his hands behind his hands and smiled, but this smile was extremely cold and stern. The ancient wasteland Holy Land uses the big to bully the small and takes action against members of my Gu family. There is no need to exist anymore. As soon as these words came out, the emperor's heart was shocked. Even though he had already made assumptions in his mind, he was still shocked when he heard Gu Qingfeng admit it himself. The ancient wasteland Holy Land has an ancient heritage and has experienced many catastrophes. Unexpectedly, it was finally destroyed in the hands of fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist is young and has entered the realm of semi-saints with his cultivation level. His strength is even comparable to that of the great saint. When the next great struggle comes, fellow Taoist will surely become the great emperor of the world. Huang Ji was filled with emotion and looked at Gu Qingfeng with a hint of awe. A future great emperor cannot be compared to the remnant soul of a great saint like him. As long as such a being does not die unexpectedly, it is almost 100% certain that he will be able to enter the realm of the great emperor in the future. After all, even before the great emperor attained enlightenment, he might not have been as powerful as the other party. Gu Qingfeng smiled lightly. Friend Taoist, you are exaggerating, but I think your soul is incomplete now. This is a nourishing pill. Its main function is to nourish the soul. I hope it can have some effect on fellow Taoist. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng took out several bottles of spirit-nourishing pills. The Emperor's sage's eyes fell on the elixir, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist. The nourishing pill can nourish the soul, so it is a tonic for the Emperor and the great sage. After all, his soul is incomplete, and ultimately there is something wrong with his soul. Although the level of the nourishing pill is not high and it is only used for Taoist palace cultivation, the Emperor's soul is seriously damaged now, so this pill can also play some role. The more important point is, items that nourish the soul are rare, and even these pills suitable for the Dao Palace realm are actually worth a lot of money. So, the Emperor and the Great Sage are naturally grateful. Gu Qingfeng said, Gu Xiu wants to stay in the demon world. There are many demons here, so it must be extremely dangerous. If there is any problem, you need to take care of it by fellow Taoists. It's natural. Half a day later, Gu Qingfeng left the demon ancient city. Since Gu Xiu didn't want to leave, Gu Qingfeng wouldn't force it. Perhaps the other party's way. Just in the world of monsters. As for Gu Qingfeng's departure, Gu Xiu was also very reluctant to part with him, but he remained firm in his inner thoughts. After Gu Qingfeng left, Gu Xiu put his spiritual thoughts into the storage ring, causing his expression to suddenly become dull. I saw a large number of demon inner elixirs appearing in the storage ring, and many of them exuded powerful auras. These demon inner elixirs are at least at the Dao Palace level. In the center of all the demon inner elixirs, there is a demon inner elixir stained with blood and full of terrifying pressure that comes into view. When Gu Xiu's eyes fell on the demon's inner elixir, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a terrifying holy power, which shattered his mind in an instant. Call! Gu Xiu mentally withdrew from the storage ring, and those behind him broke out in a cold sweat. That kind of terrifying pressure was like having an unparalleled demon king comparable to a saint. Naturally, this kind of aura was not something that Gu Xiu, a mere cultivator in the realm of divine transformation, could withstand. But after the shock, Gu Xiu showed a silly smile on his face. It's rich. The inner elixir of the Blue Dragon Demon King, my father is really generous. Gu Xiu never thought that Gu Qingfeng would leave the inner elixir of the Blue Dragon Demon King to him. You know, this is a powerful demon who is aspiring to the half-step Great Saint realm. The other party's inner elixir naturally contains extremely terrifying energy. Even if a true saint is alive, it is impossible to ignore the inner elixir of a demon of this level. So, when seeing the inner elixir of the Blue Dragon Demon King, Gu Xiu was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Then, Gu Xiu quickly calmed down again. The inner elixir of the Blue Dragon Demon King is indeed powerful. A demon inner elixir of a half-step Great Saint is equivalent to tens of thousands of inner elixirs of the Dao Palace realm. But the problem is, this kind of demon inner elixir is too powerful, and it is definitely not something Gu Xiu can refine now. He was 100% sure that if he rashly swallowed the inner pill of the Blue Dragon Demon King, he would be killed by an explosion. No other reason. It was simply that the inner pill of the Blue Dragon Demon King was too powerful. Such inner pills contained the power of a half-step Great Saint. Such a level of power, even a trace of it was enough to kill any cultivator in the God transformation realm. Knowing this, Gu Xiu also felt the pain of sitting on a mountain of treasures but not being able to obtain them. Fortunately, there were many demon pills in the storage ring. Although Gu Xiu could not refine the inner pill of the Blue Dragon Demon King, other demon pills were not a problem. Immediately, Gu Xiu began to retreat and refine the demon inner pills to break through. He swallowed the demon inner pills one by one, and the skills of the Imperial Immortal Sutra were running. The terrifying and pure energy was decomposed from the inner pill and finally merged into the blood. God Transformation Realm. What matters is the transformation of qi and blood, and the production of supernatural powers. Now Gu Xiu has entered the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Under the pure energy of the demon's inner elixir, he immediately began to attack the 8th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. Boom! The blood and qi rolled like a river, constantly surging and changing, and finally stepped into a certain critical point. Boom! When the blood and qi entered the critical point and transformed, Gu Xiu's body shook, and a more powerful breath than before was emitted, but in less than a few breaths, this breath was completely restrained by him. The 8th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. It's done. Gu Xiu's face was happy. He didn't expect that his attack on the 8th level of the Divine Transformation Realm would be so smooth this time, and it was much easier than the previous breakthrough of the 7th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. But on second thought, Gu Xiu was relieved again. This time he followed Gu Qingfeng and witnessed many strong men fighting with his own eyes. He also personally experienced the mysterious qi of the half-step Great Saint Realm, and had already had a lot of insights in his heart. With the help of many demon inner cores, breaking through the 8th level of the Divine Transformation Realm is not only a natural process, but also not difficult. When his cultivation level breaks through, Gu Xiu feels that his strength has become stronger. Now, if he faces an ordinary Dao Palace realm, I believe it will be easier to deal with him. End of this chapter. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.